It is 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Good time gang in studio, settling in for the day, and we thank you for being with us. RBU this week. These are always fun because you, the audience, controls the conversation because you have been sending in letters with questions, letters from the audience with questions about different topics, and we're laying those out for the guys, and that will be this week's RBU as we kind of dive into some behind the scenes of the show, different questions about history of the show, different angles on certain topics, on what the guys believe, and to kind of walk that theory out a little bit. So there's all kinds of stuff. We have gone through those and printed most of them off, and they're sitting there ready for the guys to kind of thumb through. So that's this week's RBU. That will be recorded today, and then it will publish on Saturday morning on all podcast formats, be on Blaze TV, Facebook, YouTube, you name it, Pluto TV. So be looking for that. Looking forward to that. It's going to be a good one. All right, so let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Coach Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good to go.
What's happening?
Good to go.
Good to go.
I got a question for y'all.
And I got a question for you.
Did anybody on this staff get a speeding ticket yesterday?
No.
Yesterday, no, we were clear.
We were clear.
Okay.
We were clear.
I was close.
No.
Did you
What
get
is
pulled
going
over?
on?
Did you get pulled
What
over?
is going on?
But he
What was
pulled,
that, Peter Brady then?
You got pulled over.
hey, pulled out behind me and followed me. And I thought,
Even hit
and
the
you know what my
light.
thought was? It was a weird thought. It was, well, I guess this would be good for the show.
Considering that we've had Bubba got a ticket, Adler
Yes.
got a ticket. If you would have got one, something would be up. Some kind of conspiracy.
I was on
Yes.
77.
Oh. What
and,
part?
And
It really is amazing up to this point the two of you do as good as you do, as much as y'all travel.
Oh, I know. I'm telling you, they got my attention. The last one I paid for, I lock that cruise control on when I can and stay.
that's me.
Because if
But I
I
was
don't-
going a little faster than normal, and I was past Lincoln High School. Like I was in that
You're
stretch,
in that. Okay.
Gotcha.
and pulled out, and I thought, well, and where he was sitting, I thought, well, that's his job today. Like he's trying to find somebody.
Was it State or Lincoln?
State? And I thought, here's what was funny. I thought he's trying to find somebody, and he's found someone.
And I got one.
I'm his someone.
Yep, that's me.
But it never happened. And I thought, well, that's strange.
You kept
But
waiting on the lights.
I
to come
kept
on.
waiting. I kept waiting. And then I got to the turnoff where I turned. He kept going. And I thought, okay,
All right.
well, I'll be dog.
Yeah.
Let me when you
dog.
when you overcompensated to slow down when you saw him. How far did you drop?
6-7 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Because I didn't want it to look like,
I know you don't want to slam the brakes.
Oh, you don't want to do that.
Didn't want to look guilty.
You know,
Greg.
everything throws and
Matter of fact, I
get
didn't
thrown up
even
front.
I didn't even hit the brake. I just let off the accelerator, and just let it dial it back it was about 6 miles an hour.
You know he was thinking, I don't feel like getting out.
Yeah.
With this.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah. Wow. Have y'all gotten lots of warnings, or every time they come to the window they give you a ticket?
The majority have been a ticket.
Yeah.
But the last time I got pulled over, which was on my way to work, it was this past year, on the cut through road. I was headed back. They got me there, and I thought it was over. I mean, he acted like because it was one of those where I wasn't on cruise. And I looked down, and I was way above the speed limit.
Yeah.
And I just told him that. I said, I don't know what I was doing. I'm sorry. And he came back with a warning.
Okay.
And I was like, oh wow, warning. Thank you, sir.
12 years ago, maybe 11, when I was doing the sideline stuff for Jacksonville State, I was coming back from football.
I
game
remember
one night,
that.
and I got pulled over.
Oh.
I remember that.
And it was a state too, and
I knew the guy that did.
and he wrote me a ticket. We'll leave it at that.
Did I told you that time I was
That's
in,
the last time I've gotten pulled over, and that was the last time I've gotten a ticket.
we on the cut through road. If you're going back to Birmingham, to get to 77 off 144,
Yeah.
Buddy, you don't have to
I got
talk
pulled
to him.
over. I got pulled over. I
I'm
said
right
Taylor
here.
had this truck. It was Colorado, Chevy Colorado.
I remember. Yeah.
Okay,
I got tired.
I was bringing it over here he was selling it.
I do remember that.
Okay, so I get pulled over, and the guy told me to pull on up and get out of the road. Well, his pedal was one of those that was kind of hard. I wouldn't use, and I spun the tire. And he goes, hey, I tell you what, that right there. I said, I know you don't believe this. I said, but I promise you. I said, that ain't my vehicle. It's my son's. I said, I'm not used to that pedal. I did not. I slung gravel everywhere. He was like, and he ended up letting me go with a
Are you serious?
Yeah, because he believed me. Because I told him, I said, look, I'm going to. He's trading it in, and I'm delivering it. And I apologize. I didn't mean to sling gravel all over.
Yeah, I got pulled over during hunting season, and it was I was coming out of a morning hunt. I had to get back. Couldn't do an afternoon hunt, and I was letting it eat on a county road in rural Alabama, 2-lane. And I didn't think anything of it, and all of a sudden, and it was a state trooper. It wasn't local, and he come past, and I never see anybody back in there. We're deep back in there, you know. I'd never see anybody. All of a sudden, and I pass him. All of a sudden, he swings that thing around. I'm like, son of a. You can't have no. I mean, I'm still in camo. I'm loaded down with rifles and everything else. He comes up to the window and always wants to know what you're doing.
Sure.
What are you doing? And I was like, well, I'm just coming out of a hunt.
You in a hurry?
And I said, I do want you to know I am loaded down with weapons. I got 3 rifles. I got 2 rifles in the back. I got a pistol right here. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate it. So did you see anything? And we start getting into, and I'm like,
well, Adler thought that kid talk was helping him yesterday, and it didn't help him.
And I said, and so we go through. I said, man, I didn't see much of anything, but God, it was a beautiful morning. I was in the hardwoods, and so we just started just having a good old time. He goes, well, it's 45 right here. I said, 45? Right here? This is a long stretch of 2-lane. I was thinking to myself, I don't know if anybody's ever gone 45 in their life.
That is a little low.
And he goes, yeah, it's a county road, this, that, and the other. He goes, well, go ahead and give me your stuff. Let me run it. And I'm thinking, maybe he's just trying to see if, I'm legit or not,
To make sure you ain't got any outstanding
He comes back and he said, all right, man, well, look, just slow it down. Just keep in mind that it is 45 through here. And so you're not hunting this afternoon? I said, no, sir. He goes, all right, well, man, good luck next time you go out. Well, he was just the coolest dude ever. And he gave me a warning. And I couldn't believe it. I just knew I was – because when he told me what the speed limit was and what I was going –
you was way above it.
I did. That would
have been one of my
I was spitting on 45. I can tell you that. I mean, I wasn't going 70, but I wasn't going 45.
And it makes me mad when I get a speed ticket because it's just wasted money.
I know.
You just
wasted money.
You're throwing it out for nothing.
Yeah, but most of the time, it's when you're just distracted, just – staring off, and you just lose track of what you're doing. I'm not trying
to be fast, but like this last one, the guy gave me a warning. I told him, I said, I don't know why it was going there. I'll be honest with you, I just wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, that's good. All right, well, so there you go. We didn't get a ticket yesterday, and we'll hopefully not get one today, and we'll move forward. But the staff shared stories, if you missed that yesterday, of how they got tickets, both Adler and Bubba. So hopefully we'll all speak.
It was a strange reaction for me when he pulled out from behind me because normally I'd have probably cussed and I'd have been mad at myself, and I really just sat there and went, it'll be good for the show. Based off what we discussed today, it'll be good for the show.
3 tickets and just a small window. That make you feel like we're being targeted.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. A lot to discuss from yesterday. What you're looking at me like?
Well, you said you had a question for me too.
Yeah, I do.
Now I'm nervous.
I do have a question for you, my friend.
And I got an update that you'll be proud of.
Okay.
You'll be very like I'm your 4th son.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Kickoff hour is rolling. Thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Something's up. You can't quite pinpoint it, but you can't deny it either. All you have to do is trust your gut. Now listen to it and prepare with My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. Since 2008, My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for the uncertain future. Many of them choose 3-month emergency food kits sealed inside ultra-durable 4-layer packaging. These ready-hour meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Each kit, $200 off, and they'll ship fast and free. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon everyday earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
According to FBI crime data, most home break-ins happen in broad daylight. As the days get longer this spring, protect your home with Simply Safe at simplysafebubba.com. It's the award-winning home security we recommend. Simply Safe's advanced technology protects every room, window, and door of your home. Get 20% off now any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam! Your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HomeTitleLock.com and use the promo code BUBBA. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Wake working on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
All right, it's 20 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Well, we started a conversation off air that I was going to ask Helmsy about on air.
Ooh, on air, off air. I'm determining the difference. I don't even know what that
I don't
meant.
either, but I loved
Makes
it.
no sense.
Loved every second
And
of
for
it.
some reason, he had his hands together and he was all sitting there
did.
proper doing that. All right, so we talked about the fact that Helmsy's dad works inside the press box at Jack State baseball games.
Yes.
Yeah.
He does the scoreboard and all that. And
Roughs people up.
Yeah, and he loves his Jack State Gamecocks. But we talked about the fact that Eli Gold is now part of the baseball TV broadcast for ESPN Plus, and his first game was last night. Jack State hosted UAB and Coach Dunn, and
All right.
Coach Case, who retired, joined Eli in the booth for the broadcast.
Yeah.
And I knew that was taking place because I had texted with Tony there within the staff, and then also they had been putting it out on social media that this was about to happen and everything. Well, Helmsy, you were on this text, but you never replied because you were in a handle trying to get a hotel room and everything. But apparently Eli came and was walking around getting, just kind of getting the feel of the
Acclimated
press
with
box
everything,
and
yeah.
everything. And Tony took a shot of Mac Daddy encountering Eli, and he's not a Bama fan.
No, not at all.
Mac Daddy is
not
not
even close.
And
He's holding that against Eli for some reason.
and that look on his face of disgust
Can't
as
believe
Eli
it.
standing there
Yeah.
is priceless.
Yeah.
And I will get this to Adler today. We must discuss this. But last night, if you're listening live, and today is the 14th, last night the 13th, Jack State did this and hosted, and Eli did the first ESPN Plus broadcast for Jack State baseball. Coach Case was in there.
Is Mac Daddy in the same booth with him?
He's in the same
very-
area.
Yeah, very close. Very close.
Very close.
Very
So he
close.
has to listen to Eli.
Yeah,
So
he
it's
does.
Coach Case, Eli, Mac Daddy,
Uh-huh.
which that's three.
Yeah, that's three people.
Yeah.
And so of course I love Coach Case. I love hearing him talk and everything. It was funny to hear him breaking things down when he's so fresh from retirement, and most of the kids he's talking to he
true.
recruited and
Yeah.
everything, and he's very familiar with the
Give you a good
UAB
insight.
players because a lot of times you're
recruiting the same players.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it was
And
just
he and Coach Dunn have a good relationship. So
and
yeah.
it was funny because in the broadcast, I would hear him go, "All right, now he needs to make him swing right here." And he said, "Okay, that's you could hear him
Yeah.
talking like because he would call pitches. He's pitching coach, and he would call pitches for Jack State for so many years, and so he would. He had his little black book, and he would always write things down. And he had Greg. He had so much history on what he called last time, and for the batters and everything. It was really impressive. But he was old school. He just had everything written down, and he had his old book. And but I brought it up for a couple of reasons. Eli Gold was there, and Coach Case was on the call. But we have documentation of Mac Daddy meeting Eli.
Yeah.
And it looked like your dad had smelled something foul, but
it's not-
and it's
about
nothing against
Auburn,
Eli.
Alabama.
It's nothing against Eli at all. It's just the Auburn, Alabama thing. He's not a Bama fan,
No.
and a lot of you can relate on the other end, and whatever.
Sure.
But we have some documentation, and Tony said he's just trying to do his part of prep for the show. And things after that he said went great, and your dad was kind, but it's just that first picture he got that look on Mac Daddy's face.
I forgot
of
all
disgust.
about that. I'll tell you why. You hit it. I was in a handle, but
Yeah.
I did something this weekend also with my phone that has screwed everything up.
Really?
Yes. So these. I have the iTunes family plan or whatever. Well, for some reason, you only get 5 family members on the iTunes family plan.
No, you're talking about Apple Music.
Apple Music, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. And so Maddie had, for some reason, she had an iPad on there and then her iPhone on there, okay? And it wouldn't let me release her iPad. So I have there's been directions on how to do it. I've done it. I never get anything back. That iPad doesn't work anymore, so I can't go in and forget that device on that iPad. And so it's just sitting there. And so it always leaves somebody out of the Apple Music. So I had some time on Monday afternoon, and I thought, I'm going to solve this problem. Here's what I'm going to do, because I read this is what you need to do. Just throw a different Apple ID on your cell phone, and then you can start fresh and add who you want to. Make sure you cancel all the other stuff that you have, but just delete your Apple ID, get your new. So I thought, okay, good idea. That's a great idea. So did that and added my JSU email to my Apple as my Apple ID. Well, now every contact that I have ever had that is from, I don't know why it's like this. I guess it's from the start of, like, everybody that I've put in my phone since I started in July with Jacksonville is completely gone. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on. So, like, Tony, for instance, like, I didn't even know who's sending that picture. I mean, I knew it was Tony, but now I couldn't find it because it's changed. It doesn't have his name there anymore. It's the strangest deal. Like, so I've had to go through the last few days, and I feel bad, too. Like, this person right here.
When's your last iCloud backup? Because it's probably going off that if you signed in on another device.
But it wasn't that I changed. I'd used a different ID. So that I'm assuming that's
totally
what's
new.
doing
Okay.
it. Yeah, I don't know.
Wow.
I fixed the big issue that we had with Apple Music, but I've screwed everything else up.
Well, it is. It's a precious shot of your dad looking over at Eli like, oh, so you're in here now. And things didn't. Please understand there was no argument or something.
He
like
didn't
that,
push him on his property.
No, everything went fine. But Tony just was laughing because he
I
heard.
laughed. Listen.
He heard us talking about that about to happen and and how it might go, and so he tried to document that for us.
When he sent that, I thought, okay, this is funny. I'm in the situation I'm in, and look what he's doing right now.
But it was funny too because Coach Dunn, who's a good friend of the show, and we all know personally, he was there last night, and Coach Case got into talking about him. I've known him since he was in diapers, and the history that they've had together. But it was just great to see.
So the broadcast sounded good.
Yeah.
Did it sound weird with Eli calling a baseball game?
Yeah, I've never heard
well,
I've
heard him call Bama games before because he would jump in. Him, Chris Stewart, and others would jump in and call the baseball games. And he called a lot of those back when Tyler played at Jack State, and Jack State would play Alabama or whatever. But I'm one of those junkies that if we have an off night and we're around and I know it's Tuesday or Wednesday and I know there's a midweek games going on, I'll flip over to ESPN Plus and I might have 4 games going on in different boxes and just flip back and forth. So I've heard a lot of the Alabama broadcasts. I'm always interested in what they're doing and all that. And so I would hear him on those calls. So I've heard him before. So it wasn't that new to me. But yeah, him calling Jack State though it was a little different. Yeah, it was.
How about that?
It was. But it was a good night. And really the main reason I brought it up was because of that and Coach Case, and then also because of your dad. And the fact that he encountered Eli in the press box.
So just want y'all to know, in case y'all were having a okay night last night and things didn't go your way, just know when you were doing that, I was paying $1,200 to get Braden's car fixed.
Oh, so they figured out what was wrong.
Oh, my
Boy,
goodness.
boy, did they.
Yeah, they did.
Good gracious.
It hurt.
You thought you got a deal on that car.
Sure. Lemon.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out. we are off and running, and this portion of the show brought to you by SimplySafeBubba.com. You know, y'all don't know my world and how much I love Simply Safe.
Simply Safe.
I use it.
Safe and simple.
I use it a lot. Doorbell camera,
You do,
the outside cameras, inside. It's all great, and it's a 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. SimplySafeBubba.com. You look when you're away, or your wife's home by herself, or you're out of town, or you got a hunting camp and you don't want things stolen from your county's finest residents that love to do that. It's good to know that things are safe with SimplySafeBubba.com because you're able to monitor what's going on when you're not there. According to FBI property crime data, most break-ins happen in broad daylight.
Watch out.
Matter of fact, one of those little porch pirate folks,
Yeah.
I think I caught one and encountered, seeing, okay, this is what they do. They were riding down the road in a minivan with the side door open and saw me and spun
I
off.
said, uh-oh, this guy means business.
They weren't coming to my door, but you could tell they were just kind of creeping
Yep.
down the road, just kind of looking at things.
You pointed at him.
As the days get longer this spring, protect your place with SimplySafeBubba.com. This award-winning security is been named Best Home Security Systems of 2024 by U.S. News and World Report, and it was also recognized for the best customer service by Newsweek. Its advanced technology protects every room, window, or door while cameras keep watch for suspicious activity 24/7. SimplySafeBubba.com is backed by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than about $1 a day. This means you'll get emergency response you need and at half the cost of the traditional home security systems. You can test out the system as well, absolutely with no risk for 60 days, risk-free with their trial. The system is easy to set up, and it is. It's voice-activated, helps you walk through the steps it requires to kind of get things going. It's extremely simple. You can you get 20% off now from the new system with Fast Protect monitoring at SimplySafeBubba.com. So don't wait. Visit SimplySafeBubba.com, and with a Fast Protect monitoring plan, you get 20% off. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe. So, anyway, we're hitting a lot of stuff. Hamzy, I just had to bring that up, and I'll send that over to Adler so we can document that on the main show for those of you that can't see it. We were talking about Mike Tyson here recently because he's in the news. He's going to fight Jake Paul in this Netflix exclusive fight, and apparently he's still what I saw. Mike Tyson. I wouldn't want to take a punch from him still at 57. I get he's 57. So, Greg, he's our age.
I know. I don't know if you know how you body. Of course, Mike, he's a freak of nature when it comes to boxing. He's quick. He's powerful.
Yeah.
And you go in this Jake Paul guy. I mean, I know he's
Right.
trained when he first compared to when he first started doing these fights. He's gotten a lot better, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how to call
Well, there's
it.
a video where he is showing off his incredible power and fitness still to this day.
Now, is this in the one Adler claimed was 4 years ago?
No, this is current. He's training ahead of the fight with Jake Paul.
Okay.
And Jake Paul, for those of you who don't know, he's one of the Paul brothers, and he's this YouTube star. He's only 30. He's 30 years, I think, what'd he say, younger, I think. Is he 30 years younger than, is he? Yeah, I think he's
Probably so.
Yeah, he's 27.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, he
30
should
years
be.
younger
Yeah.
than Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
And I didn't know how big Jake Paul was. I just have not been paying attention until I was watching Full Swing on Netflix. Their new season is out, and they were following a lot of the Live guys, and Bruce Koepka and was back and playing in majors and won one and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, he appeared in Jake Paul's podcast that I didn't know he even had down in Miami. And he was going in and sitting in with them in studio, and Jake Paul stands up, and I'm like, good gracious, this dude's huge.
Let me tell you something.
I didn't know he was that big.
I made fun
That's
of
what
this
I'm
whole
saying.
thing.
Mike maybe.
I made fun of this whole
57.
thing when Jake Paul when Adler came in here and started bringing up about his fighting and all
I did
that.
too.
And he's this social media influencer, and he did all that before everybody else was doing it, and he's making millions of dollars. And I kind of laughed at it. Then I came across, and even he had gone through a bunch of fights and was training, and we kept bringing it up every time he would fight. And there's a documentary on Netflix. It's the part of the Untold series that's about sports. If y'all have ever done that, it's kind of like their version of 30 for 30 or whatever.
Yeah.
And they have one on Jake Paul, and it's called like Jake Paul, the Problem Child, or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you, this son of a gun has dedicated the last how many ever years to this sport, and he's good. Like, he's put himself in position to really be a good boxer, and he's beat some good fighters. Like, he's not just beating child actors anymore. Like, he is a real boxer. And so now, does that mean he can step in the ring with a 60-year-old Tyson and get it done?
I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that. But Jake Paul, this is not some publicity stunt for him. He has worked, like, the things that he went through to put himself in this position to be a good fighter. It was tremendous. Like, it's a really good story.
Well, I sat here and I printed some side by sides here. So we got Mike at 57, Jake at 27. Mike is 5'10", Jake is 6'1", and then you got your weight and all that. But fights. Mike 58, Jake Paul 10, but he's 9-1 with I think 4 knockouts. You go 44 knockouts, 6 knockouts. Iron Mike, the Problem Child. We got nicknames and everything.
I think
they revealed too they're not going to have head guards. It's going to be straight up.
That's
fighting.
what he's been doing. Like,
You know, he beat some. I think when he first started, some guys who were past their prime.
yeah.
And I guess Mike is too, but he's still Mike Tyson. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know how all this works. I don't know if it's, you know.
He beat a guy, I think, that was like a UFC guy that went into boxing, or maybe what's his name's what's the boxer's brother that he beat that's so good? Is it Fury? Tyson Fury? I think he beat his brother.
You're right.
Because he's a boxer too, and he beat him.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, this what concerns me about Jake Paul is if Tyson lands one of these brutal punches, I don't think he can. I don't know that he can handle it.
It only takes
it's.
one.
I mean, there's a reason Mike Tyson was picked for Mike Tyson Punch Out.
Well, let's be honest. At 50, at 57,
his match is in quick.
At 57, Mike needs it to end quick.
Yeah,
he does.
You know, because
the longer it goes, the better it is for Jake Paul.
because Jake Paul is in shape.
Well,
Mike get tired and get vulnerable, but
taken to X yesterday, formerly Twitter, the baddest man on the planet showed fans that he still got it, and so we'll see. He kind of showed off a little bit of the power of his punch and everything. July 20th in Dallas, that's where it's going to be at AT&T Stadium, 80,000 seat arena, and he matches up against Jake Paul. And this Netflix thing, this is interesting because I've never seen it done like this, where it's just exclusively on Netflix. But we'll, as it gets a little bit closer, we'll talk more about it. But it's interesting. It really is interesting.
I bet Netflix is throwing a big check out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are.
But it was funny because I had not seen. I just never got into all the Jake Paul, the Paul brothers, their fight and all that. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
That Untold story will catch you up.
Yeah, but the full swing thing when Koepka was in there and all of a sudden Jake Paul stands up. He tries to swing and hit a golf ball, in which it's kind of funny on a simulator, and he's standing there and I'm like, good gracious, this dude's huge. So we'll see how it goes. But there you go. There's an update, and we'll get that from X so we can on the main show Mike Tyson and his fury of being able to still have it. Well, but it's got to end quick. It does. I mean, he's got to come out like Mike Tyson and go nuts.
Yeah.
Sitting here looking at just what his y'all remember in his prime how hard he hit?
Oh my gracious!
The look on people's face when he would hit them, they're like, "Oh my goodness!"
Yeah, it's like, "Oh my gosh, that guy just lost a year of his life."
He was so fun to watch when he was on his rampage.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
And Doug.
Being a spokesperson's easy, kid. Just say, customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Customize and save with Liberty Bibberty.
That's not it.
Liberty Mutual. Liberty Musical.
Nope.
Liberty, line.
It's 2 words. Liberty Mutual.
Got it. Don't not pay at libertymuttnoodle.com.
Wow. I guess I'll just do it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com. That's a wrap.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
My new exercise bike. More like my $1,500 coat rack.
I got a guitar. Never even learned Smoke on the Water.
At Babbel, we get it. Learning something new is hard, especially a new language.
I've forgotten all my high school French.
My Spanish starts at hola and ends at adios.
Make it easy on yourself. Get Babbel, the language learning app built by 200-plus language experts to teach you real-world conversations for any situation. With research-proven lessons, addictive games, immersive podcasts, and live online classes with real teachers.
Sounds like fun.
It's fun and fast. Babbel's bite-sized lessons take 10 minutes a day. You can start having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Hola, Espanol.
Ready to learn a new language? It starts here. Now try Babbel free when you text radio to 64,000. To try Babbel free, text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. After this segment, top of the hour hits, and the main show starts after that. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us. Don't forget, RBU this week is letters from you, the audience. We print them out, highlight them, get them ready for the guys, and then they break them down. That's this week's RBU. Make sure that you are subscribed and get notifications to Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, on wherever you get your podcast. That'll hit Saturday morning.
Speaking of what we was talking about Netflix, stuff like that, I think it was HBO. Last night I caught a documentary, and I like a good documentary, but it has a tie to the show.
Okay.
What?
It was about Dan Weldon. And y'all remember we had him on the show, and then he got killed in a crash not long after that.
Yeah.
But it talks about, it shows his career and what happened, and it keeps going modern to past. It shows his wife and his two boys who are now racing.
Right.
They're young, but anyway, that's always interesting because every time I see anything about him,
that.
I remember we had him on the show. Remember we had them battery operated remote control cars, and he was racing. I mean, he was really nice.
He was
guy.
super nice.
That's
what I
Indy
remember.
drivers were super
They
nice.
were.
Yes.
But there was something about him. He was just. It almost seemed so genuine.
You want to know what it
with
seemed
him.
like?
He wanted to have a good time.
He didn't seem like he was in a hurry.
Yeah.
You know how you see some guests
that's a
who
good
are like, okay,
point.
man, I gotta go.
Oh, he played with that car.
He just hung out, man.
And I don't remember
Oh,
when
it was a terrible story.
that crash, how long it was after he was on the show.
Right.
It might have been a year or two. I don't know.
Yeah.
But because I think the crash happened in 2011, so it would. I'm not sure. But we had him, and we also. I mean, I hate to keep having a running theme, but remember the guy when we had the sports show, Justin Wilson?
Yeah.
Remember the big tall guy?
Yeah.
He died in the crash.
Yeah.
Dang, man.
And then, but the funniest one, and he's on this documentary, is Scott Dixon. When he was at the studio and Bama Mark showed up with his wrestling championship
I knew you were
belt,
going to bring this up.
Scott Dixon had the
knew it.
belt on in the picture. Because when I saw him on the documentary, that's
Yes.
the first thing that popped in my mind.
I remember
thought-
where they met, standing right in front of the studio door.
And Dixon was a really cool guy too.
Yeah,
he was. And you're talking about him and Dan Weldon
And
both.
Will
I mean,
Power.
they're Indy 500 winners. I mean, I don't know about Will, but
Will forgot he was on the air.
He did.
Yeah.
But all of
that was funny.
We don't speak like that here. He's like, what?
Well, no, he didn't forget he was on the
No,
air.
he
he
thought
just
it
thought
was
that
down
it
in
was
Australia.
okay to talk like that. And hey, Will, not. We don't talk like that
But
here.
all of the
Can't say
Indy
that.
drivers that we've had in the
I
studio
don't know where you could say that.
Yeah, I
have
don't
been
know.
great interviews.
Yeah.
I mean, they all have.
Yeah.
They're all fun and laid back. But anyway, it's a pretty good documentary. I think it's called Lionheart or something like that.
Okay. And you said that's on HBO Max?
So it was on regular, but so it'll be on Max. too.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and the new Formula One season's out right now.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I hadn't,
I've watched a
I hadn't
couple episodes.
jumped into that. I have finished the NASCAR. See,
Yeah,
that was really
that
good.
was, wasn't it?
That was good. That was. I think that Netflix and what they're doing, they got something.
They do.
you
You're
know,
absolutely right.
They got
do.
something because we love, and we've talked about this, anything behind the scenes.
Yeah,
It could be something that I'm not really that into, like
I know.
the one behind
I
the
know.
tennis. I don't follow tennis every day, but I love to see athletes at the highest level of whatever they do and the grind and how they deal with it. I love that.
I'm never going to watch a Formula One race, but I love that series.
Right.
And
Me too.
it's pretty fun. I thought about you, Hams. I think I've only watched 2 series. At one, they're playing bocce.
Oh, really?
Two of the guys.
It's funny.
Really?
Yeah.
And I mentioned Full Swing. You're probably not a lot of golfers out there that don't care anything about it.
They would be interested in
this
that, though.
season.
Yeah.
In this season, they document when. Do y'all remember last year when Liv and the PGA came together
yeah.
and it shocked everybody?
Yeah.
Well, Rory and everybody is like, "What the heck, man?" And they're dealing with it live, and then then you see the Ryder Cup and all the behind the scenes there. Just how the machine works and how they grind and I know it's golf, but still it's a profession, and you got to be the best and stay in good shape and all that. Just everything, the family life, how, the dynamics behind it. It's just really good.
Yeah, they all these shows they're like the NASCAR was the end of last year, and the Formula One now is last year's.
Right.
So you see the headlines in this year's Formula One with the Red Bull and Christian Horner or whatever and all the controversy.
Yeah. Now
so I'm wondering how
he's
that's going to be covered next year.
Ooh, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's been in the news a lot.
But one thing that made me think about it is how dangerous. You were talking about the sadly the deaths behind some of the people we've had on air. But the danger that they put themselves in is and you see it in some of these behind the scenes documentary type shows, these reality kind of shows that they're doing with Formula One and NASCAR.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of times we just think, oh well, yeah, we're just gonna jump in the car and do another race. No, there's a lot more on the line than that.
I didn't realize the details behind the wreck. They were at Las Vegas, and they really say that track's not safe for Indy cars. They were running like 220.
Oh wow!
And that's where he got killed. But he was a really good oval racer. That was his deal. So they had come up with a promotion. He won the Indy 500 in a car that was like the long shot to win it.
Wow!
That year, and he won the Indy because he had lost his ride. He was in this limited team that didn't have the backing and ended up winning. So they come up with a championship race in Las Vegas. He was going to start in the back, and if he could win the race, him and a fan would win like $5 million or something. They came up with this big promotion, and that's when he got killed.
Golly.
And they said they haven't raced there since. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty bad footage. It shows the wreck and everything. But,
really?
Yeah.
Sad.
It really is.
But anyway, it's a good show. But
we're also.
But like we're talking about as far as Formula One now, I know who the drivers are and all this. I've never watched
watched
Formula One race, but I know who everybody is.
And I never watched it. And Formula One, early Sunday mornings, it might be on before church. I'm getting up, and it's
not
comes
fun
on
racing to watch. It's really not.
No, but you hear the names, and you're like, okay, I know a lot about him.
I know.
But before this,
you also know what's going on behind the scenes with all the technology.
Let me tell you what they'll do.
While they're all doing that, there's a whole nother race going on behind the scenes with that is amazing to me.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what they will do. You better be good, or you will be replaced.
You will.
It don't matter if it's the middle of the season. They will yank you in a minute.
I'm telling you, that they don't have loyalty to anybody.
Nobody's safe.
To really anybody. If you're a driver, you better have it together.
Yeah.
That's for sure. So anyway, those are all new deals, and now Netflix is having this Tyson Jake Paul fight, so they got a lot happening for them for sure. Also, just real quick, we're going to fly by here. I know the Titans, everybody got their feelings hurt when Derrick Henry went over to the Ravens.
I noticed that bothered you a little bit.
It did. It hurt. It stung. It's something about it being the Ravens too, if you're a Titans fan. But I see where Calvin Ridley has agreed to a 4-year, $92 million deal to be a Titan.
Really?
He comes over from the Jaguars.
Again,
had a pretty impressive season with them.
I was going to say he must have, because I didn't follow the NFL that close, evidently. Because didn't he, like we talked about earlier, didn't he get like a year suspension for gambling or something? I can't remember what it was when he was with the Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
Or was that his brother? I don't know.
No. Calvin Ridley, he was suspended indefinitely at one point through 2022.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he came back strong, sounds like.
Betting on NFL games, I think.
Yeah. And I see where the Raiders officially have released Jimmy Garoppolo. We said that that was going to happen, but it's only 1 year after he signed a $73 million contract with the team.
I wonder how much was guaranteed.
He enters free agency with 2-game suspension for PED use still intact. So whoever gets him has got that. It just says here the violation cost Garoppolo about $11.2 million, in addition to another $11.2 million by the Raiders releasing him before Sunday. Garoppolo's 3-year contract had $33.75 million in guaranteed money. So
he'll be okay.
Some more NFL news as we head to the break, and the main show starts right after we come back from commercial. So we thank you for being with us. Again, it's rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trying the same field you're trying.
I know there's been various sayings about talent versus, attitude or perseverance and the percentages. And of course, I'm not going to do percentages now, but, I really think the persistence part of it is just way, way ahead of talent now. I mean, way ahead.
No, it is. Well, think about this. Even in our intern program, I'm telling you, we've had some, talented people come through, but the ones that'll make it are the ones that have some talent but are dependable and can be given an assignment and do it. They far exceed the talented people that look, guys, we've seen in sports. We've seen some of the world's greatest talents come through sports. But you look, a lot of them didn't turn out to be the dependable go-to. What do we always say about most of those people? Man, if they just had a work ethic, or if they would have just worked like everybody else worked on top of their talent, and all that. But Bubba, I just thought to myself, could it be the worst case scenario that you could find yourself in is if you gave us the percentage of celebrity deaths this year?
No, celebrity deaths and math, we're going to move that off the table.
All right, so Bubba, I noticed you're looking up, and you seem to have some confidence today. You kind of like your lighting situation in the broadcast closet. And,
it's not perfect, Rick.
Right.
It lacks a lot, but I think it looks better today. What do you think?
I like your lighting. I do. And we're trying something else, too, for those of you that like the Zoom feature, and we'll get your feedback. And Adler, I see the good and the bad with it. When we have guests on, we're going to what I see most people do Zoom with, and that's what I call the Brady Bunch format, where everybody's on the screen with bigger squares. And I can see all the members of the show a lot better. But I do realize now when someone's talking, they don't take over the screen. So at some point we may decide, well, if you're in a monologue situation, or maybe it's just Rick and Bubba talking, we go back to the other. But I for me to be able to see everybody involved, this is better. But I will tell you, Bubba, when we were on the old deal and you illuminated the whole screen, I could really tell. And your lighting has come a long way. What have you done?
Well, Rick, it's comical. I mean, I have got everything that'll make a little light, and I'm using paper towels over it with electrical tape on it as a diffuser. Okay,
That's
I kid
so
you not.
funny.
Like, I've got the light right here in front of me, and look, I'm gonna cut this off. See the difference? I got a field light over here. I'm in the dark.
Oh no! Well, we hate that.
Look at that.
So, but Adler has a picture of it, I think.
Yeah, he
I
did.
tried to get him
He
some
showed it.
pictures.
Yeah, he just showed it.
Okay.
We're looking at it.
So,
And is that a
you know,
fire
these
hazard?
are-
Is that a fire hazard?
A what?
A fire hazard.
Well, these are LED bulbs, so
Okay.
they're not getting that hot.
Okay.
So it could be. You got to be careful.
Okay.
But we're a trained professional.
Right. So
we gotta
don't
go.
try this at home, especially if it's not an LED light.
Famous last words. Probably smoking.
Gosh,
here
if
in a minute.
that thing would catch on fire during the show. Greg Burgess, look at Greg's look. If that could just happen today.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is kind of like, you remember the movie Apollo 13?
Mm-hmm.
Where the guy walks in with a box full of stuff and throws it on the table and says, "We got to make something with this."
Yes.
I mean, when you're in quarantine, you can't just go get what you need.
No, it's true.
If you do, it kind of defeats the purpose of the quarantine.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
So we're trying to make something happen here with anything we can find, and it's only somewhat successful.
Now, it looks a lot better. Your lighting is better. I like how you softened it a little bit, like you would do, like you say, with the lights that they set up when they're putting you on video. And
and some of my lights are the wrong color, so we've got that soft white. You actually need the daylight, but we're working on it slowly but surely.
Well, Adler and one of my sons, they're in this business and stretching there. I see them taking notes right now. I can't wait to go home and tell young Broderick, hey, if you get in a bind, don't be afraid to use paper towel. As long as
You got to have your 3 points. Your key, your fill, your backlight. You're ready to go.
Yeah. Yesterday, Sherry nearly cried because she watched her son get white balance. She said, because Sherry, was a reporter in TV, and she said, I can't believe I'm watching my son have to get a white balance.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, but his camera is about a quarter of the size of one you were dragging around.
Oh, yeah.
Those things were heavy.
That thing was a boat anchor now.
Man.
Oh, my goodness. And, all right, so we'll come back top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, like I say, some of us in the broadcast plaza, others on location as we continue to work through. And as Bubba just said, look, we're finding ways to make this thing work. And a lot of fun in that as well. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also, don't forget, check rickandbubba.com for all the information you need right there in show notes today, too. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour has begun. If you can believe it, another show is back. Here's the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Well, a brand new hour on a brand new day. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they knocked out that kickoff hour for you. And it's available now on the Rick and Bubba archives, or will be today, on the Rick and Bubba archives, I should say. So if you missed it, you can always grab it there. Eddie Van Adler settles in. Hello, tubers. If you're watching the show on YouTube, whether that be live or archived, we thank you for being with us, and he'll make sure that experience is enhanced for you. He'll give you a best of hour for all Blaze TV subscribers and for all podcast archive pursuers. There's a best of hour there, or you can get the entire show on your own time. Live options include, but are not limited to, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. I thank those affiliates all across the country. And if you don't have an affiliate, another live option for you is the TuneIn app. It's a free download, and it's a 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel, including the daily live show. So you got your live options, you got your archive options, so there really is no reason to ever miss even a second of the Rick and Bubba Show. And as Bubba has said many times, it's 5 hours. I mean, that's all we're asking. Speaking of him, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
boy, Tom. So, Bubba, we do have a lot to unpack on the program today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, it's an ongoing series. The next installment, Letters from the Audience. I've been looking over what you have sent in. Some, there's some themes running through there. A lot of you, which is kind of cool, with this being the 30th anniversary in the final year, asking about historic moments. We'll go through a lot of those in your emails today. And you can listen this weekend on all the different platforms where the podcast airs. And you know what, Bubba? You'll think to yourself, is my letter in there?
Is my letter going to be read on the podcast?
My letter make it?
Well, my friends, hear my name.
Right. Do I wish they hadn't said my name?
Right.
After I heard their answer.
Now I heard my question. I don't like it.
What is wrong with me, and why did I send it in? Never send emails at 2 a.m. So looking over today, I know that this whole Boeing thing, I know I don't know. Babylon Bee is having a field day with Boeing, even though it is a bit of a touchy subject. It doesn't seem to bother Babylon Bee. Their Boeing humor, I don't know if you've been following any of it.
No, Rick, I'll be honest with you, I really haven't.
Boeing proudly announces it has fixed the malfunctioning whistleblower. Okay, that one. Okay, that one right there. I don't know. Is that too soon?
Yeah,
is that one too soon?
Could be, Rick.
A great company that has done some very amazing technical things, but they seem to be in a little bit of a issue here. They've had 2 or 3 design problems. Their space capsule didn't work like they thought it would to start with, and for a company that's accomplished so much, it seems like they need a win right now.
Terrorists decide against hijacking plane after realizing it's a Boeing.
Yeah.
Opening line, Bubba. We're not going to go anywhere in that death trap. Okay, all right.
That's all.
Okay.
Especially for everybody headed to the airport today.
Okay, right.
Oh, my.
Right, so.
Oh, my.
Here's one from our Her stuff yesterday. Nation reassured. A special counsel transcript reveals Biden's still able to make car noises with his mouth.
Yeah,
okay, all right.
That's excellent.
Okay, all right.
That's a throwback to the interview.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, all right.
Came out. He's making car noises, y'all, during the interview.
Yep, that's not good. All right, so we'll work on those. I notice they're still trying to throw a few pitches, maybe. For the upcoming election, we said that they told us we did have a death from the plague in New Mexico. Today, the CDC has got a warning against nasal rinsing with tap water. 10 patients contracted deadly brain-eating amoeba.
You don't
want to hear that.
No.
This hits a little close to home too, because I have a sinus rinse thing that I have to do sometimes.
Right.
And, I've always used tap water, and I know they've always said get sterile water.
Sure, they have.
But it's there's sometimes you don't have sterile water on hand when you need it. Say in the middle of the night when you're
can't
stopped
grab
up.
that. Yeah.
And so I've got a gallon now sitting on the the bathroom.
Would brain eating amoeba do it?
That
I might do it.
That's kind of scary that it's there in the tap water, isn't it?
You mean a brain eater?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brain eater. I mean, I guess normally through your digestive system it wouldn't work, but when you get it in your sinuses,
it'll
probably
go,
a whole different deal.
It'll start digging. It'll attach to that nasal membrane and just go. Have a field day.
You know something, Bubba? I know yours is much more severe, but it was a game changer for me, and I'm trying to think the name of it. So I was, I don't have the issues that you and Helms have, but I do sometimes get sinus pressure that started kind of later in life, and it's like, that's now I do a Claritin and all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
And so I was at the doctor for one of the, when you get one of those upper sinus infection, can I have a steroid pack so I can do the show tomorrow kind of things?
Yeah.
And I remember the doctor said, do you do anything sort of rinse? And I said, I really don't. And they said, go get, and it's non-medicated. It's nothing but salt water.
Yeah.
It has no medication in it all.
Right.
And
saline spray.
Yeah. Every day.
Yeah, and you mix it up.
Take that and just clean out your nasals. cavity every day.
Yep.
Once in the morning, once at night, and a lot of this will go away.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of rinsing. Though.
And all it is just.
I know.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's the kind you mix up yourself.
No, it's a saline
pre-mix.
spray.
Pre-mix.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I got some in my bag, Rick.
Yeah, and it's not. I forget what the name of it is, but
how do you know where their water came from?
Yeah, well, I don't. All I know is it's working. So if it eats my brain, I guess they get. There's only so many cautions you can take in life.
Yeah, that's right. In a strange way, I feel like my brain's been eaten anyway.
Right,
so
right.
just bit by bit.
I don't know what's eating mine now, but something is. All right, we'll come back. We'll jump into all the stories of the day. We'll get some of your phone calls in at 866-WE-BE-BIG throughout the day as well, as another Rick and Bubba show rolls on. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls today, as is the norm, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Stretch Armstrong has that covered for you. Also, don't forget that the Wonderful Wheel of Meat could spend any time this week. The Wonderful Wheel of Meat, during the pandemic, two rolls of toilet paper have been added to the Wonderful Wheel of Meat. So you could win toilet paper as well. All right, so, Bubba, let's talk about, and guys, people are starting to think as this month rolls on, when we get to the end of it, big decisions need to be made, because the juggling act that we have talked about, and it's very clear, is how do you protect the maximum amount of people while keeping the country from dying as well? That's quite the little juggling act. And so some of the people have been asking, so let's talk sports a little bit here, not just for being shallow and saying, hey, I missed my sports and it was an idol to me and all that. That's another topic. It also is a place where lots of people work. So there's a tremendous amount of jobs tied to Major League Baseball beyond the players. And so they're trying to look at plans about, they left with, 500 and something games to go. Did I see that figure?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and because they didn't get started.
I don't know percentage-wise what it is.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, some of the game plans they're putting together, they're thinking about starting it as early as May, but playing all the games in Arizona.
I know. Doesn't that sound funny just to have them all there, and they will be at empty ballparks too, Rick? But it really kind of sounds strange, as you said, to talk about this when over the next 10 days to 2 weeks, we're going to have some very horrendous numbers coming in on this.
Mm-hmm.
But they know it's a curve. They know it's an arc. They're predicting where it's going to be, and there will be life on the other side of it. And so you got to start making plans. So Major League Baseball discussed yesterday, and as you said, starting in May, all the games in Arizona at empty ballparks. How about that?
Well, I will tell you this, and Helms, you said you heard some of the sports guys talking about it, because let's face it, they don't have anything to talk about other than who was the greatest player of all time and that kind of stuff. So they stated right. Whichever sport can get on the air. Now, we're not talking about ticket sales yet or any of that. We're talking about TV numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever sport can get on the air, they're going to have a ratings bonanza.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
No doubt. And here's the thing. We're really watching there's a South Korean baseball league right now that's looking to start at April 21st. April 21st, I think, is the day. They're going to do 6 preseason games and then start their regular season. There was a Japanese basketball team that actually tried to start, but they ended up having some players test positive, so they've shut that down. I guess the biggest question, and I don't have the answer to this, obviously, but the biggest question is, if they were to start in May in Arizona and they get a couple games into it, they've got to be okay with somebody getting this and still moving forward. Otherwise, they don't need to start it.
Yeah, because that is a possibility. Did they pick Arizona? Now, we talked to Dr. Odom about this Monday, and they keep saying that they don't think warm weather affects this virus very much based on what they're watching. Is just Arizona a place where there's not many cases and people are spread out?
I think it's based on that's where most of the spring training.
Okay.
you hear a lot of people talk about spring training in Florida,
right?
And yes, it's the haven for that, but it's also in Arizona as well.
Okay, all right. So it's just because
a lot
that's
of
where
ballparks in Arizona to choose from, and it's really spread out. Perfect facility for it.
Okay.
And it's hot too, Rick. So that might help. Who knows?
Well, Dr. Odom kind of took my legs out from under me on that Monday, saying that we're looking in Miami where it's even warmer than where you are, Rick, and we don't see it really having much effect on it. But we'll see. Maybe let me tell you something we're learning through this whole process. Nobody knows, and we're figuring it out as we go. And as we go, we'll learn more and more and adjust. Now, I do think I saw last night some of this stuff that we've been dealing with. You gotta, once anything becomes political or agenda driven, it's kind of hard for you to not think that in the beginning when they started on us about don't worry about the mask, don't. 22 minutes past the hour. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive now available for you. It was available, pretty quick after yesterday. But if today's your day, it's on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel. We start the front end of 2 Corinthians chapter 11. As we are getting close to finishing that one up. Also, if you got some preferences, maybe the next book you want to try to go through, send those to me. And we'll take a look-see because it's about time to start planning what we'll do next. All right, so, Bubba, North Korea. I know that we try so hard to get people to understand the evils of communism. And these evil dictators, and we've got some mush minds out there that for some reason seem to be intrigued by socialism and communism. Don't quite understand it when you see what it produces around the world. I think it's one of those things where people like the idea of something, as long as they don't have to actually do it. North Korea update today. Maybe this will finally get your attention. This may finally get your attention. Shades of gray, evil dictators.
Rats and snakes, they always
try to get the best of me, but they won't. Let's go. Anyway, cause it's too late. I say they just like pretending that they're everything they're not.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't need it.
Somebody get the cowbell.
Got no one to blame.
North Korea has banned keeping dogs as pets. The government says the only way you can have a dog is if you plan to eat and skin it. And I think maybe they have that out of order. I think you skin it, then eat it. But anyway, it says they have banned it. If you want to have a dog, it only can be for food or for fur. You cannot just keep a dog around as a pet. The North Korean government will not have it.
Listen to this. Treating a dog as a family member who eats and sleeps with a family is incompatible with a socialist lifestyle and should be strictly avoided.
And there you go. I did not realize that I'm partial socialist. No.
Also singled out for condemnation, Rick, dressing dogs in clothes as exemplified by Western celebrities like Paris Hilton has been singled out.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
There you go.
I find myself...
They won't let you have God, won't let you have a dog. I mean, my gosh.
Well, I hope that some of you out there, I hope that finally you will hate communism for this alone. Okay, I know you don't care how they treat people. I got that. Some reason that doesn't bother you. And you believe every time one of our, ambassadors or one of our government representatives goes there and they give them the tour, and you're like, well, that don't look so bad.
Yeah.
And I know Michael Moore thinks they have better health care than us, but I'm going to tell you.
Yeah. Well, head on over there, Michael.
Yeah, but
Right.
maybe this is where y'all
Get
draw
it
the
all.
line, some of you out there that want to embrace this. Dogs are basically meat that's raised outside in accordance with their nature and then eaten when they die. That is from the regime.
There you go.
Go. Make domesticating dogs. The government says no. You can eat them and farm them, but you must not make them a member of the family, and do not dress them up.
No, no dressing.
Especially don't dress them up.
You know, if it didn't say Daily Mail on top of this, I'd be like, "Is this a real story?"
Look, Bruce from PETA needs to get on a plane and head on over.
Yeah, well, see, no. Bruce from PETA can't be bothered with this. He must go stand up for, I guess, eggs.
Yeah.
in the Easter egg thing.
Let me tell you the
Chickens?
problem.
Think about what you just said.
Fish.
Let me tell you the problem. There's not only a prohibition on owning dogs in North Korea. Bruce wouldn't make it very long either.
No, he would not.
wouldn't.
No,
They would.
No, he wouldn't. Let me tell you another thing. They say defies all understanding.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
So, it's a weird place for me because it almost feels like I wrote this article.
Yeah.
But I don't eat dogs. I think
No,
that's-
I've tried to quit.
I haven't tried them. I did eat a coyote one time. I guess so. I have eaten a dog. But,
Yeah.
I didn't know I was eating a coyote. I don't think I would have said, "I'll take the coyote off the menu." You know.
Honestly, the coyote was edible. That Larry and Mark used to do our mystery meat here, where they would cook, catch, kill, and prepare a meal, and we would try it without knowing what it is. But Rick, I much prefer crow, and I know there's a comedy bit to that too.
Yeah.
But I thought the crow with the duck sauce was excellent.
Bubba, I'm going to say this. I know so many times in a row I've said it. I think you just like the duck sauce.
I think so.
I think any meat we would have put that on. I think you would have been okay with
The duck sauce was excellent.
it. Was fantastic.
I think it's more about the sauce on that.
You really could have
Well,
just
it's
eaten it
actually
out of
hiding
it.
the flavor.
We could have given you.
I was surprised how well the crow tasted. Let me put it
Right.
With the
and
sauce.
it's a dark meat.
It's
too.
all- it's all-
most birds are white meat.
Yeah.
Best I remember, it was dark.
Well,
meat.
and the thing I can't remember, I can't forget about the coyote is I'll just say that Speedy seemed to get a part of it that was chewy, real chewy,
Always.
and gristly.
he got the butt.
I
That's
think
what
he
got.
did. I think you did. I think you did.
Oh, I know I did. I just kept chewing it. It's like it was growing in my mouth.
I know.
It's just like I never could swallow it.
Sadly, at one point, Speedy said it almost tastes like I'm eating an onion ring that won't chew.
That's what it was.
That's unfortunate.
And then they told me.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
I always seem to get that.
Yep.
It's like they saved it for me.
Yeah. Well, guys.
Save me
look,
the drumstick.
Look, I'm not trying to say that that as you get older and get a little gray hair, you stop doing certain things. But when I think about the fact that we just sat there and said, "Service, we'll eat," and we had no idea where these wild animals came from, how they were prepared,
Nothing.
I mean, we how long they sit around, were they even kept properly?
I trusted Larry and Mark.
Think about that statement.
I don't think the coyote was the worst. I think the nutrient was probably far as
You talking
when
about
you
rat?
think about what
I
you
was
ate.
actually in on that.
Yeah.
That one was.
Got the bug on that one too.
That one mentally was hard to get past once they gave you the word.
Yeah, once you knew what you were dealing with, you're
Yeah.
like, what have I done?
So I've eaten a nutrient
What have I
bug.
done?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever had those moments? What have I done?
What have I done?
Yes.
Let me tell you, the nutria is a large rat. I think
it
that's a
is.
big old rat.
Big old river rat.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The mask. Hey, you don't need the mask. The mask might even make you more susceptible. Okay, now put your mask back on. You look back now and you start thinking, and I saw Tucker Carlson touch on this last night. I think this may have been more tied to they didn't have enough masks and they didn't want us to use them, and they needed them for other things, so they discouraged us from using them when really what they were saying to us was incorrect. It was total propaganda.
Well, you've seen the Asian countries when they have these breakouts, the swine and the bird and all this, you see everybody wearing masks. Everybody.
Well, and then we get into this whole thing about how do you say it?
Hydrochloroquine.
Yeah, boy, that's a tough one, isn't it? But anyway, now this whole thing going on. Well, we have, of all people, a Michigan Democrat lawmaker And because it's funny. I even saw when Sherry asked this question the other night. She goes, "Why does Fox News refer to the media?" And I said, "I think they're just shortening that from mainstream media." Because she's like, "Isn't Fox News media?" It is, but when they say that, they're talking about the mainstream media, the media other than them, and that's what they're meaning. But anyway, you even heard people trying to suggest that Trump's desire to get this drug going is somehow tied to he must have an investment in the company that makes it, and he's trying to find a way to make money, which is one of the most outlandish. But anyway, here's a Democrat from Michigan. Does anybody think that she, on just a normal day, would be a fan of Donald Trump? Anybody? I mean,
No.
if you just look,
No,
I'm going to say
not.
I'm going to say no. But she got coronavirus, and she is crediting President Trump's publicizing of the anti-malarial drug as saving her life when her health plummeted and she contracted coronavirus. She says, if the president had not been pointing to this drug, I would not have been given it, and I likely would have died.
Yeah.
Yeah, her name is Karen Winsett of Detroit, state rep, and she credits Trump with pushing it through the Food and Drug Administration and publicizing it so that she had a chance. So, and again, I hear the press conference every day, Rick, and I just scratch my head. I hear what Trump's saying. Apparently, the geniuses there who are interviewing him do not. It's the only thing we've got. We're shooting a half-court shot. We know it hasn't had the studies. It does work for something kind of like this, and it has been prescribed for a long time. There are possible side effects with heart issues. We know that, but for the most part, it's fairly safe. And what do we have to lose if you're really sick and you're about to die? What does it hurt to give it a shot? Some people are getting better, and we don't know if they were just going to get better anyway or this helped. And they'll have the studies to do that. But why not shoot a half-court shot if the clock's running out?
Well, last night I know Hannity was doing it, Dr. Oz was doing it, and even the task force that Trump has was asked about it. That a rheumatologist who's been using it for years and years and years and years says that the risks are tiny, and he has a giant body of work to show it. But the counter to that was, well, yeah, it's not showing any problems with people who own lupus. And they did acknowledge it. Now people who need it for lupus are having a hard time getting it because
you're gonna have that. We're in a pandemic
because there's a rush on it. But he said he's worked with the drug for a very long period of time, and he can speak to it. And so they are taking what he's saying and say, yes, we acknowledge that, but we still need to be sure, that we're doing what we need to do. But it is available to be used, and as it was said last night by Dr. Burke, we're letting the doctors decide for the patients, but they do have access to it. We're just not going to get the government involved in mandating that people be given the drug right now. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 26 years strong. Thank you for being with us as we guide you through yet another historic moment in our country and around the world, Pandemic 2020. Well, a lot of us are spending time with family, and you're pretty much seeing the same people every single day after day after day. And you know one thing, you don't want to give those that you love bad breath. You don't want them to have to tolerate bad breath. So if you have a TheraBreath, and I just saw that Greg Burgess' wife Lisa just walked in the room, and I know that Greg's got fresh breath. Lisa, is Greg taking TheraBreath? Has he got it? Has he got his TheraBreath ready to go today?
Every day.
Every day. Every day. Greg's got fresh breath, don't you? Dr. Katz put that on him, and he's got it. You can get TheraBreath all over the place now. That's right. That'll make you go to bed earlier, won't it? Here we go. The show is rolling on here. Field of Greens. Love you, Field of Greens. Yesterday in the Wednesday Bible study, the regulars that come in the studio weekly, Field of Greens talk broke out. Everybody, hey, thank you for introducing us to this product. And all I said was, you're welcome.
I had people asking questions about, hey, Burge, which one you use? I use the green one. That's all I know. It's the green one.
I call that the original.
The original. They have one version of the green though that doesn't have any flavoring. Now, I haven't tried that one, and I'm not sure that would be if you'd rather have that one, you can, because I know some of you, I think have an aversion to stevia or something. So there's one that doesn't have anything in it, but just straight up.
I got an email from Germany. Scott's listening, says he takes 2 scoops a day.
Attaboy, Scott. Me too, buddy.
Yeah.
Look at him sitting there watching the show.
Watching the show from Germany.
They also have wild berry. That's Sherry's favorite. Strawberry lemonade, lemon lime. And it's just incredible. And I told you about Mike sending us the latest test. Got back from the doc, and his lab results were phenomenal. After he had been taking Field of Greens for a year, cholesterol from 200 to 138. So my wife, who thought that I was kind of maybe too much into the show, but now has joined me and is taking it as well. Similar experience for me, Mike, at home. So anyway, and the results, you feel better. This is not all that complicated, though, if you start thinking about it from a scientific point of view. If our body is designed and it runs the best on the right fuel, and this is a product that makes sure the body gets the fuel it was designed to run on, then wouldn't the body run better? It's no more complicated than that.
Makes sense.
So why don't you go to fieldofgreens.com? It's hard to get all this in your diet without some help. So go to fieldofgreens.com, get 15% off the first order, and get free rush shipping. So go right now, and maybe we'll get a great email from you. But I can tell you from experience, and I know Speedy's taking it too, and it has made a huge difference in my life, and it will yours too. All right, so we continue with almost like we're going into evil dictator governments overtime. Now, I was approached, I forget where I was, and somebody said, "Hey, did you hear about TikTok?" And I don't do TikTok, so I didn't really know what they were talking about. And they said, "Hey, we're about to ban TikTok in the United States of America unless it's run by an American company and it's not run by China." And I love y'all. There's some great people out there, but we're living in a time where shoot, ready, aim is kind of the way to go. Somebody said, I saw somewhere, and we've all done that before. So I really didn't pay that much attention to it. And then you said, did you see the protesters? This is how addicted people get to this stuff. Americans are losing their mind. The House passed a bill that could, I would underline could, ban TikTok, and they did that yesterday morning. A Chinese Communist Party spokesman, I bet can you imagine that job, has warned that the move will come back to bite the U.S. Now why are they... Well, they thought they're going to get us because we don't want to use TikTok.
It may mean that the product that they've invested heavily in is actually spying for them, and they don't like it.
Yes.
Really, shouldn't their response be, "Hey, U.S., this is ridiculous. Ban whatever you want. We don't care."
Yeah, right. Yeah, enjoy your protest in the street when you can't. When people
have they lost face now? Will they have to ban reels in China?
Of course.
Is that how this is going to play out?
You're probably right. I'd go ahead and get your profit star ready on that one. Mm-hmm. So they're saying that the House passed it 352 to 65. It was a bipartisan vote, so the government in China is offended by this. But there seems to be, and I know there was grave concern that the Chinese were using this TikTok to spy on America and to gather information from Americans. And I know, Adler, this is a little more your world.
You mean the ones that sent the balloon over that was
spying
on us?
Right.
At a low altitude?
Nothing to see here.
Right. Biden lets that spy plane go over the United States, but he wants to ban TikTok. This isn't about banning TikTok. This is about banning X. That bill is going to allow them.
You're right.
That bill is going to allow them to say, okay, we banned TikTok.
What's next?
But what's hidden in that bill allows them to ban other things.
I see.
Nancy Pelosi spoke about it, and she sounded very stupid. If you guys want to hear that,
sure.
Kind of like
surprising.
Normal.
Okay.
Here we go.
This is not an attempt to ban TikTok. It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner.
That's not true. That's not a real video.
I wish
That's not a real
I had
video.
not seen that.
That's not a real.
Seen that.
That's not a real video.
It's the word.
This is deep fake. The word.
It's got to be deep fake.
Yeah, she's not.
It's an attempt to make TikTok better. Tic-tac-toe. A winner. A winner.
My favorite word is the word.
Unbelievable.
I got to tell you, if they ban it,
is the word.
if they ban it, it'll change my nights because I'll scroll through TikTok and watch some interesting things
Here,
about every other night.
I bet.
Here's the question. Everybody who is deciding or voting on this really does not know what they're voting on. They're trusting somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
The people that say, oh, there's nothing to it. The people who say, oh, yeah, they're stealing, they're spying. Unless you know source code and you can go into this heavily guarded secret and go in and look at their code and decode it and see what their variables are and what they're looking and what they're harvesting, how does anybody know other than you're trusting somebody else? Right?
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Thank you, Bill.
Right. I would say the same thing. I mean, if our little,
I mean, who
could our politicians be any more uninformed or uneducated on what they're voting on?
I will say, I bet out of 400 and whatever there is in Congress now, that 399 of them have no idea what any of this programming code looks like, and probably the other one couldn't go in and do this. There's very few people could go in and do this. That's why no one can. Why can't somebody go, okay, here is source code, here is the line where they're doing this or doing that. How much can the program do? Can it listen to you? Sure it can. Can it video you without you knowing? Sure it can.
Sure.
We know that it'll do that.
Well, yeah.
That's been long ago. Smart TVs can do some of that too. So, who you trusting? Who you got faith in? You know,
where are you
going to
the
go?
Chinese government.
So the Chinese government said they got 150 million American users. We don't know if that number is a good number, but that's what they boast. Now Biden says that he would sign it, or someone told him to say that, if it passes the Senate. So it still has to pass the Senate. Trump is upset about it because he said if TikTok is banned, then Facebook's going to double their business, and they cheated him out of the last election.
It's all valid points. You know, who are you helping? Who are you hurting? Who are you really protecting?
The critics, their biggest concern is the Chinese government's ability to leverage its power over the Chinese-owned company to access sensitive user data. Even though they've said they're not doing it, that's the Chinese government saying they're not doing it. So,
Right.
so everybody's like, well, how do we know? We don't.
Well, let's walk it out. Let's just talk about it for a sec. Let's think about this. What user data could the Chi-Coms use for their advantage? What's in it for them? Sell me on it if I'm the judge.
Right.
What are they getting?
From
they're gonna know
individuals.
where you go. They're gonna know the name of your dog. They're gonna have pictures of you outside dancing in the yard.
Well, I mean,
how
if
far
they can
will it
access
go?
your microphone, they know a lot more than that.
Could they?
Well, all the platforms do that.
Of course, yeah, but I'm
Could-
just saying
right.
these is a Chinese-owned company.
Could they find
That's the
someone
issue.
in an important position that's having an affair and blackmail them with that?
Who knows?
Now, I mean, that's
Sure.
a valid.
Who
thing,
knows?
right?
Absolutely. I
But
think
maybe the
everything's on the
guy's
table.
got the keys to the the missile silo or something. What do you do?
Yeah, you
But
don't know.
A lot of people would say that they're doing that anyway via anything, Google, Facebook, whatever.
Yeah.
If you look in the bill, it allows any website, any application, mobile or desktop, or any augmented or immersive technology application, basically anything can be banned by determination of the president. So the president can just decide to ban any website, app, or anything like that, and that's hidden in this TikTok ban
Okay,
bill.
so you're saying it's too broad. They're using this as a Trojan horse
Absolutely.
to be able to go in and shut X down, shut Truth down, shut whoever's not agreeing with them down.
Most definitely.
Which we've said for
And
years.
that's a valid
It makes
argument
sense,
too.
It is. That's why you have to be careful.
Yeah, you got to really peer under the hood of all these issues.
Any power you give the central government, they will always abuse it, and you better be careful what you give them the authority to do.
Look, I was a supporter of the Patriot Act. I thought we needed it at the time. We well documented for it. We now see post Snowden how it can be abused. I don't know that I was necessarily right about
It's never
that.
worth it. It never worth. Well, the founding fathers told
I
us.
think you definitely got to look at it harder.
The founding fathers, and it was a hard pill to swallow because none of us like to be afraid. Okay, the founding fathers warned: do not give up your liberty, even if, especially if you're doing it out of fear, because the government knows if they can get you afraid enough, and sell you on, give us this power we don't have. It'll protect you. Once you give it to them,
they're going to abuse it. They can't. They just are. They don't have the ability not to abuse it.
Yeah.
And so we all jump up and down and say the Chinese, and we give them this power, and before you know it, they go, "No, we don't like X. We don't like that. We don't like this. That's people are saying bad things about us on there. Boop, we take that away from you." I don't know that I want
versus what they can steal from.
Yeah,
I mean that's the balance.
And like you said, do y'all really think if we ban the Chinese ownership of TikTok that suddenly all social media becomes safe?
Right.
Social media is pulling information from all of us every single day.
Yeah.
You know,
the bill was backed by every member of the House GOP leadership, and Pelosi said they're not trying to ban TikTok. They're trying to have this Chinese-owned company be more transparent.
Well, she said tic-tac.
Toe. Yeah.
Tic-tac.
Yeah.
Winner. I'm telling you, be careful with this bill. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Not allowed to go in or the location. You say, I'd like to minimize my trip to get my TheraBreath at the retailer. Well, then just go to TheraBreath.com, and they'll send you some right there. You can also get some free samples. And we love their products. We love the mouthwash, the toothpaste, and, of course, we also love the lozenges. We all carry those around, stock them in our offices, have some at home, some here. So find out more by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Now, Lisa, how in the world did Greg get you to come in and be on Zoom today?
I actually came up here to tell him bye that I'm leaving.
Yeah.
And he told me to come in. So I popped in for just a second. I'm going to work.
Oh, really? So you have to go in. I know they're doing school and stuff online, but you guys have to come in for some time?
Well, this just started yesterday for Calhoun County school system. So I have 1 day a week. Tuesday is my day. So somebody has to man the office because we have a lot of parents right now with a lot of questions. You know, there's a lot of uncertainty going on in this world right now with school and business. And did you just make fun of me? I threw uncertainty out there. Did you see him?
Yeah, I did. So how has he behaved during the pandemic? You know, we tried to keep him at work, and then Joe Diffie died, and we lost Greg, and now you're stuck.
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
He took it pretty hard.
Well, did I not see this coming though? I called it.
Lisa, how's
Look what it turned into?
Can y'all see this hair? This is what I look at every day. Do you see that right there?
Nobody cut your hair. I can't get a haircut.
I'm about to have to get hold of it myself is what's going to happen.
Yeah, you're going to have to cut
Lisa,
that.
Lisa, are you wearing a mask and gloves when you go in or what?
I will be the only person in the office. So the administrators are there, and then I will be the only person in the office. The teachers, they have a lot of times they can come in if they need to get something out of their room or whatever, but they are using every safety measure possible to keep everybody safe. And of course, the social distancing, you know, everybody's staying. Every time I say a word,
Lisa,
it's more than 4 letters. Do you
Lisa,
see?
you see what it's like on this show, looking over your shoulder all the time?
I feel sorry for y'all. I do.
Okay.
So,
hey,
Lisa,
good to see, Lisa. You got any like vacuuming or anything you need to go do?
I don't have time for him to start this with me this morning.
I ain't heard no pans rattling down.
Okay. It's usually you're gonna go down there and make me a sandwich. Okay, I'm making him a sandwich, and I'm gonna make 2, and he can share his other one with Buddy James out in the yard. So that's an idea. How about that one?
Lisa, he says he's been sitting in his rocking chair out there on the porch.
Yeah.
Y'all, I'm gonna video it next time. Him and Buddy James have bonded. They are closer than ever. I mean, they go running up and down the driveway together. He jogs with his daddy every day, and it's so funny. But Buddy has become Greg's best friend.
Yeah.
Did you say Greg jogged?
Greg to stay away from germs, and he's outside living the dream with Buddy. So.
Well, how is it having Greg there all the time?
I'm practicing social distancing from Greg. I'm trying to survive COVID-19 and Willie G right here. So
yeah.
I have two things that I'm fighting against right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, really, he's up here for 5 hours every morning.
That helps.
You know, so he's up here, I'm downstairs, and usually he beats me home from work anyway. So I'm home at 3:30, 4 o'clock, and then he's already here. So it's really not that different.
That's
it's
right.
really not.
Well, Lisa, you are building treasures in heaven. We all know that.
I agree. All right, y'all have a good day.
Hey, Lisa, let me ask you a question. Is he getting a lot of things that you've wanted done around the house? Is he knocking all that out for you?
Nothing at all yet. Nothing.
Well, this thing's going to be a while.
I have mentioned just kind of because I don't want to be that person. Hey, you need to clean the windows.
Well,
but
when did you stop being that person? I must have missed it.
I'm about to see something go down right here. Oh my gosh! Oh, woo. Somebody woke up sassy this morning. Good Lord, I don't know what's going on with him. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna head on to Pleasant Valley High School. Is what I'm gonna do because it's about to get bad up here in the game room. I'll tell you.
Yeah, Lisa, on your way out, based on Greg's boldness today, make sure there's not a small cooler over in the corner.
Yeah.
I'm about to go open up the refrigerator and see if it's empty.
It's about to get to that.
Y'all stay.
It's 9 minutes. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so tonight, if you're up in beautiful Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee area, Finger, Tennessee, or as they tell you locally, say Finger, Old Friendship Church tonight, Man Church, as they roll through that. Brian Dawson speaking there tonight. If you want to go by and see Brian, be part of that men up in that area and then plug into our curriculum, you can do that tonight. All right, so we're getting TikTok emails now, and TikTok this, and tic-tac-toe for the win. Bubba, I know you had an email.
Well, this is, like I say, I remember an effort to ban it before. I know the government phones couldn't have it on it, and I remember Trump being against it. Said, you guys, what you're missing several years ago, TikTok, a lot of hackers discovered that if you had TikTok on your phone, anything that you copied to your clipboard was then sent to China servers. That would include your bank account passwords, anything that you ever copy on your phone as long as the TikTok app is on there. A lot of research was done about this. Apple even tried to get them to fix it. TikTok claimed they had fixed it, but after further test, it also proved that it was false.
So I know there's
Comes
one
from David Mize.
Yeah, I understand all this, but I want us to remember the Patriot Act if we could. I understand the concern. I understand the legitimacy of the concern, but I'm telling you, when we start letting the government take this kind of authority, you better take this bill and you better scan it forward and back, and maybe they can go in and say, well, let's take this part out. If they could get down to all we want to do is stop what you're talking about,
right?
Then I think we can all get on board for this. But if they start leaving language in there that anytime they deem a social media platform to be something they don't like, and they can ban it, you better not give them that authority.
Yeah, well, I can't.
I'm just telling you.
I can't believe the Republicans who think that most of the social media is working against them would allow this. I don't know if they didn't read this or this is not factually correct in the bill either. I don't know. I'm trusting Adler on it, but I believe he's probably right.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, but no matter. Yeah, we do need to know. We need to be educated on this bill because the government, they're masters of this, of taking something that you go, yeah, man, and then you don't realize, I just gave them power to do something that I don't want them to do. So you better watch it, and you better pay attention. You better listen to the voices of those founding fathers. And I'm with you. I'm confused on Trump. You said at one time he was against it, China. But now in this story from Daily Mail, still as the bill has gained more steam, so too has opposition. Trump threw cold water on it last week, insisting If TikTok is banned, its rival Facebook would double their business. I don't want Facebook, who cheated in the last election, doing better, Trump wrote in a social media post. They are the true enemy of the people. So
Yeah, well,
he
it sounds
seems
like
to change his tune.
he's against banning it, but not really based on anything other than it would help Facebook.
That's correct. Yeah. So now you got Trumpers and the GOP at odds because the GOP's for it, Trump's not.
What I can read here is that the new TikTok ban bill, H.R. 7521, gives the executive branch of government the power to define any platform, any website as foreign-owned or foreign-controlled or guided, even if it's domestic, giving them the ability to control, censor content on a website, an app, on any of that. And it's, again, determined by the president. I don't like that one bit.
That's not. I'm just telling you, that's
Yeah,
not.
even
that's
if
not
you
good.
were for that, I wouldn't want the president by himself to be able to make that call.
No.
It just has
Because,
it has that creepy feeling again.
Think about this, guys. Okay, you see Trump's disdain for Facebook, right? So if Trump gets elected, he could ban Facebook.
If this bill says what it sounds like,
If it says what we think it says, and I don't think anybody, even on the left, you don't want that, do you?
Well, on the right, I don't want that. I don't want any president.
That's
I don't
what I'm
care.
saying.
Yeah, if he has an R, an I, a D by his name, I don't want him to have the authority to not like a social media platform and ban it.
No, he's a president, not a king or a dictator.
I don't do kings. I don't do dictators.
The Democrats are so short-sighted on everything they do. They're willing to burn down the government. They're willing to burn down the country in order to keep Trump out, frankly, and control the people and keep control.
Well, they're also the party of a giant central government.
So
they love all the power.
When
they
all
get.
else fails, what's Chuck Schumer's position on it? Do you know? And
well,
I'm right off.
They don't even know if the Senate's going to. They don't even know if the Senate's going to pick this up and vote on
Simplifies it.
So that's what I was. I saw yesterday. They don't know if it just got through the House and the Senate will live in entertained looking at it. They're hoping this scares the Chinese-owned company to make an adjustment within 6 months.
They're wanting them to change, and they're trying to use this to force them to change.
And when I see it's backed by every member of the House GOP leadership, that word leadership, jumps out at me. I'll be honest with you. I think sometimes the GOP leadership they're not very sharp. Some of the way they handle their strategy is pretty terrible.
Well, I like the new guy. I like the new guy and the speaker. I think he's straight.
I think that was an upgrade.
But I don't know. I'd like to hear his take on it too.
Yeah, I mean, surely
it's a complicated issue, and honestly, none of us have all the information we need.
Well, if you're a small central government person, that's your ideology. You can't be for this language that we just read. You can't be. Sometimes, freedom and liberty, it's never going to be maximized, and at the same time, you be completely safe from anything forever and ever, with liberty always comes risk, because you have to at some point stand up and say, I want to be free, but also that means that all risk that I have to attain that freedom comes with it. But where you get in trouble, you start saying, well, I wish the central government would protect me more. I don't want to be in charge of my own destiny. I want them to be in charge of it. They'd be happy to do that for you.
They'll help you right out.
Yeah, they'll help you right out.
Mm-hmm.
So don't like giving the government more power. Not a fan, thumbs down.
Nope.
Not a fan. Top of the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. We'll get into some of your phone calls next hour as well, and we'll let you weigh in. 866 We Be Big. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so you feel it out there, don't you? Spring is in the air. Spring is in the air. Every time I look around. Bradford pears, they're blooming everywhere. Look, I know we've been there. Sherry, little Sherry Burgess, she just gets out there and she just loves to garden. And the problem is we have a joke sometimes until we found the wonderful people at Fast Growing Trees. Before we found this wonderful organization and this great business, we said we all love this honey, but let's all face it, our house is the place where trees and plants go to die. But that's before we found Fast Growing Trees, the biggest online nursery in the United States of America, more than 10,000 different kinds of plants, over 2 million happy customers in the USA alone, everything you could possibly want, fruit trees, palm trees, evergreens, houseplants, so much more. If you're interested in it, they have it. Now, here's the key, and this is why we no longer have that slogan. Now it's the place where trees and plants come to thrive, thanks to Fast Growing Trees. Why? Well, they got with Sherry and said, look, here's your climate. Here's the space you have. These are the trees and plants that will thrive. Thank you, Fast Growing Trees. They'll get it to your door in 1 to 2 days. You know what else that means? No going to the nursery, loading up the back of your car, dirt everywhere, and having to haul all this stuff home. They give you the 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee. They offer a free plant consultation forever. They're always available to you. So let's make the move right now, okay? Spring is where they have the best deals online, up to half off selected plants and other deals. And listeners to the Rick and Bubba Show get an additional 15% off the first purchase when you use the code Bubba at checkout. Now, that's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com using the code Bubba. Fastgrowingtrees.com, the code Bubba. Offer is valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply.
Safe. Keep your hands washed.
All right, thank
Okay.
you, Lisa.
Thank
you, Lisa.
I love you too. There it is. Everybody's America's favorite couple, Greg and Lisa Burgess.
Yep.
Look, now Greg's trying to tell her just kidding.
Yeah,
Greg,
I know.
Greg,
I know.
come on.
I got damage control. You got to do stuff for the show, though.
I was about to say, Greg, can I tell you something honestly on behalf of the entire team, because I think I speak for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for doing anything for the show, because the rest of your day.
Oh, I'm in trouble big time. But
You think it's the yellow shirt? Does that have anything to do with it? Maybe a little boldness?
I found old Yellow. I forgot about him.
Yeah. No, but Greg, can I tell you one thing you made a point that I have not even thought about? And Bubba, I know you've actually, I think you've used this time pretty good based on our conversations. Helms, you sound like you've been pretty busy. Speedy sounds like he's been pretty busy. You know, Adler's got a new baby coming. I mean, we're getting down to the day, okay? But you're right, Greg. The pandemic, we already know, I mean, best case scenario, it's April 30th. So when somebody comes up to you and says, well, hey, man, now that you got this time, you need to do whatever, you're like, well, not really today. I could just do it tomorrow.
I'll push it off. It's got to be perfect for me to do. I keep putting pressure washing off because I don't want to do it. Maybe that's why.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll get to that eventually. Probably not today. You know, it's supposed to rain.
Yeah, Greg, I think where you are, it's not going to rain till like 5 this afternoon. But you can go ahead and do that.
I may have to do that.
Got to get that running in early, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Buddy got to get a run in.
How about I was surprised you got Lisa to be on the show. That was good. Well, she was dressed and ready for work. That's it.
That's the only one. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
She was just coming to tell me. I said, come sit down and try to add something. You know?
I thought she was going to tear that sugar up before she left.
I did too.
She would have punched me probably.
Hey, I do have a follow-up question in regards to Buddy James. She seemed to think that y'all have really increased your friendship. What has changed?
Well, I've spent a lot more time outside than usually after I drive home, I come in, I get on the couch. I don't want to get up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So me and Buddy been hanging out more. I get a little more outside time with him. And I've been jogging, and he loves to run with me. And then he'll jump in the ditch with water. And then when I come by, he'll jump on me with water and mud. But besides
do you talk to him? Do you talk to him? You hash things out with him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll sit down and have a good conversation.
Mm-hmm. Now, does he jump on you? Does he hit your legs when you're running, or does he just run beside you?
First start, he does. He'll try. If you can survive him trying to trip you, then he gets in line. But
okay.
He's the worst behaved dog as far as like discipline, probably ever.
Well, he's a yard dog. He's a yard dog. He didn't have to have discipline.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. I mean, he'll jump on you with his feet and push you. It's constant.
Greg, let's talk about this running. So are you doing was it 20 was it 30-10 or 20-30-10? I can't remember. No, me and Speedy had been working on our distance running before the pandemic, and I go. I mean, I'm no marathoner.
Right.
I probably run about 1.5 miles every day.
So do you just go up and down the driveway, or do you get out and go ahead and hit the valley?
I go up and down the driveway, and then every now and then I got a little circuit I'll cut through the yard just to break it up a little bit.
And Buddy James is with you the whole way?
The whole way. But then he'll venture off and go dive in the ditch and stuff like that.
Rick, he said, I'm sorry, go ahead, Helmsy.
You listen to anything while you're out there? You got headphones in?
No.
Okay.
He says that he cuts off where he runs as far as the length of the driveway because Buddy will get down out by the road and start wanting to chase cars.
Oh, sure.
So he has to cut it off.
I don't go to the very end because he'll either chase cars or go across the street and fight the other dogs. So,
okay.
My dog can't have that.
Well, good. All right. So we got a good update from the valley there.
Phone calls will start the hour. Thank you, Ken Osborne. You can call. The real Greg Burgess standing by, ready to take your call. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Man Adler, all here for a brand new hour. We start the hour with calls from America. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. You know, if everything goes on schedule, we may have a SpaceX launch.
Okay.
This hour, the big Starship.
Did you terrify you just
yeah.
then?
What did
Yeah,
I?
he
I'm
did.
sorry. What did I?
No, I thought you were going to talk about what we were talking about in the break.
Yeah, I thought you were
If
going to
everything
make
keeps going
some
smoothly, we got. I thought you were going to make some.
No.
I thought you were going to make a bold statement.
No, easy.
No, I know better.
Whoa! I say, whoa, Bubba! Whoa, Bush!
Whoa!
But if that happens, we'll take a look see.
We'll try to
And it's
jipper.
Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. Letters from the audience. Does your letter make it? Find out this weekend. 866 We Be Big. We want to talk to you now. We hit some spicy topics last hour that may spawn calls. So 866 We Be Big. Daniel is going to stay on that topic, but you can talk about whatever you want to. And that topic, of course, being TikTok. Daniel, welcome to the show. Go right ahead, buddy.
Just thinking about our old Democrat friends, you know, they don't like Elon Musk. He's from Canada or from sorry, getting my breakfast.
Are you getting
Canada
the sauce?
or
You got to help her there.
Kelly, you want the Diet Coke?
Do you want the Diet Coke with the sauce? You really think that's going to
Yes,
cancel
ma'am.
this sausage? But
He's from Canada or South Africa or where. Twitter may be American owned, I don't know, but he sure is not. So they could sure turn that around on him and ban Twitter or X or whatever if they don't like what's going on that. So
Isn't he? I think
you got to be careful with that.
From California. Isn't he American?
But he
citizen?
originally South African, though?
Yes, yes.
Originally.
Yeah, originally.
He's a foreign guy, and
But
that's
is
a
he-
foreign-owned
But
company
he has
nowadays.
citizenship in the United States.
He's a citizen though now.
Correct.
Yeah.
He's a U.S. citizen now, yes.
Correct.
That is correct.
By the way, if this goes off, the visual at Texas right now is impressive in the dark with that thing on the launch
So
pad.
what's the timing on that?
Is that all you're focused on?
It looks
right now?
like T
Sorry,
minus 1 hour
Okay.
and 1 minute now.
Speedy, you're in
so-
charge of reminding us.
Okay.
I need you to
That-
be more into this.
Oh, I will. Well, yeah, they've got a printed story and everything
and
ready to
between
go.
now and liftoff, I need a space voice from you. Come up with some kind of space voice.
All right.
Now remember, the last 2 launches we've had spectacular endings to them, so you just
Yes.
never know.
Well, they'll blow up.
Can you do the Looney Tunes Marvin the Martian? Bubba does that one pretty good.
No, I've never
Thank you for
been.
playing
Give
along.
me a
Rick.
little of it. No.
The X5 modulator. You know, he does that.
On the X5 modulator, we have T-minus 60 seconds.
No,
he's not swimming.
Donald Duck.
We have T-minus 16 seconds.
Chris.
Keep working on it.
Now that's really Donald Duck.
Chris out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Chris, go ahead.
We have 60 minutes.
That's
Hey, good morning, fellas. I heard y'all talking about Ozempic yesterday, and you were talking about.
Wait a minute. Well, shh. Ozempic. All right, go ahead.
You got to give their marketing people credit. Everybody sings that. don't they?
Upset Bubba's tummy.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. You were talking about the facial features and how people's faces look gaunt, and I read a study where for every pound of fat people lose, they lose 3 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
And that's why their faces look like that. They lose the musculature of their face.
Oh, okay.
So they need to do lip ups.
Yeah.
Build that back up.
There you go.
Yeah, remember the lip ups on the side of the pinball machine? Fonzie had them doing so they could learn to kiss.
Oh, Zephyr, droopy face. All right, we'll continue. Let's go to Nate out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Nate, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man. Good, buddy.
Hey, I had a suggestion for the next book you should do for the man church or the men's Bible study.
Okay.
I mean, I'd like to see either Galatians or Jonah. I think both of those are fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
I love.
Yeah, I'm actually banned on doing Galatians because my wife is writing a Galatians Bible study that probably will come out next year. So I'm banned from doing that. Jonah is a good idea. So we'll take a look. I'm getting some good suggestions for that. So thanks. That's a good that book. The thing that gets me the most is that, and Bubba, we've talked about this on the air before. When Jonah ends, Jonah is still mad.
Yeah, he's mad.
He never gets past it. He does what God tells him to do, but he doesn't like it. He never likes it.
A hero of the Bible, and he's sitting there with his lip poked out. You know?
He's still mad.
Isn't that funny?
Let's go to Tom.
How about meeting all those people one day? How funny will
how about that'll be? You know, do you think Paul's like, can I just get everybody together for one final talk about the thorn?
Yeah, you know he's going to be that.
Tom in Pell City, go ahead.
Hey, listen, I was trying to tell y'all the other day, too, Kelly Clarkson, she's lost a ton of weight with the gummies. I'm not sure what kind of gummies they were, something that Dr. Oz was promoting. So I wonder if Big O is going to be talking about those as well.
Probably. You know, that special is this coming Monday night. I really would like to see it. But,
yeah, I'm going to try to watch it, too.
But I don't know about Dr. What's his name? I don't know about Dr. Oz's gummies. Do you know?
Now,
about
are
his
these some he really promoted, or somebody he had to chase down that put his picture on there that wasn't real? You remember when he used to go bust everybody?
Yeah,
he had
so
fake
funny.
endorsement.
You walk in, there's a stand-up of him in there. What are y'all laughing at? Gummies?
I'm laughing at them laughing. I don't even know why.
I'll tell you in the break, and it's about Speedy, but he got tickled at something that he would have gotten tickled at last week if he would have been in here, and I just saw him react to it. So he knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I think I know what y'all are saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm out of the loop.
I was last week. I was frustrated you weren't in here because you would have laughed and I would have laughed.
Yeah. Right.
And I missed that moment.
I prayed about it.
So then it had built up for like 3 days, and then it just happened. So that's why I laughed so hard I snorted.
I know what you're
for some reason.
All right, Seth in Alabama. Hey, Seth, go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Real quick on the TikTok ban that y'all are talking about, it's not just a foreign-owned company. It has to be 20% of a foreign-owned company owned in either Iran, North Korea, China, or Russia. It's only those 4 countries.
So are they specifying that in the bill?
Yes, that's actually specified in the bill. That it has to be 20% interest owned within only those 4 countries.
Well, see, that kind of shifts it back the other way.
Yeah.
You know, the thing though, if you're going to do that, if you're going, I'm not saying it's a bad idea to police this, but shouldn't we also police who's buying property next to air bases?
Yeah, where does it stop? Yeah, I mean,
or farmland.
Sure.
You know.
It just feels like a bait and switch, and I'm with you.
I mean, you got to have an open system here, and we love that and support that, but there's got to be some guardrails.
I'm going to adopt Bubba's view on this. I'm going to wait and see what Chuck Schumer says.
Yeah, I mean, when all else fails, if I can't get a clear picture, I just see what Schumer says, and I go the other way. It used to be Ted Kennedy, and now it's Schumer.
Anthony.
I don't see any of that language in this bill at all, and I'm on the website.
Screaming.
Who's got the bill?
I told you, Adler wasn't going to tolerate this.
I don't see that at all.
All right, so Adler says to the caller, I don't see that in the bill.
And I'm looking on Congress.gov at HR 7521.
How many pages is it?
So many.
I'm trying to read as fast as I can.
No, I mean, how many pages does it say it is? Because it's got to be 1,000 pages, right? I mean,
right. 1,000,000 pages. Anthony in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Anthony, go ahead.
Hey, guys, the caller about Dr. Oz's gummies and Kelly Clarkson, that is a deep fake. I fell for that scam. Ordered the gummies, Turns out it's a subscription. They're going to charge you the couple $100 every 3 months or whenever they run out. Very, very difficult to get my refund. I actually had to go to the bank and file a bunch of affidavits to get my money back and to get those shipped back. They say it's a full refund if you don't want it, but it's a deep fake.
All right, Anthony, let me clarify. But is the product, is it correct that is the product that people are claiming is the key to their weight loss, or is the whole thing fake, or you just don't like the way they handle if you don't like it, we'll give you money back?
No, I got the 5 bottles in the mail, but afterwards, after I ordered them, I tried to cancel the order. And I realized it was a subscription. So it may be, they are gummies. They are bottles of some type of gummies, and the commercial claims that to be right. But if you go back, Kelly, I believe, I found a video later, I think it was her or another celebrity, said, hey, this is fake. This is not me. Okay. If you even go back and watch the video, you can tell the voice is off from the video, that somebody's created that ad to sell these gummies. So that's not Kelly doing that.
Okay. All right.
It's fake.
Yeah. Well,
look over here.
Certainly know there's a lot of things out there. But I will tell all of you, and being a heavy person who has struggled with weight for most of my life, the same thing. If you just kind of use some reasoning, so all I have to do is take a gummy, and all my problems with my overweightness will be solved. That doesn't sound realistic. So there you go. And if it does work, what is it doing to you? We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big. Adler will join us after he's read the bill from page 1.
Yeah, he's going to get back with us next Thursday.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Speaking of making a difference, Bubba, Mike Lindell is on the horn. Mike, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? How you doing, guys?
Well, Mike, look, I'll tell you this. We love what you're doing. We thank you for your investment in what we do. And, the Rick and Bubba audience and My Pillow, that has been a relationship that continues to thrive. Our audience loves your product. And you guys continue to support what we do, and it continues to be a win-win.
Yeah, it's you guys have been amazing. I don't know what it's been, 4 or 5 years now. You guys are sleeping so good. The people out there, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Tell it. All the energy on your show, it's just it's awesome.
Hey, you got to pack.
Well, we want them to sleep good so they can get up and be ready for the show when it comes on bright and early for most people.
That's right. That's right.
So let's talk a little bit about what just happened. I mean, we talked about your products, and we had you on, even on our podcast when the book came out, and the book, of course, is still available and people are reading right now. If you don't have it, What Are the Odds? From Crack to CEO, this incredible story of Mike Lindell. But, you also have, where we also have some things in common is that we are business people working in the world, but, we're open about the fact that we are, followers of Jesus, and we've been redeemed and transformed. Here we are at the most important week in the history of the world, Passion Week, when we remember what God did for us. So you got up and you took your business and realized that our country was in a pandemic and we were in unprecedented peril. And you guys, like a lot of our private businesses, are doing your part to help. Talk about that for a minute. Then I want to talk about when you were invited to the garden and you made your statement and then you were pummeled by your critics. But first of all, tell us again what you're doing at My Pillow that's helping with the pandemic.
Well, what we're doing a couple things. One of them is we're making masks, the cloth masks. We're getting upwards. I think we're around 30,000 now a day. We're getting upwards. So I want to get to about 50 or more. I just got off the phone with another company. They're reaching out to us, and we're teaching them how to fish. We're one place we're providing the fabric and showing the patterns, and we've gotten about 5 other companies involved with that. So our total keeps increasing. And then we also have we went to a second shift, and one of the things I want to say is I'm losing my voice. I've been on so much media.
I know. I'm worried about your.
That's not a dry cough.
Listen, I'm worried about your voice.
every time that I hear you, you sounds like your voice is hoarse. You're going to have to stop talking at some point, but not for long.
Yeah, right on. But we're making all these masks, and then we set up a task force, and the task force is because we're learning about so many things that are needed in this footprint, and one of the things we're trying to get the other kind of masks too, the N95s and the other kind, to get them in the right places. There's so much everybody blocking. There's people gouging. There's people hoarding, or these are businesses that they if one place might have a stockpile of masks and the other ones don't, and then there's businesses that are open that are deemed essential businesses, but they don't have any protection. One of them was I was at a Whole Foods store, and they said, "Oh, we're waiting on masks from Amazon." Well, Jeff Bezos owns Whole Foods stores. Amazon owns the Whole Foods. I was appalled. I'm going, "Are you kidding me?" So we're doing a lot. I'm finding out we have a 24-hour sanitizer that we've been working on with this other company, and it just got. I think it gets approved today or tomorrow, and if that gets approved, that'll be a game changer too, where you can put sanitizer in as we get back to work, where you're 24 hours, you put it on your hands and you're protected. So there's so many things we're doing, but I just to have the platform even to be able to do this for me, I give the glory to God, and it's just a blessing. I always like helping.
Mike, yeah, we're so proud of you, what you do and how you do it. I mean, it fires us up. But I want to ask you a technical question. How big a deal is it to go from making pillows and sheets to making masks? What has to happen? How do you transition to that?
Well, we had to do two things. How do we make it safe for our employees? Because we turned 75% of our production into making masks, and it was just moving the machines wider, bringing electric from different areas.
It's 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for spending some time together. All right, so as we work our way back, we do have, and we'll continue to research this bill and all that. Bubba's getting some info too. Adler, of course, is all over it. But do you mind during us gathering information that we can watch zookeepers trapped in a gorilla enclosure?
Oh, absolutely.
So we
I saw that on the list yesterday. We didn't get to
right,
but it certainly is worthy of a view, I think.
Right, and of course this harkens back to the wonderful day I got to spend with Greg and his grandkids when one of his grandkids, who looked like he was imitating a monkey, and I said, "Oh, are you a monkey?" He said, "No, a gorilla."
Yeah, he's beating his chest.
I'm a gorilla. So anyway, zookeepers got trapped inside an enclosure with gorillas. And Adler, you've been telling us about this one. What's going on here?
This happened in Fort Worth, and it happened in October of last year, but the video was just posted to social media last week. A guy that would just happen to be there with his family just now posted it, so we're just now getting to see what happened.
Did the zoo not want us to see it? Is that why it's been so long coming out?
I think the guy finally just got around to posting it because he was like, "This is an insane video."
Oh, he's somebody's dad. He never got around to it.
Right.
He's busy.
There was a zookeeper error, and the staff entered the yard unaware that the silverback was still in the habitat.
Put him up.
Oh, not
somebody
the silverback.
did put him up.
Yeah, so it gets bad, and it could have been even worse.
It's almost Harambe.
Oh, look.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's crazy.
What about when you go in there and you don't know he's in there? Bubba, I didn't know he was in there.
Oh, really, the speed.
So fast, so angry.
Oh, look at the dust
Who was
coming off.
supposed to put him up?
Shut the door.
That's a big butt.
Somebody didn't put him out?
So now there's one person by the door. There's another keeper to the right by the past the waterfall.
So that's why he hadn't slammed the door on.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Old Silverback said, "I've been waiting on this."
Staring down.
And if I'm the dad, I say, no, we will not move on. Everybody stay right here. I got to see how this ends.
Their form is amazing.
What about our kids? They'll get over it. Right.
Yeah. Could you imagine him as a linebacker?
Oh, the stance is amazing. So there's the other keeper on the far right.
I'm serious. That's an unbelievable stance.
Right, yeah. I mean, all right.
And people are watching and praying.
God protect her.
Oh, no.
And animals obey the sound of her voice.
By the way, it's a good idea. Whoever's telling God, make this.
There goes Silverback on the road.
Oh, she's trying to go.
Oh, so they're playing hide and seek behind the tree now. Look.
Oh, he's saying, I'm going to set up where nothing's behind me, and I see all of y'all out in front of me, and I dare somebody to move. What if you're the person that was supposed to put a rumba up and you didn't do it?
So is he does he have that guy blocked in that enclosure?
Well, no, it's just her. The guy behind is okay. The guy behind
he's
is
got
okay.
something between him. That's where you're supposed to be able to look into the enclosure.
Oh, it's a glass.
Yes. Rick, please set the scene for the radio audience.
Radio audience, we have two zookeepers. One of them's made it safely to the door. He can't shut the door because another zookeeper is still nowhere near the door.
Yes.
And
Is
the
that a female?
silverback has backed himself up against the wall and dares the zookeeper to try to go.
Right.
And the zookeeper doesn't know what to. Now he's moving.
Oh,
and
my
he's
God,
coming
oh, my God,
around.
oh, my God, oh, my
You
God.
got to go now.
Go.
You got to go. Run!
Oh,
lady.
my gracious.
All right, so
and this is being videoed from a safe place across.
Silverback said everybody.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, thank God the zookeeper had a mask on.
Yeah.
All right, so
You know,
might have infected
the
Dave.
gorilla almost went like it was flushing that person out of there. Wasn't it?
You get out of here.
Standoff.
All right, so you're
You
out
ain't
there.
doing me.
You're out there. You're the zookeeper. Somebody says, I'm off to feed a rumba. I don't know why we're naming him that, but I'm going to feed the big silverback and the family and where all the gorillas are. And somebody says to probably Larry Wayne, Larry, are the gorillas, are they out? Yeah, they're out. They're you good. And somebody just half did it and left the silverback in there. What about that moment, Rick and Bubba team? What about that moment? You're out there thinking you're going to leave food for the gorillas, and you look, and Silverback is still out there.
And he knocks his pan over.
He knocks his pan over, and
Now
he's
he's thinking,
furious.
what did I do?
And he's furious.
Oh,
And you're just looking at a gorilla.
Him snorting. You see,
It's so scary.
Look at the air when he snorts.
Oh, yeah. Can I tell you where I think they're fortunate here?
He's scared. He's kind of hiding behind a tree from the.
Yeah.
from
Well,
the
he's not
zookeeper.
sure what he's dealing with, Bubba.
Yeah, he's like,
but
what?
but
What are you
the
doing here?
and they do false charge. Unlike hippopotamuses,
interesting.
a silverback will false charge. So, and that's what he's doing, but it's very effective. But let me tell you where I think they're fortunate. That apparently Larry Wayne did get all the females and the kids up, and they're not out there.
Yeah.
If they were still females in there, I think we could have gone a lot worse.
That's a fact.
If he looks
Look at
around and
Big
sees his
Silver.
family, and he's like, oh, these people are dangerous to my family.
Right.
At this point, I think he looks around and thinks his family's safe. So he's
Yeah.
like, let me just
Yeah.
see if I can't run them out of
Yeah,
here.
he's even confused. Like, what's up?
Yeah, why am I still in here? Mm-hmm. And
It'd be like me seeing a silverback in my den.
right.
You're like, hey, what are you doing in here?
Then you would
This is
look,
my
say,
place.
you'd look, and say, is Betty safe?
Yeah.
And if she wasn't, you'd probably be more aggressive.
Right.
All right. So let's go back to this. So, in this situation, the person in the audience, I have to give them mad props for realizing these animals are ultimately, those of us who have a biblical worldview, are under the authority of their creator, even though it's in a fallen state. I'm going to check in with the beginning and the end and ask him to control the animal.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, that's good thinking.
And it worked.
Yeah.
The gorilla shot out of there, and I don't know why if he was trying to flush them out or he got scared by something else, but he may have seen something we didn't see.
You see this move right here? See, he's gone over to where the other window is, and he's put his back against it, knowing nothing can come behind him, and he's getting everything out in front of him. And that's not all that good if you're the one still stuck out there. But when he comes to flush her, comes around she just says, "I'm on a sprint." And how fast you think she ran? How fast do you think you could run if you thought a silverback was after you?
So fast. My feet might not touch the ground.
I think I'd be the fastest man alive.
Yeah, I look like I was walking on water.
Like Carl Lewis.
People would say, look, I know he's turning 60, but I've never seen that kind of speed.
That kid is never going to forget this day at the
Ever.
zoo.
Tell you what, he's a little bit of a meme monster at lunch when people start talking about their stories of dealing with animals. He goes, everybody done?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Electricity. We did it all in 3 days, and we were blessed that we already had the two very expensive electronic cutting machines so we could cut the fabric, and then I had the right fabric. That was another blessing. But I had to get the elastic. For a while there was a shortage on elastic, and then I bought the wrong elastic. I bought it, and the hospitals can't have latex, and so we got that afternoon. I was on the phone for like 3 days, and then some of them want them laundered, so I had to use my friend's commercial laundromat, and I was with him doing all the testing till midnight one night, and it would took my pillow. We're used to scaling up very rapidly depending on our footprint and what's going on, and so we were all on board, and we did it in 3 days, and now it's just expanding on from there and showing other companies how to duplicate it.
So there are people that are going to your game plan and saying, "Hey, what was your model?" and so they can apply it to their business.
Yeah. I've got I deal with 4 other places. One of them was where my toppers are made in Massachusetts.
Sure.
Part of them. Part of the covers are made in South Carolina. I have a couple other places that used to sew ticks, the pillow ticks for us when we got busy. So all of them I've switched over, and now I'm going to the next level. The next ring outward, so to speak, and we're getting back to. We've been just overwhelmed with calls and stuff, so we have a task force of 10 people, and we're kind of sorting. Well, if you'd like to do this, here's what the needs are, and here's we have people that we've become kind of an information center, but we are like a half a day behind just on emails. I mean, it's just been there's so many needs out there to help, but. I'm getting more and more people. There's this, teaching them how to do it and teaching them what they need. And other companies have reached out. There was one company reached out and they had the capability to make gowns. And so we got them to the right people and so show them the patterns and stuff. So it's been quite a project but it's, and I've been tied up on media. So it's been like running 20 hours a day doing 3 different things.
Well, we're going to come back, Mike, and I know Bubba has a question, and then I want to ask you about, the response for what you said when you had a chance to talk there at the White House. We'll talk about that when we come back, and thank you for visiting with us today. I know you have a lot going on, but this is how Americans get it done. You see the problem, and you start trying to use the free market and capitalism to fix it. We'll talk more with Mike Lindell when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
For Mike as we were going to the break, so go ahead.
Mike, I was going to tell you, when you headed up to the mic at the press conference the other day, I got the whole family. I said, y'all come around. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. And it was. You always deliver. But we love the fact that you mentioned God and you put things in perspective. And I know some of the media just lost their mind because you invoked the name of God Almighty. What kind of feedback did you get directly? Did you get a lot of blowback too?
Oh, absolutely! It went worldwide. I was on the cover of the Taiwan paper. It was in Australia. I have friends in Australia. This was the top of their news. That Sky is from the Rose Garden and spoke out about God and reading our Bibles and spending time with our families, and that our nation had turned its back on God. And the president had no idea I was going to say that. I didn't even know. I had wrote some notes on the back before we were inside the White House, and I was, but I just got attacked, by the media and on Twitter and social media. But I'll tell you what, 95% of the people then just fired back at them. I ended up on I've been on 60 some news outlets between when this happened and now. It just it's still all day, every day, and it awoke. With the vice president, we came in from the podium. He says, "Wow, this has opened up the heavens." He said, "Wait till." It was just like, everybody was kind of shocked that I said that, and including the president. He's kind of looking at their how are you reading that writing? I couldn't even. It was hard for me. I had one prayer when I went up there. I said, "God, please let me be able to read my notes."
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
go. 35 minutes past the hour. When I say the word overwhelming debt, I know it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. And maybe you're in some of these high-interest credit card situations, high-interest loans. Oh, they love it. And they have designed this little system so you can never get out. They don't want you to pay that debt off. They love it. They love them payments. You know why? Because the interest on them are through the roof. We may have the solution for you. Go to zapmydebt.com. I hope we can be those friends in your life. You go, whew, Rick and Bubba wanted me to zapmydebt.com, and we turned it around. It's not old school. Don't think about they're going to stretch out these payments and smaller payments over a long period of time. That's not the strategy. That's old stuff. What we're going to do now is you're going to go to zapmydebt.com, and you're going to experience some of the new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you may have thought possible. They can cut or even eliminate interest, to find programs that write off balances, stop those threatening phone calls. You can do it all without going into bankruptcy or taking out another loan. In short, they will find every solution possible to end that debt today, and say it with me, children, permanently. Doesn't that feel good? So go to zapmydebt.com and talk to them for free. Find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button, and let's get this done. All right, so Greg, first of all, I want to remind everybody the archive from yesterday's Bible study is on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel. I would, once again, if I could try to petition to the correct concern when regular attender Don Day does not come, your concern should be, I hate to hear that Don Day missed the first part of chapter 11. I hope you sent him the archive. I hope he's not sick. I hope
I said something like that.
But all you said was, I noticed Don didn't bring any peanuts.
That's not what I said.
Greg
I said, I hope Don's good, because I know he didn't come because I didn't have any peanuts.
Well, that's just what Rick just said.
Well, it was a little different.
when Speedy said
it was slightly different.
Speedy said he got here today and he did not see you munching on dry roasted.
So what's happened here, and I was afraid when I saw it, they're so good now. Other guys in the class are putting in their own orders, although they get these little bags.
So it's become a burden for him.
It is too much. I mean, they're putting too much on Don.
You think they're overwhelming Don?
There may be, Rick. I went here the other day, and they were just people with peanuts everywhere.
Yeah. I want to see if I get this right. I think what you're saying is
kind of like them, back off.
Right. You would like to see Don Day concentrate on only providing you peanuts.
Well, I feel bad for Don.
Yeah, right.
Let me ask you this.
Now, I
Rick.
clearly get a bigger bag than everybody else, and I appreciate that, but I don't want him to get overwhelmed.
Because of
Bubba, is
Greg
Greg still sharing with you?
No, I have not seen a peanut in a long time.
They're open right there on my desk. You can get them. You got free range there.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't like going
and this is a tough question.
You basically said, hey, house is open anytime. You're welcome to come over. But you don't mean it.
No, I don't.
Y'all come go with us.
Yeah, I'm not going to promote it a lot.
Come down there and go hunting with me.
Y'all not going to promote it a lot.
Hey, it's wide open until you're on Highway 204.
Oh, yeah. Bubba, remember the y'all go with us? Y'all go with us?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Don does this, but is it on the table that maybe sometimes he doesn't come because he knows he can't keep up with Greg's demand?
No, I've never pressured.
He might be a little
I've,
behind this week, and he's like, I could go, but
I don't pressure Don. I appreciate it.
Here's what I'm worried. Now, this is legitimate.
Y'all trying to
I'm
change
gonna get real specific about what you're talking about. I do think, first of all, Greg has announced that the men in the class are overwhelming Don.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Number two, I think that if Don Day, I'm just about to be real straight up here, okay? And this is not good, what I'm about to say. I'll let you know this is real talk, and it's not good. I think that Don Day has Wednesdays that he can make the Bible study, but can't make the Bible study with peanuts, and he doesn't come.
That's a fact.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Well, that's not necessary. I've never put that kind of pressure on him. In fact, if he wants the extra bag that comes, he can leave it out.
Well, now you took Bubba's.
Now, Bubba would rather have the ones that are a little darker.
Okay, I told him not to make the medium anymore.
You told him not to make the medium.
Well, now y'all getting all. Now you're customizing your order.
This is back to you being a kid.
I just saw a lot of people with a lot of bags of peanuts.
You're a picky,
including Danny Wood, former pastor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't want Danny to get any?
Yeah.
Well, I'd let him have some of mine.
You're a picky gift receiver, and we've talked about it.
No, I'm not. Everybody just calm down. Give Don a break.
So
let me ask you this, Greg.
I'm
What
just
if,
concerned that he's skipping out
because
and
the
really needs to
demand-
be in here, but
Could we
he
get the
can't.
Bible study back to the real reason he comes?
well, let me ask you this: since the demand is so high now, do you think maybe you could donate some money to him, like maybe $5 a bag, or something?
I'd
And
be
that
more
way,
than happy to buy
that
him.
way he gets something in
I'd
return.
be more than happy to buy them.
And then the others that they may think, okay, Don's peanuts are worth me buying, and maybe he starts. him
That'd
little-
be a good look. I would be all about that.
Let me tell you what's
I
happening.
used to buy them from a man at the power company every Friday afternoon.
What we're seeing now,
The guy would show up at about the time we got off work, and I'd give him a $5.
what we're seeing now is something Bubba and I called the T-shirt syndrome.
Exactly.
Okay,
This is it.
I never asked for these peanuts.
No, you didn't,
Greg.
But,
That's not.
but what's happening now inside what at one time was men focusing on studying the Word of God.
Yeah.
It's now turned.
Rick, you can
it's
do
now
both.
turned
You
into
can
a
eat some peanuts while you study.
It's
the
now
Word of
turned
God.
into a literal peanut gallery. We now have a concession stand. At the
Yeah.
Bible study.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the thing.
Most of them wasn't eating them; they were just.
So what happens is, and we saw it, Bubba. We call it the T-shirt syndrome. I understand that fill in the blank that so and so gives them a free T-shirt.
Right.
And you're like, well, yeah, that's true. He goes, you think I can get one? And then before you know it, somebody says, you getting a free T-shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Can I get one? And then somebody says, I tell you what I need 2 for my kids too. I need 3.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, everybody in here is wanting peanuts from Don. And
Well,
so
I can't control.
and then what, Bubba? How did we solve it? We started charging. So I think Don may have to go to the,
Don has put a lot of hours into this.
Yes,
and I appreciate.
Well,
it.
he was basically schooling himself to get it just right.
He was.
So he was training.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like
I think he's there.
I think he is.
Yeah. It's kind of like when the new devotional came out. I told the Wednesday guys this: do I have some that y'all can have? I do. And so everybody who's a Democrat, y'all go get one. and then about half the class didn't go. It was. I got them out on the table. Have whatever y'all feel led to do. And those of you the Democrats, go get a free one. But you know what happens even when that happens? Hey, can I get one for so and so?
I know. It's,
it's
an incredible social dilemma.
We call it the T-shirt syndrome.
I can't help Don's peanuts are so good that everybody wants them.
No, they do. They do.
When I saw Don, met him for the first time, he looked overwhelmed. He had a line of people around the corner asking, and there were so many peanuts he could hardly even carry.
Yeah, he did. He's going to get.
And of course, Greg, a little uncomfortable for me. He started elbowing people out of the way, saying, "Where's mine?"
Yeah,
and that was uncomfortable.
I thought it was bad last week when Don was looking out this window right here where everybody parks in the parking lot. He said, "Do you think I could get my food truck right there?"
and we could be cooking peanuts live, hot.
Let's get back to what the
original.
original.
They roasted warm.
Back to the original.
right.
Look, that ain't a bad idea.
I know. You know, we're leaving the original intent of the Wednesday.
No, we're just doing both. There's nothing wrong enjoying good peanuts while hearing the word.
the word.
All right, so
I do have a quick update, real quick.
Okay.
It looks like SpaceX is targeting 8:25 a.m. Central.
Okay.
Yeah, we're at T-minus 41 minutes.
41 minutes. I don't even know what that is.
What was that?
Is that not?
That sounded.
That's not the Martian.
That sounded like Mickey Mouse.
I'm going Indian for some reason.
What are you doing? No, that's
yeah. He's got a lot that sound like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We got a guy
His
that
tongue-
calls.
his tongue at the
He's
top.
remember that guy that calls who's the perfect Marvin the Martian? He's got it. I mean, there's one guy that calls. He has absolutely got it. And
What if him and Carl
I
both
need
called?
Oh,
I need to hear him. Can you put mine up real quick,
Okay.
Rick?
All right.
Let me just hear this.
My dream come true.
Oh, you could do that. Yeah.
My dream come true.
That's in your wheelhouse
My
there.
dream come true.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it right there.
You're there.
I got it now.
I've never had him 1,000 voices this time.
That's in his wheelhouse.
That's all I needed to do was hear it.
That doesn't sound the example you had exactly like the one I remember. That's
Well,
almost
it's
like
from
the
the
next guy.
cartoon, Bubba.
Maybe after Bell Blank
Take
died.
that
or
up with the Martian.
Have you ever seen him when he was on Johnny Carson
Yes.
talking about that?
Yes.
And he just starts doing
I
those
love
voices.
that-
You see it.
I love
It's
that
so
video.
weird.
I
It's
love
so
that
weird.
video.
I got him now.
And how he made Bugs Bunny's voice, what he put together.
We have Mike Tyson training videos next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So here we are, guys. We're all in our various locations. We're trying to have it like we like it. It's very difficult to have it like you like it. Bubba, how are you today?
Rick, I'm doing great. I hope everybody's doing well. We continue to refine the broadcast closet and try to get it more ready to go. I mean, who knew we were going to have to build a TV studio in here, right?
Well, it looks like, guys, honestly, when will we ever not do it this way?
Well, that question has crossed our mind. I don't know. Hopefully we'll know more soon. As predicted, this is going to be a bad week. The numbers are bad, but as everyone's saying, there is light at the end of the tunnel. They've got this thing graphed out pretty well. And, for those suffering, we hate it. But
no doubt. Yeah. Greg, John Prine, he did go on in.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
John had a lot of health issues anyway, so he was a terrible candidate to get this.
Yeah.
He survived cancer, heart disease, I believe. So he was definitely in the category of you do not want him to get it.
Well, we're learning more about that too. There's a lot of things we have to understand in the preparedness, concern, be smart, be wise, but we also have to be real about the situation. First of all, the models, and this is good news, man. What's wrong with good news? The models on American deaths continue to drop, saying the models were not reliable. People have all kinds of theories on why that is. The death model is down over 100,000, which is good, less than they think. Good. And we're also finding out that it appears that there's always exceptions, but in general, people with pre-existing health issues are the ones who die. I noticed they were talking in our state. They're getting some real information. They're saying that really you get into diabetes, pulmonary issues, it is the vast majority of the deaths, and the people without that are not dying. There's always exceptions. I'm just saying this is the general statements. So we're starting to kind of build, and look around and go, all right, we're more and more we're identifying the people in our society that are the highest risk of death. Not getting sick. I'm talking about of death if you do get sick, and those things are starting to show themselves, and we're learning a little more about it, and again, the models of the people that are going to be infected and the people that they predict may die from it are going down, and that's good. That's good news. Now, then you get over to the other, and there's some things going on right now that I think are starting to make us feel a little creepy. About. This unofficial police state where kind of, when you see somebody in cuffs being escorted away from a empty field for playing t-ball with a kid, and I heard somebody today, like even in our city, in the county where we live near and work in, telling neighbors to spy on each other, and we want to know what your neighbors are doing. We want to know if there's a business open that shouldn't be open, and you come tell us. And we need to be real careful here.
I'm out of the loop on that one.
Oh yeah, I heard it on the way in. Be careful. I mean, I understand the concern, and I know what happens when we all are afraid. But you got to stay level-headed here and not give up everything. Be real careful here. Some of this is starting to feel real eerie, and we're starting to do this too because people don't like for their models not to be good. The famous prostate cancer. This person had prostate cancer, but prostate cancer didn't kill him. You know what I mean? We're now going to survive people. If anybody had coronavirus, but they died of something else, there's another one that coronavirus killed. Well, no, coronavirus didn't kill them. What other issues they had killed them? And you're going to see them try to put them over in that category a little bit to try to. Now, again, I don't know why people want there to be fear and crazy, but again, the more I keep watching and I'm tilting my head. Please tell me a pandemic is not becoming political, but I think we all know it has.
Everything does.
Yeah. And when it becomes political, you can't really. Now you got to be careful what everybody's agenda is.
Yeah.
So it just makes it more confusing. But I think there's a lot of things going on right now. We need to wake up a little bit and be real careful right now. minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so some things coming up. I told you there is a man church tonight in Finger, Tennessee. Old Friendship Church tonight. Brian Dawson there. One Bill Bubba Bussey. Bubba, tell me about this. You're going to be part of a roast coming up in Hoover, Alabama on April the 6th.
Yeah.
So people can come and be part of that.
Oh yeah,
laugh
we're gonna roast Chief Nick from Hoover.
Oh yeah,
and we've had a lot of experience with him here on the show over the years. Paul Feinbaum will be there, Gene Hallman, so we'll have a lot of fun.
Be a blast. So you can find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events if you want to be part of that and listen to us on ZZK, or you're just going to be in the market during that time and you can go and attend. So looking ahead too on April the 6th, a couple of man churches. Andy Blanks in Mobile, Alabama on the 6th at West Mobile Baptist, and then Rich Wingo will be down in Laurel, Mississippi at Salem Heights Baptist Church. So you can find all that by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and if you're looking for different man churches, just go to themanchurch.com. So Mike Tyson is going to fight at 57. Isn't that what we said?
Yeah, 57, 58.
And I'm not familiar with this guy he's taking on again. He's the YouTube guy, and he's going out and boxing with Jake Paul. Is that
Jake
right?
Paul.
Jake
Yeah.
Paul?
Yeah.
All right, so they're going to be fighting. Our question that we've been looking for, because people keep sending us some training videos of Mike, but it really was probably almost 10 years ago. So now we're getting something that Adler has. So this would be current?
Yes, this is current. Yep.
Current. So this is how he is right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
he posted this yesterday on X.
Okay, all right. So let's. Oh my goodness.
It's day one. The fun just begun.
If they want, I mean, fine, just begun.
He looks like
Adler, the one
I'm
I saw,
going to eat Jake Paul.
the one I saw wasn't edited quite like that. That one was cut up a little bit. You could tell it was a little more. But he was.
Bubba claims bogus.
He was going at it for a longer clip.
That was my my question.
And
So-
do you see those hits though?
Yeah, and
Look
we
at
were.
that guy's chest and his head. How he snapped.
I
in
still
there.
hit like a truck.
He just sparring
Like
with
a
him
Marauder.
with all the padding on.
I hit like a truck, like a Mack truck.
Yeah, he looks good. Head movement looks good.
It's
Yeah.
going to be precarious.
It's just good night.
I forgot he had a Che Guevara tattoo.
Yes, he does.
Che Guevara on my chest.
A what?
Che Guevara, the
Che Guevara on my chest.
the communist icon.
It's communist.
Che Guevara. He was involved with the Cuba revolution.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Che.
So
same one
we
that
talked
I-
about this in the kickoff hour. I've never really followed Jake Paul at all or whatever.
Did you rhyme that on purpose?
No,
Pretty good.
but I was watching. Netflix has different things. One on Formula One, one on NASCAR. Full Swing is a behind the scenes in golf, and they were. I think it was Bruce Koepka that was making rounds and doing different interviews, and he appeared on Jake Paul's podcast down in Miami. And he was there live in person, and it showed him doing some things, and Jake Paul was trying to hit the golf ball, which was funny. That's a big man. And I had no idea until
scared of
then
him?
that I saw how big of a man that is.
How big is he?
He looked pretty. I mean, I
He's
think
a
Bruce
punk.
Koepka is probably around 6'1", something like that. I don't know, but he was taller than him. But
He's a punk.
he just looked big. I think
He's a punk.
Bubba, on your story that you have, guys, on the last page, it does the side by side comparison on height and all that.
Bubba,
So you have it.
I'm with you. Maybe Jake Paul because he's young and he only sees. But like right then, we were watching. Those of you who couldn't see it, the hot video for it. One of the hot videos. And
Nice dad
when
on
when
side
Mike
of his head.
Tyson, if you just know him like we do, when he comes off, when he's standing there and you get off that helicopter, when he walks up there and looks you right in the eyes, he's just terrifying.
He really is.
I kill a man. And if I get in trouble, I bite you. You can take a bite.
Jake Paul is 6'1".
6'1". Okay, so that means that Bruce is probably 5'10", 11, or I don't know, but he was taller than him.
So
he just was big.
Tyson is 5'10", Jake Paul is 6'1". We've got Tyson is at 71. And what is he?
That's
100
stones and pounds, Rick.
Oh, stones. I can't do stones.
15 stones, 71, whatever behind it.
Yeah,
I
can
don't know. I
not
don't
give us
know
a
my
real
stone
weight here? I
breakdown.
don't either. So here's the biggie. Tyson 44 knockouts. Jake 6.
Yeah.
Mm.
That the age and the experience are going to be going against each other here. So
I feel punch like a
Early.
power.
If Jake Paul can stay in there and survive
That's
and
the
stretch
key.
it out.
Bruce is 6 foot.
Who's Bruce?
Bruce Koepka that I was talking about.
Brooks
That he was,
Koepka.
that he was talking about.
Yeah.
Isn't his name Brooks Koepka?
That's what I said.
You said Bruce.
You said Bruce.
Oh, Bruce Brooks. If I said Bruce, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's Brooks Koepka.
You're thinking about that band, Bruce and Dunn. So
Tyson's reach is 71 inches. Jake Paul has a reach of 76 inches. If Paul can keep him on the outside, just touch him up a little bit, survive a couple rounds, I think that cardio.
It's going to pay off.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to happen
majority,
quick for Tyson.
Of course, now Tyson's 57, but the majority of people he fought had reach and height on him, and it didn't matter.
Great point.
Yeah, he just went inside.
Look, was he
He
5'10"?
said, "Hit me all you want."
Yeah.
When we saw,
quick.
when
He
we
was
saw,
Iron Mike. Remember?
Iron
There's
Mike.
a reason
It's
for
a
that.
precarious,
He can take a
situation. Take
punch.
me on.
Bull.
but when let me tell you something. If Jake Paul makes this mistake, I don't care how old Tyson is, and Bubba, you just hit on it. So did you, Greg. Those of you that were too young to watch Tyson, surely you've gone on YouTube and looked at it.
I mean, he was Clubber Lane.
When
in
these
real life.
when these are long reach people, when Tyson would duck and they would miss, and
he
would
light 'em up from
step
below.
in and come with that uppercut.
Had that chin down.
It was absolutely
Michael
death
Spinks
from below.
Michael Spinks comes to mind because
Michael
he had the
Spinks,
height and
he
reach.
melted like Frosty on a hot day.
He was down.
He would hit you like seriously like a vehicle hit you or something. It was just horrible.
Mike Tyson.
And I know
I get you hit.
How about I think that-
punch.
I can't remember a boxing match in a long time that I go, I would kind of like to see that. But that one is interesting.
I agree.
I can't remember the last time there was a boxing match.
You're
on.
right.
I got it.
Oh,
It
gosh,
probably
we're
was
showing
when
highlights.
Tyson used
Oh,
to
we're
be
showing
fighting.
devastating highlights.
Oh,
Oh
life,
my God!
life would just leave their
Why
body.
would we do this?
Look
to people?
at him.
I go, watch me punch.
Oh, that uppercut.
That uppercut.
Devastating.
Oh, my God, his head's going to come off.
How did their face not just break?
I know.
Y'all,
Look
I
at
kill a
him.
man.
He
I
knocked
kill a
out.
man.
He knocked out 44
Punch.
professional fighters. Knocked them out cold.
Not even just minutes.
And just think if he wouldn't have lost his way, and his career went off the deep end when when
He was in
Buster
jail.
Douglas beat him and he got sent to jail and he got away from the trainers that had him and went with these others. If he'd have stayed the course he was on, there's no telling what he'd have done.
I know. When he got rid of Customato,
Yes.
that was a huge mistake.
Yeah, his group still had him, and then he went with his buddies training him, and it kind of went downhill from there.
See, well, go back. Can you rewind just a minute? I'm sorry. Go back to when he just hit this guy with the
This is
left-handed.
when he won the title, Trevor
Yeah,
Burbick.
yeah. But when he watched the jab, he hits him with the jab,
Look how
and
big he is.
you can see Trevor just going, "Oh my gosh, what am I doing in this match?"
Do y'all remember? Was it the Spinks
Uh-oh.
fight, Greg, that they went out and Spinks blocks his punch?
Yeah,
But he
It still
almost
hurt.
looks to his corner like this is so much more than
Yeah,
what I was
Yeah,
expecting.
yeah, you're right.
You
He's got his
remember?
arms
Good
up and everything.
He was like, "Uh-oh."
Good gracious.
So there's no way Jake Paul can
Points with him.
But
can
again, we
spar
don't-
with anybody that can hit like Tyson
but
during
we-
his heyday. Now, he
Yeah, I
may
don't know
not
what
be
he's
that
got.
now.
You
He's
got to stay.
57.
You got to stay away from him.
Oh, Father Time will catch up with
Just like when I know George Foreman was in his 40s, so that is a big difference. But
God,
the problem people got into with George Foreman when he was the old man did this unbelievable
And
thing.
Muhammad Ali,
I couldn't
too,
believe
he,
he
wasn't
did.
near the boxer.
is
you know.
people wouldn't stay away from him, and George couldn't move with you. But if he ever hit you,
And you couldn't knock George out.
No.
It was just a big. I remember thinking that was a joke when he said he was coming back in his 40s,
Mhm.
overweight, and he wasn't. He was legit.
when he won the heavyweight title back, I forget who he fought. Michael Moore. Michael Moore's trainer was like, he cannot win this fight. Stay away from him.
Yeah.
And Michael Moore's like, no, I'm going to knock the old man out. He's like, stay away from him. It's over. You have so many more points than he has. Just stay away from him.
Don't
And
get caught.
And that idiot went in there trying to be a hero, and George knocked him out cold.
He got his
Oh,
lights
just
knocked
stay away from him. He's not even fast. Just stay away from him.
But this fight's free on Netflix for anybody that's got Netflix.
Yeah.
Points.
I'm gonna watch it, unless there's something I don't know
Helmsy
about.
said he's going to add it back just to see
I've had it for a while now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, let's talk Blaze Originals. If you are a subscriber to Blaze TV, then you're ready. You're already watching this Blaze Original series. It's available only to Blaze TV Plus subscribers. Now, the latest installment is, you remember, and we did this story, Bubba, on the air, Texas versus the feds. Whatever happened? I mean, the last we heard, the governor, Abbott, in Texas was having a standoff with the federal government. So what happened?
I don't know.
How the elites use the border crisis against us. So if you want to see what's going on, Jason Buttrell and the Blaze Original team get on the road with the Take Our Border Back convoy. They go to the front line of the border crisis, and they uncover what was really happening during Governor Greg Abbott's fight against federal agents. And the team reveals the story the mainstream media just decided not to tell us. I mean, it was like somebody cut a switch off. So if you want to see this, go right now to therealbordercrisis.com, therealbordercrisis.com. Use the code BORDER, and you can get $30 off your Blaze TV Plus subscription, okay? So go now, take action, and you can see this and all the other wonderful programming that is provided by Blaze, including an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So go to therealbordercrisis.com, use the code BORDER, $30 off your Blaze TV Plus subscription. Certainly be careful with our health, but we better be careful with our liberty, too. Yep. The Babylon Bees are already having fun with it. They showed a hospital bed with the Constitution on it and said it looks like it didn't make it. And civil liberties deemed non-essential.
You hate for them to get in the non-essential back.
Right. Be real careful here. Real careful. How about this?
Was I delayed behind you?
Yeah, you were. Yeah, you were.
Sure.
But that's fine.
See, I was trying to get ahead of you so we would match up, but I couldn't do it.
It's a cool effect. So it's almost sound like we planned it that way, like it would just kind of.
Well, let me ask you this: how much is it delayed? Because we saw all those singers. Didn't we decide they didn't do that live? They sent it in or something.
Yeah.
Edited together.
Everybody does the full song and then they edit it. Mm-hmm. By the way, I watched something incredibly uncomfortable, almost as uncomfortable as that picture of you I saw yesterday, Bubba, which we're about to get to. But guys,
what do you mean uncomfortable? I am called prepared.
Bubba, you pushed me to it. I think it's a rerun of when Fox Network, and this one was on the Fox Network. I think it was the same thing that ran on Fox News that night, where all these artists decide they're going to do this thing from home. And Greg, I know that you would have leaned in and loved it. Speedy, no way you could have watched it. And then the rest of us are somewhere in between. They had like Tim McGraw sitting on his diving board. Oh, no. And then all the musicians playing the song are at various locations like y'all look right now. And he's just singing with no, he didn't have a guitar or anything. He's just singing with no effects, no feel of a microphone inside a room, just him sitting on his diving board. And you can tell he doesn't know what to do with himself because he's not on stage, so he doesn't know what his body should do, what his hands should do. Yeah, and he keeps trying to call his dog to get on the diving board with him, and the dog won't come. The whole show, the whole song he sings, he goes, come on, boy, and she was killing me in that mini skirt. Come on, boy, and the dog won't ever come up there. Speedy, it was the most uncomfortable.
No way.
So I know that. Look, hey, we got technology and we can communicate, and it's wonderful. But I think some of this we're trying to do with it, I don't know if you've heard some of these people singing just in their room. Look, there's a reason we put you in the studio, and there's a reason that we got all of the effects you can possibly imagine in the concerts. You know what I mean? We know you care, but look, don't take what we love about you and destroy it. We say don't tamper with the memories. So some of y'all just let us know you're thinking about us. That's fine. Mm-hmm. You don't have to sing on your diving board. You don't have to. And set up musicians all over the country.
We love you as a highly overproduced singer.
Right.
That's what we like.
Well, what the worst part was he got about a quarter way into it and realized I don't know what to do. This song's longer than I remember it being, and so it was very uncomfortable. So yesterday, Helmsy, you made the run to meet one Bill Bubba Bussey. For all these various things that he's putting together to try to get everybody, and I don't know why you even met him because you don't need it. You got your mic just like you like it, but so
he might could use a lot, but his microphone he set. Yeah. And he was set early. No. I mean, he had that like day 1, day 2.
But Bubba, back to your point. No, that's the way you like the. Here's what happened on Rick and Bubba this week.
You know?
Oh yeah, absolutely, with a little wood grain behind.
That's right. And then, of course, Greg wants to talk to Gamecock fans on what they did during spring training. But so let's talk.
I just expect a kid to walk around with a hat on, sign a paper right by Greg.
I know. But we excited about him becoming a Gamecock.
Right.
All right, so Helmsy, you had to make the dangerous run to break this social distancing that we've been doing now for 8 days. Are we 8 days in? 7 days in? We started on Tuesday, so we're day 8 of
I
this.
thought today was Sunday when I woke up, so don't ask me.
We call it Joe Diffie Tuesday, if you remember.
We measure everything back to Joe Diffie.
That's right, because that was a turning point from us. That's when Greg realized we were doing something wrong. I was talking to Mom yesterday, and she even talked about it. She goes, Greg just felt like he was really concerned about what y'all were doing, and I think y'all are doing the right thing. I'm glad y'all listened. But anyway,
Greg, thanks.
thank you, Greg. And you got it, baby. 6 minutes past the hour, a brand new hour starting now. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, how long till we launch?
Rick, let's see. Can we get an update out?
Yes.
You got the shot there?
Till we launch.
Earth base.
We're on the pad.
We're on the pad, Bubba.
We are at minus 18 minutes and 25 seconds.
Speedy.
Hey-o.
18 minutes and 25 seconds.
18 minutes and going.
That's good.
Now you're that Muppet that
18 minutes and going.
Wait a minute.
It's going to be 18 minutes. Oh, that's how we did it.
You got a touch of coach
face
in there.
and head turned and went with that. Was beautiful.
So I lost it. I had it.
Tell me what this is. Tell me what this is, Bubba. What's launching?
This is the Starship. It'll be the third
Starship Enterprise?
Yes.
My goodness. This is
SpaceX is Starship.
And you said it's a big boy.
Oh, yes, the big one. And, they've done it twice, and they had to blow it up mid-flight. And the plan this time is to get almost to orbital speed. And the Starship will splash down in the Indian Ocean and the booster in the Gulf of Mexico.
So we're going to watch it. We're going to jip it?
Yeah, we're going to jip this baby if it happens.
What does it mean to chip it?
I don't know why I'm in it now.
But it's such a big rocket. It's such a big rocket. It puts off so much fire. It's really a good show. Even if it works or it blows up, it's pretty.
Anybody
impressive.
on this?
I'm sorry it's not Blue Origin, Greg. I'm so sorry it's not Blue Origin.
Rick, that makes it more enjoyable when it blows up. The fact that nobody's
that's a good point.
Because it's happened before, and they're concerned about this.
Okay.
Wow,
That's a big
120
concern.
120 meters.
Yes.
Could be
120 meters.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
a big old rocket.
Everybody go commie. You can't use our stuff. You on meters?
It was what it said on the screen.
Commie.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right.
Does NASA use the metric? I guess they do, don't they?
Well, we interchange it, and that is
that
a
drive
problem.
you
Well, the Russians did beat us
Yeah, they did.
in the space race. They did. I mean,
Sputnik.
sorry.
I'm
First man up.
Space, I do.
Wow. If he had lasers in his
I swear
eyes,
I'd be dead right now.
you'd be gone.
I didn't follow what you were saying.
I mean, they did. I mean, I hate to break it to everybody.
If Bubba had Superman's
No wonder
powers-
we use meters.
Right. If Bubba had Superman's powers and he could do lasers out of his eyes,
I was dead. I was goner. I was a goner.
That'd be real handy.
There would be fire over here right now.
Burn a hole right
Smoke like the bottom of a rocket.
Oh yeah. That's why we were not allowed to have it. We would be good with it.
That's 400 feet.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. Hey, thank
I had
you,
to
buddy.
look it up. Yeah.
Have y'all ever, speaking of Superman and all that, and Dawson, I've heard Scott Dawson use it when he was speaking at the conference last weekend, that the story about Muhammad Ali after he had just beaten, I forget who it was, when he was the king of the world, and he was on the airplane.
Thrill in Manila.
Yeah, and the stewardess said, everybody needs to sit down and put their seatbelt on, and he said, Muhammad Ali don't need no seatbelt. Superman doesn't need one. And she said, Superman doesn't need a plane. So why don't you sit down and put the seatbelt on? That's good. Yeah. All right. So here we go.
You ever heard that one?
Now we're jumping over to the royal family. Speaking of
Okay, so
giant central government.
the headlines about Kate
What is the
who
big deal
has
about
photoshopped this thing? I've heard more talk about a Photoshop picture.
Yeah, what did
the past week, and I'm like, what is the big deal?
Last week she came out and admitted that she
deal?
photoshopped a picture or
So?
whatever. The View was all tore
No,
up
they
about
keep
it yesterday.
talking. What does it matter?
She hasn't been seen, guys, and there's so much photoshopping going on in this picture. What is happening? Where is Kate?
What does it matter?
Where is Kate?
She was in the hospital for what'd she have done?
Well, I got a video.
Is that what all this is about? They don't think she's really here? What are y'all talking about?
Here's a timeline. See what y'all think. Here's a timeline of events.
What are y'all saying?
And y'all, it's weird.
Is this another conspiracy?
Y'all, what's going on?
December 25,
you got
Christmas
this
Day
on TikTok.
2023. The last verified public appearance of Kate Middleton, and also of the 3 children. Everyone looks happy and healthy. December 28, 3 days later, an ambulance with police escort is seen flying out of Sandringham, where the royal family was spending Christmas. There was no statement from the royals as to what that was about. Then, January 17, 2024.
The Princess of Wales' condition potentially more serious, admitted to this London private hospital on Tuesday, undergoing planned abdominal surgery described as successful. At this stage, the palace won't say exactly why the princess required surgery, choosing to keep her diagnosis private. But she is likely to stay in hospital for up to 2 weeks. All her engagements expected to be cancelled until after Easter.
It's announced that Kate Middleton is recovering in a hospital called the London Clinic. Now, during those 2 weeks, there are no reports of visits from her parents, her siblings, or her children.
What?
On January 18th, the day after surgery, Prince William visits the London Clinic. It was the first and last time he was known to visit, where she was allegedly in the clinic for another 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
On January 24, UK papers report that the inner circle of the Waleses was shocked to hear of Kate's surgery and that they weren't aware of any health issues.
Oh, goodness.
January 26, King Charles reportedly visits Kate in hospital, but still no known visits from her kids or parents or family. January 28, Spanish journalist Concha Calleja claims Kate Middleton is in an induced coma after her surgery, and she cited unnamed palace sources. The next day, on January 29, Kensington Palace claims that Kate was discharged from the London Clinic to continue her recovery at home. At this point, Kate hasn't been seen publicly in over 35 days, and there are no photos of her exiting the hospital.
So, this has continued.
This it has continued.
Now listen,
she got sick like regular people.
So they're saying this
listen.
photo they talk about, they faked it so people would think.
And that's why they're talking about it being doctored up.
Yes.
And there is an alleged affair.
Yeah.
Easy.
This is all real. Look, I keep up with the royals. Okay. And there's an alleged affair with William and this other girl, lady, whatever. And a lot of people think this even has something to do with that.
Yes.
I'm just telling you what's out there. Okay. I'm not pointing fingers, blaming anybody. I don't know. I'm just telling you it's out there, and it's out there in publications that are. This is not like the National Enquirer.
Yep.
I mean, we're talking about.
What do you?
So what
say
happened,
about
Adler? What are you
Adler?
saying? Did she try to OD or something? Or
I mean, some people are thinking it's an OD. It's some people.
There it is.
I don't know.
Some people think that she found out about the mistress.
You talking about Rose Hanbury?
Rose, yes, about the Rose mistress, and there was a fight. There was a squabble. Who knows what's going on? But y'all, the amount of bad photoshopping in this photo that was supposed to just calm everybody. It's unbelievable. Like this zipper right here starts and then ends. This hair is just like faded out. Her hand is, and it's also the Vogue cover.
Yeah, it is.
It's the Vogue cover.
And she came out and admitted it, that, hey, it was Photoshop.
But, it's
But
not
why?
It's not just Photoshop. It's a fake picture.
Right. So is she really there?
Settle down, Adler.
Is she alive?
Is she alive?
How do you take a cover with somebody that has a hat on and make them not have the hat on?
Unbelievable, isn't it, buddy?
I mean, she's going to look like she does when she smiles. It is the same.
All I
person,
think
right?
about is how the Chinese is involved.
Where is Kate?
What was on the clipboard that the Chi-Coms
Well,
got
that
now?
report was from TikTok.
Or is William going to be like his dad and pick some ugly woman?
Greg, why would you do that?
Well, hey,
he was married to Diana, and he went.
We'll get you to look at Rose.
Rough.
I mean, it's
who's
not,
Rose?
It's a
not
step
Kate.
down. It's a
It's
step
not
down.
Kate.
Who's
Who's
them
Rose?
guys?
That's the mistress.
That's the mistress.
That's the
Rose
mistress.
Hanbury.
Alleged.
Rose Hanbury, Rick.
Adler shows her picture. I'm telling you, there's a little. I got a little royal blood in me.
Are you saying Greg's assessment would be correct?
Yes, I would.
Something about the men in that family, they like messing around with ugly women.
She's not ugly.
She's not. She's not. Nobody said she's ugly.
Because Kate's
okay,
very
but
attractive woman.
compared to Kate, it's a
Charles-
different ball game.
Did Charles pick an ugly one or not?
Yes.
I don't want to talk about
You got
this.
Princess? No.
You'll pick up some momentum from Bubba on that one. I promise you.
She's not ugly.
But she's not
She ain't
Kate.
bad as
That's
old.
my point. I didn't say she was ugly. I want to be on record for that.
Right. If she came in the dark, did he think she was Kate?
What'd that mean?
No offense, but that's
good.
Sometimes.
Greg,
Go back to the Martian voice.
happily married man of God.
Uh-huh.
But that came from a former player. That kind of thought.
Yeah, that's good.
No, I'm just saying. You see the silhouette? She's got the same color hair.
It's almost like it's almost like you have to start covering for him.
Right.
He's on his own.
Saying
Back away.
Hello, darling.
Hey, back away. He's on his own.
All right, my bad.
Y'all, something's
just
going
saying.
on. Something's going on.
Oh my God.
She has not been seen.
I didn't know that the staff was this much about the Royals.
Mistresses. There's dogs and cats.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I want to talk about this apparatus, Helmsy, that you experienced. I know you mentioned the kickoff hour, but let's review that again.
Well, and I left a couple things out for the big show as well. I think the line of the entire trip was when Bubba left. Caroline, my 13-year-old daughter who was with me, looked at me and she goes, "Daddy, does he have the virus and that's why he's dressed like that?"
Daddy just
I don't have the virus, but I got the fever, and the only answer is more cowbell.
That's right, baby.
Okay.
I love it. The only thing there were several things that made this better. First of all, we don't want to hand it off. He wants to set it, which is smart. He wants to take what he has and set it in the back seat. Mm-hmm. And so there's no touching. I'm not touching what he's, I can actually sanitize it, whatever. So we took all the precautions. But the fact that he has this respirator on, these gloves on, it made it better for me for some reason. The fact that it was pouring down rain.
Yeah.
I don't know why that made it better, but it did.
Of course it did.
The other thing that made it better, and I think you can actually see this in the picture, there's tomato plants in the back of his vehicle.
Yeah, there is.
So
I did not thought when I first saw it, I thought he finally's giving in to Jenkins.
I'm going to Martin.
I don't know where he was headed with those or what he was going to do with those. I'd like to know more about
telling. There's no telling. He's already tried some upside down.
Don't worry. I'll have one for y'all when you need it.
Right.
I think Caroline was more concerned. First of all, she thought he had the virus. And then she was concerned about, should we be dressing like this?
Right.
Like, are we? Because we honestly, we were one of the only ones out.
Right.
It was a ghost town. And you could see him coming from like 150, 200 yards away. And you just see these blue gloves on a steering wheel and this mask. It's almost like he's getting ready to rob something.
Yeah. But Bubba, there are some people, and I know you've already heard this, they're concerned that your gloves aren't disposable. Can you address that?
Yeah, I have a pack of disposable gloves in the door of my Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't get rid of them every single time, but I sanitize them, and I'm having to, I get rid of them after 2 or 3 trips, but
right.
I have to reuse them because I'll run out.
Right. Yeah. Now I'm gonna tell you, I know you're probably, as long as you got those. I've been using the freezer bag thing for the few times mainly petroleum and gasoline, or anything that's quick and whatever, and that's real simple because you just grab it. And as soon as you're done with it, you just hold your hand over the trash can and do that, and it falls off.
Yeah, well, I've got more gloves than I got freezer bags. So
I
guess you got to go with what you got.
You do.
Can I ask
you have to make it work.
So the trip from where you are now to meet Helms, what was it? 45 minutes, an hour?
It's about I don't know. All total, probably hour and a half.
Did you drive the entire way with that respirator on?
No. No,
okay.
I just when I had to break out.
Okay.
And it's what it is. I gave my N95 mask to someone who was in need, So all I had left was a mask. It's actually got an N100 filter on it.
Yeah.
And it's like what they use in a paint bay.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So that's what that was.
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't drive with that on, because I was wondering, is there a case of coronavirus creeping in your vehicle overnight and you get in there and you have to have protection?
No, I did put it on before I got out and met the Helms family for their protection and mine. But I did for dramatic effect. Of course, I had it on when I sped up in the parking lot.
Of course.
Yes, he
What
did.
what was strange too, and y'all can appreciate this. We met at a shopping center, and it's a very, very busy, very, very vibrant place. Matter of fact, we met right in front of the Apple store where, Helms knows that I spend a lot of time. So, but this place is always busy. I mean, on the worst day of the worst economic day of the year, it's still, you can't find a parking spot. So it's very, very busy. And we pull up there, and there's two cars. There's Helms and there's me. I mean, I cut across that parking lot. It seemed like for a mile, just driving straight across it. It was dark, and it was rainy. It was eerie. I mean, it looked just like we're in some zombie movie. Didn't you think, Helms?
It did have that feel for sure.
No, I know where you guys were based on what's in the background. And Sherry and I went up there, and one day we went riding around on just like a Sunday afternoon, and you're.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we move through another edition coming up this weekend, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Today we record another installment of Letters from the Audience. Will your email be on this weekend's podcast? Well, find it and find out. Wherever you get podcasts. All right, Bubba, we're getting down to it now.
Yeah, we're at T-minus 3 minutes, 30 seconds for the SpaceX launch, the third test flight of the Super Heavy booster and Starship from Boca Chica, Texas.
Boca Chica?
Boca Chica.
I wish you were the voice
Starbase, Texas.
The countdown person.
Yeah, I do too. I really do.
God,
Come on, Bubba.
Would you love it?
I would love being standing out there watching it. Is what I'd love.
Oh.
That'd be cool.
But would you love it blow up? Yes or no?
Gives us more availability in the window.
Here we go.
Sometimes that's all you need. Sometimes the winds dip just enough where you can launch the rocket safely. And otherwise, if you didn't have that ability to hold a few minutes, you might miss that window and have to recycle to another day.
Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of
that's wrong right there. This is space travel. We
Bubba,
don't need.
Bubba, do something. This is
This
space
is
travel.
not Rick. This isn't figure skating.
We cannot have Dylan Mulvaney counting us down.
That's rough.
2.5 minutes. Yeah.
Come on. Things about this blast off.
It's good, Greg.
Take this.
Well,
test flight.
Greg. Bad host.
Bad host.
I had a great line.
Oh, doggone.
It almost got away from me.
I've heard people call
Rick, I can only imagine.
I've heard people calling the Hamnet sound better than those guys.
That's a fact.
Wow.
Yes, this thing's about the blast.
Those things into flight test number
Bubba,
4, and
you're
put it
killing
out
me.
there.
You're
That'll
killing me.
eventually get us to
Bubba,
that.
you need to talk us through this. We can't have that.
I can't. I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not going to listen to
Hey,
that.
that started making me mad.
And I would like to say I do think his hair is fabulous.
2 minutes.
Wonderful.
2 minutes.
Look at that.
2 minutes.
Listen to what they're saying. Let's
I
hear it.
can't.
Let's just hear what they're
And
saying.
collect as much data as we
All right,
possibly
good. It's a
can.
woman.
So, with all that being
Rachel,
said,
I can't
we're
tell
going
the
to check
difference.
back in with Dan to take us through the final 2 minutes of terminal count.
Rachel Maddow's doing the broadcast.
Nerds are excited.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
We
so
are
excited.
under 2 minutes away.
Okay, that guy sounded
Earl,
We
here
are just closed out the prop load on the booster.
not exactly
and on
electric.
the
That guy's
ship.
real tall there.
A lot of folks there, Bubba. Where would you want to be? That's too crowded in there. You want to get out there where you can see
We're
it?
starting
Oh, yeah,
to
I'd
hear
wanna
some
be as
good
close
news that it looks
physically
like
as I
winds are
could
not
be
gonna
without
hold us
being in
up,
danger.
So there's a good chance.
Probably 5 miles.
You remember last time they were cheering as it blew up.
Greg.
So we're about a
Yeah,
minute
and
20
there's a good
seconds
chance
away.
Minute
this
20.
one will blow up
Just
too.
walking
Really?
through
Really?
one
Well, this is
last
how
time. We're
Elon
gonna
does
see
it. He'd
the
rather,
engines
he
ignite
kind of,
about
he likes to road test stuff.
But there's no
instead of
people
just-
on it.
No people.
Any like chimps?
1 minute.
We got a monkey on it?
No.
Did you just
ask
if
there's
dogs?
a chimp on
They
the
used to
box
send
or
them up a
no?
lot.
What about a Chihuahua?
Well, they're just trying to get this thing to work right.
will
1 minute?
Chimps, they've been to space a lot.
We know about
got
chimps.
less than a minute.
Talk about a second and a half after T0.
45
seconds.
All right, listen.
We're under a
Bubba,
minute
we're
away.
at 50. We're 5 seconds
Don't
behind
be
you.
shocked if we hold at 40 seconds before, but it sounds like the winds are cooperating today. And we'll be able to move right past that, not tracking any other technical issues that
Yep, there we go.
Our Cutie Van Gate.
You just wake him up.
That's where I want. No, that's what I want, Bubba. I want Bubba to be that guy.
Yeah.
What did he say? Van Gate past that 40-second hold. Go for launch.
Go flight.
They're getting the go from everybody in the different
Flight
stages.
Director Ty Huntington telling the
Go
team
flight.
we are go for launch. So 20 seconds to go.
Yeah.
I see.
My feed's a
Let's
little ahead of
listen in.
that.
All right, Bubba's eyes are getting moist. I can see it.
I know.
Oh my goodness, 10 seconds.
9,
Light that
8,
baby.
7,
I love Captain.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
That salty dog.
Where did it go? Wow.
Big rocket.
Born to be an American, and at least I know I'm free. What?
That's impressive. Look at that.
What in the world?
That is so cool.
Where is it? What is that?
That's a fin.
Check out the speed, Rick. It's already at almost 600 kilometers per hour.
30 seconds
3
into
miles.
flight, we are feeling the rumble. We are seeing 33 out of 33 Raptor engines ignited on the Super Heavy booster.
Look at that.
Booster and ship, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal. Acquisition of signal, Corpus Christi.
What does all that mean?
Everything is where it's supposed
Continuing
to
to get good call outs. Our trajectory looking nominal, systems looking nominal. Just amazing to see all
Nominal means
33
they're in the
lit up
range.
once again.
It must have went past something it needed to.
Man, look at it going above the
What
clouds.
is Kate Middleton doing there?
At this point, we've already passed through.
be. It's 11 kilometers high already. Isn't that wild?
The way it went
Passing
through the clouds.
supersonic,
is
so we're
cool.
now moving faster than the speed of sound.
Wow.
Getting those onboard views from the ship cameras.
How about those cameras on board?
Bubba, you need a tissue or a napkin, or are you good? All right.
Greg, put
Now
your arm
the,
around Bubba.
the next major milestone is going to be a hot staging maneuver. Again, we're going
Is this where
to
it
be
blew up
doing
last
that in
time?
just
Yes.
about 90
Yes.
seconds. To do that, we're going to shut
Greg,
down
imagine
all but
Bubba's
the
one of your
3
grandkids. Put your arm around
center
him.
engines that are super heavy.
How about it's flying good
That'll
so
be
far?
our Nico, our most engines cut off.
This will
And then the
be,
clamps holding
the
the two
staging will
stages
be
together are
big.
gonna release.
Really?
Yeah, the
Starship
hot
second
staging.
stage will ignite its engines.
hot,
The
buddy.
RVACs
What does that mean?
first.
It's
The sea
hot.
levels right
right
around
around.
The
Sea
second
level
stage
engines
is
will
going
be
to light up
displayed or just kind of pointed out at about a
and
15
go online
degree
before they
angle.
actually let go of
So we get
the
good
stage
tracking.
behind it.
Okay.
Be able to see those
Hot
center
stage.
right
You know, used
after.
to they'd separate and coast for a minute.
I thought hot stage was something else.
6 engines will push Starship
You
off
had your
of
money
the
out.
booster.
y'all. Look how fast it's going, Bubba.
I know.
4,000 kilometers per hour.
It's already 47 kilometers away.
All right, counting down
Isn't
now.
that
Here we
wild?
go,
Coming up
Bubba.
Oh, here we go.
Right at around the 3-minute mark on that hot staging maneuver.
We got about
30
30
seconds.
We'll
seconds.
see
to hot
the
stage.
Booster engines start to
I just
shut
like
down.
the
You'll see
word
all
hot
but
stage,
3
don't
lights
you?
go out in the middle. And
Bubba.
we'll see the engines ignite on
Oh, the
ship.
nerds
pushing
are
it
just so
away.
worked up right
And
now.
that will start
Oh.
carrying the ship into space. Booster will start to do its flip and then move into the boost back burn, setting it up.
Oh, here we
for
go.
eventual splash down.
And they cut down to 3
Here we
engines.
go.
Oh,
No.
there it goes. It's separated. Wow.
What's going on right now?
It looked good to
It
me.
looked good. Yeah.
That's where it blew up
Hot
last time.
staging confirmed. Booster's now making its way back, seeing 6 engines ignited on ship. Kate, we got a Starship on its way to space and a booster on the way back to the Gulf.
Oh man, I need a moment to pick my jaw up from the floor because these views are just stunning. These are live views.
I'd
from
rather hear you say,
Starship.
"Hell yeah!"
First stage is currently performing
I thought
the
that was
Booster.
Adler making the voice. Did y'all? I thought that was Adler
Second
doing
stage of
a
the
voice.
ship.
I need to pick my jaw up off the floor.
First stage
I
is
thought that was
currently
you.
performing the boost
I did
back
too.
burn, expecting that to
Bubba, you all right?
Well, let's
Wow.
see. We gotta go a little further here.
What?
How about that thing just moved on out of there? Did it? The speed
did.
is unbelievable.
Oh my
Wow. It's in space.
So it has gotten past the stage it didn't get past last time.
Yes.
I hope
Yes.
the chimp's okay.
Me too. Coco.
Roll Tide, roll.
I'm glad to stand.
Wow, look at that
America.
view from it.
Right. No
Flying
truth.
above it.
No truth.
Free.
No truth to the rumor the royal family has some woman named Rose on it.
We'll be tied to the nose cone.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To see that place empty is really, really weird. It's like these weird, shots and video they're shooting of all of our biggest cities, and the streets are empty. It felt just like that.
Yeah, I mean, normally it's busy, but I just flash back to Christmas when you're up there and you have cars lined up 5 and 6 deep for one parking spot, and just people ringing bells everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, to see it like it was yesterday, it's just so strange.
It was. I agree 100%. We'll come back. Your phone calls are next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can get in. Stretch Armstrong will take your phone calls. We'll chat with you, see what's on your mind. Rick and Bubba, we are here. Wheel of Meat could spin. On the Wheel of Meat, we put toilet paper. So you could win some toilet paper as well. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
That's right, baby. Team Rick and Bubba's all here. 6 minutes past the hour. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We will certainly get to more of your phone calls before the day is done. Wheel of Meat could spin at any time. Could happen. It does have toilet paper on it, too, for those of you that still cannot find an ample supply of rump ribbon. Be paying attention for that. So Bubba, I see that in the break you went to get your sunglasses on. That's not going to help you read any better. Can I pass that on to you?
That's the problem. I don't have any reading lens in it, but I was talking to my daughter yesterday, and she said I didn't look cool on here, so I thought I'd hip it up. How's this?
Well, you know what? You look very, very cool, and very hip. Just can't see anything. But that's the only.
Well, I can't read anything.
Right. Yeah. That's and you and I were laughing, and we've talked about this. I know in our podcast last week when we talked to Chris Tomlin. Tomlin, and at first I thought he had some progressive lenses on, which that's just a way for our generation, I guess, in denial that we're getting older. It's bifocals is what it is. It's just a hipper version of bifocals, but we think that's
instead of a line, doesn't it just smoothly transition? Is that why they call it progressive?
Right, but some people can't handle them, and Tomlin said he couldn't handle them on the stage because it can make you dizzy. If some people can handle them, some people can't.
It's hard walking down steps, Rick, because you're looking down through the readers and you can fall pretty easy.
Yeah, I have progressives on, and that's what I wear now because I used to just do the reading glasses, and you've heard me tell this story, and I told it in the podcast, until the eye doctor said, would you like to see how you could see all the time? And I was like, yeah, and he showed it to me. And then I have terrible night blindness too, so that got worse as I got older, so I had to go with the progressives, and that don't bother me. I don't have any issue with them, but some people do. But he just really got himself a hip pair of reading glasses because he's Chris Tomlin. He has to be hip. And I have been wondering. I mean, I certainly don't know how Sean Hannity has handled his money over the years. I assume he's in pretty good shape financially and could buy our show and set it to the curb if he wanted to.
Sure.
But God love him. He's having to use reading glasses now, and you can tell he's worked with the crew that he only wants to read things with it while they're showing B-roll. And what I mean by B-roll, that's when whoever's doing the show, you can't see them like what we're doing right now. Adler just showed some B-roll, and so they'll catch Sean. Look at this. Look at how it's on the end of his nose. They catch Sean sometimes with these on when they cut to him real quick, and he barely puts them on his nose at all, and they look terrible. I mean, Sean, you can get the hippest reading glasses the world has ever known. I mean, see, look, I don't know if you can see it, Bubba, in your setup, but I mean,
not right now.
Yeah, but it's, but anyway.
I was going to try to pull it up, but I may overload the computer.
Okay. I mean, Sean, you can get some really cool readers.
Do you think, because I know, like with me, I haven't committed to reading glasses fully.
Yeah.
It's like I need some and I don't.
Right.
You think he just has some? It's like, okay, when I need them, I'll go to it. But I have noticed that.
Yeah, but you're on TV.
His producers and everybody know the same thing you do.
Yeah,
because they try
so hard not to show it.
I know. As soon as he grabs the switch,
God love Sean. Get you just some
Here I go. I'm gonna get mine.
But I didn't. We didn't ask Tomlin this, and I meant to in the break. If he doesn't have progressives and he just has hip reading glasses on, but he wore them throughout the entire interview as if you just had glasses on, doesn't it seem blurry when you're not reading something?
See, that's a bad idea. There you go.
Yeah. So anyway,
did y'all hear that?
Yeah. There we go. So anyway, all right. So I know when we went to the break, we kind of went into this. We're in a real serious situation. Everybody acknowledges that, but we really can't do what we're doing if we're going to make it to be anything beyond safety and trying to figure out a virus that's new to us.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. MyPillow.com/Bubba. America watching this SpaceX launch together. Lots of fun, and you won't find anybody loves America much more than Mike Lindell. I mean, you think he's not singing? Right now at MyPillow.com/Bubba, they reached out asking us to share the latest deal with you, and it features the lowest price in the history of the company on the product. Their famous Giza Dream bed sheets are the best sheets you'll ever sleep on. And right now, you can get a queen-size set for $59.98, and a king-size set is just $69.98. Never been lower, and the shipping will be free. Mike and the MyPillow employees continue to be canceled by some of the big box stores out there, attacked by the media, and want to share with you. Lindell said, hey, guys, can you let everybody know how much we appreciate them? Thank you for continuing to support us, even after we get attacked for what we believe. So if you love these deals, and look, when you've got hard-earned money, Mike Lindell knows right now value has never been more important to all of us. So there's over 200 products you can find, and they're all priced reasonably at MyPillow.com/Bubba, and the quality is second to no one. So go find them all right now and get free shipping as we celebrate our 30th anniversary, and the folks at MyPillow.com/Bubba want to be part of that too. So free shipping is a gift on all the items. So find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, anything else you can tell us about the launch as far as updates before we move to the next
Well, they're
story?
about 11 minutes into the flight. It appears the Starship is operating as predicted. The booster that was going to come back and actually land in the ocean, but they were going to slow it down, kind of simulate a landing. All of the engines did not light, and it came in hot. But we don't have video of it hitting the water. I'm sure we will later.
So you thought they think it came in just a little bit hotter than
I think they were supposed to light 6 engines to slow it down, and then 3 at the very end, and they got 1 lit. So it came in hot.
Consider it hot.
Yep.
Consider it hot. So you know what? So they're finding out. All right. So that didn't work like we thought.
This one went further than the other mission. They were able to do the hot stage, and we're going to see the Starship itself splash down in the Indian Ocean here in just a little while.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. So successful launch. Other than
Yeah,
that,
I think it was. They went further. Every launch
That
was
was
going
pretty-
further.
that was really cool seeing
And,
that.
and that thing is so big too.
Oh, it's gigantic. Yeah, we love it. All right, so it's time for a climate change update. All this right now, us being terrified, if we don't cut our carbon emissions, we will destroy the very earth in which we all live. Now, some of the science with this gets a little tricky, and you'll see somebody trying to be a voice of reason, Peter Hitchens, today, about our net zero goal that we have. Here we go.
Burn, baby, burn.
So, Adler, you have Peter Hitchens. He says, there's a lot of talk about getting to net zero, and he's on the BBC, and the panelists and the audience members are not going to be thrilled with Peter Hitchens saying, I will now be the adult in the room. Now, I don't know if this happens over in glorious old England and the rest of Europe. I don't know whether they seem to experience the same thing we do here, is that when people talk about global warming, they normally stop acknowledging the globe.
Yes.
They act like that where you live is the center of all climate. And so if you would just get your act together, you would save the world. And of course, we have asked this question that Peter's going to lay out, but global climate change would include everybody. The entire planet. So Peter is going to talk about that and how this net zero goal is a fantasy. So here we go.
What do people actually think they're achieving? Anybody can look at it's called the energy dashboard. You can get it up on your computer anytime and see on a normal day in this country where the power which is lighting your home and your place of work and everything else you see, where it's coming from. And on a day when the wind isn't blowing, it's largely coming from gas. Or it's coming from imported power, which quite often comes from the Netherlands, where they still burn coal. We don't burn coal anymore because we didn't just close down our coal-fired power stations, we blew them up. We were so certain we were right to do so. At the same time, China is, even as we speak, building the equivalent of two new coal-fired power stations a week. India has a vast expansion program of coal-fired power stations, even if George is right about his tremendous predictions of apocalypse. Even if he's right, the contribution which this country is making by what it's doing to these outcomes is not merely minimal, it's non-existent. Everything that we do is completely blotted out by what much larger countries are doing to maintain their own power. Now, if you want to live in a country with net zero, if you want to live in a country where nobody can afford to heat their house, where people have incredibly expensive and largely non-functioning heat pumps inflicted on them, if you want that kind of thing to happen to you, if you want lots of people to lose their jobs because there's no energy, if you want to be cold all the time, if you want the computers which make life possible in practically every form of life to shut down every so often, then carry on believing that the demand to go for net zero, to keep it in the ground, is intelligent and thoughtful.
I love everybody else on the panel. It was so frustrating.
Their head. But he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
He said even here, the Netherlands, they're not doing what we're doing.
No.
And we were so confident that we were so above the fray, we blew up our coal fire plants. Meanwhile, China's doing two a week. And he said all this is going to lead to, if you want to be in the country that stays with this lunacy, is you're going to have very bad, service. You're going to be very cold. You're not going to be able to use your computers. You're going to have a miserable life that really accomplishes nothing.
Yeah.
He said, even if you believe, and obviously he doesn't, he said, if you believe this apocalyptic speech we just heard from George over here, even if you believe that, I hate to break it to all of you in this room, what we're doing here is meaningless. And I think that I don't know why we don't understand that.
Yeah, this graph shows that since 2000, China's carbon emissions are up 200%, India's are up 155%. Meanwhile, the U.S. is down 10% and Europe is down 16%. And it's just hurting us. That's all we're doing. This is about money, control, power, and it's a scam.
Well, I hope in our country we will wake up and listen to what Peter Hitchens is saying to his country, but we need to say it to our country. If we truly claim, I believe what we claim about how we care about those that live paycheck to paycheck, everything the green movement is doing in this country is making life harder
and more expensive.
For people who live paycheck to paycheck. And then Peter doubles down. You're making yourself miserable for absolutely no reason.
Yeah, because if we achieve it, if we are perfect, if the other countries are not doing it, China, Russia, some others, it doesn't matter.
No.
You lose anyway.
So you've really done this for no reason, and what you think you're going to avoid, first of all, you have to buy in, and this is the hard part. Like he even said, let's say this guy over here is right. It really is going to kill us all. Let's say that's even true. We can't stop it. So you might as well be comfortable. You might as well enjoy your computer. But of course, I believe, and I think Peter does, he may not believe for the same reason, we're not destroying the planet because cows are breaking wind and we're driving the combustion engine. Okay, and all the other things we hear, and we have coal power and all that. Now, do we need to, and we have, by the way, we made great strides on pollution.
Yeah, we should always.
We should always strive for clean air and clean water. But
nobody is for that, Rick.
But this end of the world stuff on carbon emissions is, in my opinion, very, very weak. If the case made for that, because I can't get past, and we've said it 1,000 times, can't get past the age of the Earth, even if you're a young Earth person. And what gets me is most of you that believe in this apocalyptic view, you're old Earth people, and that's really weird.
Yeah,
because your sample is even tinier than the young Earth people. That we have been keeping records, but then we do know, based on the finds that we have, that kind of reveal that this place we live has had some pretty catastrophic climate events that we had nothing to do with.
Right. They came and went without our intervention with it.
Right. And so I can't really get past that. And the other one that we make fun of all the time, and Bubba said there's another one that we're looking into right now, some of the biggest voices in this apocalyptic view keep buying property where they claim people will die.
Yeah, that'll be underwater in a few years.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
So anyway, that was well-spoken, well said, and with an English accent, sounded a little more authoritative. We'll be back 15 minutes to the I love the smugness of it, too. That's what I love about the English. The smugness of him saying, how ridiculous this is. So he doesn't shout. He just sits there and he's smug about it.
Right.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then getting the information and trying to work plans. I know we got some hard decisions coming up. I got that. But those hard decisions are across the board for everybody. But when this very serious situation turns into propaganda and politics and I know these are all disciples, either officially or unofficially, of Saul Alinsky, and we have a portion of our country right now and inside our government that are full-blown socialist / mini communist, and so large central government is their dream. I mean, that's their dream. And they loathe and just hate everybody, the person Donald Trump, the president Donald Trump, and anybody who supports that person and that president. All these people are considered to be not the solution for the country, but the problem with the country. And they want all of us that see the world in a more small government, conservative way. And even last night, when I heard Tucker Carlson talking about, and then, of course, if you really want to be hated, have that political view and be an evangelical Christian. And you can, he said about it because he was talking about another attack on evangelicals. He goes, now keep in mind, to the left, these are the most hated people. All right, so, and he said, and I'm not even an evangelical, but I acknowledge that. But this is the, and then I researched and I realized, what does he mean by that? And I thought he might not be, but he's an Episcopalian. And I said, oh, okay. All right, so anyway, that's true, by the way. I'm not exaggerating that. And he did a whole article about that one time. But they don't want to make trouble.
No.
But anyway, so we find ourselves now with the drug hydroxychloroquine, the malaria drug. Some people mixing it with zinc, some with the Z-Pack, and somehow this has become, by the opposition to the Trump administration, Donald Trump's drug. How has this happened, Bubba?
Rick, I don't know. And, President Trump, look, we're in a desperate situation. And we have some drugs that are already out there that fight viruses. And everybody was trying something just to find something that would hit. And a few people tried this drug, which was commonly prescribed for malaria. It also is prescribed for lupus and some forms of arthritis. And it's, it's something we had. And they were trying it, and they had what they call anecdotal success. In other words, they had some people get better after they took it. And it was in small numbers, and then more people took it. And then we see now that maybe there's a lot of people taking it. We're seeing these success stories on TV. It's not a cure. And we don't know exactly how good it works because we haven't had the clinical test. But you know what? We don't have 6 months, 8 months, a year for a clinical test. People are getting better. We don't know if they were going to get better anyway, or it made it, not as bad, or they got over it quicker. but there does appear to be some evidence with some people that it helps, and that it helps people not get as bad, it helps people get off ventilators. And Donald Trump was pushing this from day one. Now, it's been implied that he has some financial interest in it, and that's really not the case. I think he may have a mutual fund that.
Yeah, Adler has that update.
Right, Adler?
Yeah, somebody found in one of his mutual funds, which, as you said, Bubba, would be a blind trust, that it may, if this really, really moves and this becomes a drug that is really in high demand, which it is, that Donald Trump may walk away in one of his blind trust mutual funds with $90. Is that right, Adler?
Right. Shut down the whole economy. The whole thing is to get $90 for Trump.
Yeah. So look, and I know what Trump's doing. I understand Trump speak.
I do too. He thought it was good news, and he couldn't wait to tell everybody about it.
Yeah, he's like, and every time they bring it up, and of course the Dr. Fauci, who is a scientist, is going to say we must do studies, we must do tests, we must do.
That's their job.
What he does.
That's their job.
That's his job. That's how he's trained. Donald Trump's job is to give Americans hope. Now, this is something most of us have never experienced in our lifetime, and the country's never been shut down like this. So he's trying to give people hope. Hope is very important. That's why he set a date out there and said, hey, I hope we can get back to work by Easter, but we'll see. That's why he's saying, I hope we can get back at the end of April 30th, but we'll see. We're just built that way. We need hope, and it is working for some people. And there's some amazing stories. It's not a cure. It doesn't work for everybody all the time, but it's in that same kind of class of drugs and fights viruses.
Release the Kraken. All 10 lines are now available. It's time to talk to you, the Rick and Bubba audience. Yes, we will take this show. We'll take it, and the responsibility to program it, and we just give it to you. Right now, you're in charge. You're picking the topics. You're asking the questions. You're bringing the information to the table. This is the go time. So you dial us up right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Calvin Speedy Wilburn will start taking phone calls, and barriers, as we know, are blessings. The buzzer will end your call at 30 seconds on the nose. Unless Helmsy or Bubba gives you one of their coveted timeouts, they only tote one apiece. So no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, just topics. Here we go. Jesse is in Sweet Home, Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Jesse, welcome to the show. 30 seconds, go.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I was on vacation with my wife. We were headed to North Carolina, and it was the first argument we had got in, big argument, because we got pulled over. The cop was coming to our car. My gun is in the glove box, so she's fumbling around in the glove box looking for the insurance card, and I'm like, close the glove box, and she just keeps shuffling for it. And I'm just in there yelling at her, close the glove box, close the glove box. She finally gets the insurance card and closes the glove box at the time that he's
I saw where that was going.
Let's
I
go
don't
to
know if I wanted to hear it or not.
Toby in Mississippi. Toby, 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, I was going to ask Bubba if he knew what spacecraft that was that come over Mississippi, I think Tuesday morning and made the sonic boom.
Yeah, that was the Dragon capsule, right? Coming back, SpaceX Dragon coming back from the space station.
Oh yeah. You said people were emailing.
Oh
you
yeah,
about that.
yeah. It came across Mississippi and part of the Gulf Coast, and everybody got a light show. It was still dark, and heard some sonic booms too.
Jason in Hoover, ZZK. Jason, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, Bubba, I apologize, but this is the first time in 30 years you irritated me.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
can't be riding down the road trying to do a math problem to figure out how fast this thing's going. I don't need kilometers. I need miles per hour.
I know. That's all they had it listed in.
Doggone it,
we didn't
John.
have.
You might as well have been speaking French.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do subtitles on the radio. So.
Yeah. Well, I know we don't have it either. Sorry about that.
Sorry, buddy. John in Ozark, Alabama. Johnny, go.
Hey, I'm not really in the loop, but Super Tuesday was last week, and I haven't heard anyone mention the only good television of Super Tuesday. and that's Nikki Haley's red dress. That was a real achievement.
Calm down, buddy.
You like that, huh? Turn it down, Tiger.
Easy, John.
Yeah, we've parted ways in the last year since she took the mark of the beast, but she was rocking that red dress.
She took the mark of the beast.
Oh, that's funny.
But he worked through it for the red dress.
Yeah. But you know what? Let's go to here's Marvin. Marvin the Martian. Here we go. Marvin, welcome to the show.
Good morning, my friends. How are you, Earthlings, today?
We're good, Marvin. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if Bubba was really proud of you, Earthlings, today with the launch of this rocket.
That's pretty good. This is good.
I have one word. I have a word for you, Bubba.
All right.
It's called whoopsie doo doo.
Whoopsie doo doo. Not impressed, Marvin.
No, we're not impressed. Did you guys realize Elon Musk is an actual Martian?
Well, Greg told us that. So you're
lizard. You said lizard man.
Lizard man.
No, we're not lizard men, you goober.
You know, this Martian sounds vaguely familiar.
He does.
Yeah,
He really does. Thank you, Marvin. That's one timeout gone. Marvin got it, and rightfully so. Satch, Autauga County, checking in. Go, Satch.
Good morning.
Hey.
Look, Greg is known for his colorful comments. Y'all quit picking on him. He's going to take his toys and go home.
Well,
Yeah,
no.
they're a little rough.
No, Satch, let me tell you.
A little rough around
There's
here.
a lot of things that Greg has in him getting his toys and leaving. No, he'll stay here and make us all walk all the way through it.
Okay.
So you're in good hands, Satch. Don't worry about that. Let's go to Jordan. This is one of our mini Jordans, isn't it? Okay. Jordan is standing by in the great state of Mississippi. And this.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
There it is. Jordan, go ahead.
Matt. So, Bubba here. Just want to let you know that if y'all are on TikTok here before you ban it, if you go to CBS News in the search bar, you can actually watch Spaceship Live.
TBS. On TikTok.
CBS News.
Oh, okay. Well, we've been watching it on the SpaceX page.
Oh yeah, you know how.
I figured you would.
Yeah, Bubba's very specific. We continue. Let's go to Josh in Sweet Home, Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas?
Buddy.
Enjoy listening to the show.
Thank you.
Hey, I don't care if you call me Bill Jack or Sachs, man. Whatever name you call me, I answer. People just need to start getting their comments. And happy Free Ball Thursday.
Thanks, buddy.
Don't even know what to say to that.
3-ball Thursday.
Well, I think so.
He did, and you probably didn't need to repeat.
That's right.
I just want everybody to be sure.
Greg, right?
It's better than what happens on Friday.
That's true. But you ain't gonna like Friday.
No. Jack, welcome to the show. 30 seconds, go.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell everybody, get you a good look at that flat Earth. I mean, just flat as a flitter, wasn't it?
Yeah. Did you see Span?
Oh, they do that with fancy cameras.
That's fisheye.
Fisheye. Did you see Span today? Because we love frustrated Span.
Gets in that voice.
That is my favorite James Span, believe it or not.
He said, by the way, even at the men's conference, he used the word face bag.
Yeah, he did.
But he had some guy today, whatever, when he started the day, Span was like, I want to wish everybody a good day except for this guy. And he had done a screenshot of a guy that was talking about flat Earth and kept telling Span he needs to realize he's wrong, that the Earth is flat. And he was like, everybody have a great day except for this guy. Melanie in Birmingham, ZZK. Melanie, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
We're good.
Good. Y'all forgot one major thing about Mike Tyson. Do we not remember when he bit, I think it was Evander Holyfield's ear off?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
He bite it. He gets it. Y'all didn't say that at all.
Yeah, I was doing I'll bite you. When I was doing an impression, I was saying I will bite you. I even gave it this.
I mean, maybe he'll bite the Paul boy's nose off and he won't have to look at him anymore.
Hey. Oh, well, so you're going to be pulling for Iron Mike, I hear.
Sounds like it.
Right. Thanks for the call. Let's go to Merle. Merle, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're
great.
So I just wanted to say it's not a TikTok ban. They will only be banned if they don't divest their 1% interest into the Communist Party.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I think
That's all I just want to say.
We filtered it down.
Yeah,
to that,
yeah. That's that.
Wait a minute.
There you go. There you go.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Thanks for the calls. Active troll. Like it. Top of the hour. If you leave us, don't forget, you never have to miss a minute of the Rick and Bubba Show. You can catch the archive on our Rick and Bubba YouTube channel or our podcast channel not long after the live show ends. But if you got more live Rick and Bubba or archive, top of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, it just stands to reason that with some people it might help a little bit. So what is wrong with that?
Hey, did y'all see? I mean, I guess Dr. Oz is in on it too.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. I saw that last night.
Yeah.
And,
but as you said, Rick, the left has adopted this plan that we must shoot holes in this because if it's successful, it's good for Donald Trump. Because he said to begin with, like Rick, any of us, if we here on this show or our loved ones are laying in a bed dying and they have no hope, and there is something that we can try, a long shot. It doesn't work, you're going to die anyway. It causes you more problems, you're going to die anyway. But for the slimmest hope that it does improve your situation, it's worth trying.
Yeah, well,
and that's what he's saying about this.
Yeah, I'll come back. There's more on this, and Dr. Oz talked about it some last night, and we'll get into this and talk about it. If you want to see if it's agenda-driven, see if anybody other than Fox News interviews the state legislator out of Detroit who's a Democrat, who's thanking the president for making her and her doctor aware of it and giving her doctor the right to make the decision on whether she should get it or not because it saved her life. See if she's covered anywhere else.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Interested in some of these that are taking hydroxychloroquine? Sheila out of Orange Beach, listening to Sunny 105. Sheila, what do you take it for?
I take it for rheumatoid.
Okay, so
arthritis.
So what has been your experience with it?
Well, it's been good. I mean, it takes away a lot of the joint pain, which then allows you to move and, have an active day.
So side effects, you had any issues with it at all? I know they said the ones we've heard, maybe a rash, maybe some nausea, headache.
No, but if you've been on it for a long time, you are checked 3 to 4 times a year, by your rheumatologist, and sometimes they require blood work just to make sure that it's not, doing anything, or they totally encourage you to go to the eye doctor, and so which I do anyway. But those are some of the precautions that they just want to have.
Yeah, they've talked some about the potential blindness if it's taken maybe by too much of it, or somebody who maybe is a little bit older. And things like that. Right. But those things are monitored by the doctor. And, Bubba, what she's describing, I'm sure you've been in the same position. Anytime a doctor puts you on a drug to address something on an ongoing basis in your life, they're always periodically checking to see, how's your liver doing, how your kidneys doing. I mean, isn't that kind of – I mean, that's normal, isn't it? Are you having a hard time getting it? I'm sorry, Bubba.
No, not at this time, but I did – luckily, my prescription was due for being refilled before the hydroxychloroquine rush kind of came on, right. So I was able to get my regular prescription filled. But I've been on this drug probably since 2008, I guess. Mm-hmm. Something like that, maybe 2009, something like that. But
so about 12 years. Yeah. Bubba, do you have a question?
Well, no, I was just going to say, I think anything you take, has side effects. Sometimes we don't know them. Sometimes they're minor, but you take the statin drugs. I mean, they're very common now. I don't think any drug has been tested more than they have, and they still look at your liver function once a year, which is a good thing to do. But and what was her name? Sheila. She's still there, right?
Yeah, she's still there.
Sheila. Mm-hmm.
Sheila. So I assume you haven't had the coronavirus either, right?
No, not at this point. Now we are taking, precautions. I mean, we're wearing the mask when we go out. We are staying at home. So, I mean, we're doing, we're taking precautions in addition, but no, I have not had the virus.
Thanks.
Well, I just wanted to ask, and it must kind of make you feel good to know that the drug you're taking and have been taking appears to keep people from getting it or it being as serious as it is. It has to be a good feeling for you, right?
We're not saying that we know whether it's a prophylactic or not, but
no, I'm just saying that. But does it make you feel good to know that some people are having success with that?
Well, Bubba, put it this way. Let's say that right now something I take every day, Relief Factor, and it does have it also works on inflammation in the body. Mm-hmm. It may have a property, who knows? But let's say all of a sudden it came out that they said, hey, we just went to 14,000 people in one, because we'll count Sheila from Orange Beach as 14,001. And we've talked to 14,001 people that are taking Relief Factor, and none of them have COVID-19. Well, that'd be good news. I'd like hearing that.
Rick, a little hope. We all need a little hope right now.
And we'll see. All right, let's go to Michael in Alabama. Michael, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
I was listening to your conversation a few minutes ago about lupus patients and not being tested and not being positive for COVID-19.
Yes.
Got an interesting story. My wife is a severe lupus patient, has been on Plaquenil, which is another name for hydroxychloroquine, for years. About a month ago, I took her to the emergency room. She had chest pain, low-grade fever, shortness of breath that she told me she felt like she was drowning. Mm. Went to the emergency room. Doctor checked her out. Nothing came back. At that time, there was not a test for COVID-19. Interesting fact, he prescribed her a Z-Pack. Mm. Now, he has all her information of the prescriptions that she is currently taking.
Right.
Prescribed her the Z-Pack with no other indication of illness.
Right.
A week later, she and I both were tested for COVID-19. Both of us are negative.
Hmm.
Now, she has several of the indicators of being infected.
Yeah.
But is negative at that time. I just thought it was interesting to go along with the conversation you were just having.
Yeah, no, that is interesting. It really is. And there's been a lot of people that are looking back and saying, I think this has been here longer than we thought. I think members of my family got it. They had mild symptoms. We all got it, and we worked on through it, and nobody could tell us what we had. Mm-hmm. It wasn't the flu that they are usually prepared for, and we just had to kind of tough it out, and we got to the other side. And now that we're hearing all this, we wonder if we didn't have it. So it may have been in our society longer than we think it has been.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Somebody say it. A Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. We're rolling. It's a brand new hour. 30 years of Rick and Bubba working on the final year. And if we get there, 31 years. Woo! That's over half my life. We've been active. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Right there. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
And he's glad to be here. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Don't think that's too much.
Emailer.
Bring it on.
Emailer. A moment ago when Helmsy said the Russians beat us in space, quote, if Bubba's eyes had the ability to turn Helmsy to salt, he'd be a pillar.
I didn't understand what you were saying.
You
was correct. No, you almost kind of squinted at him
because I was thinking landing on the moon.
You screamed Sputnik?
Not Yuri.
Oh. I haven't seen that look since Greg claimed we didn't land on the moon.
Yeah,
he didn't like that.
So let's get into a little bit of sports talk.
A little sports
talk 690.
Talk me.
So Calvin Ridley, Helmsy, you're Tennessee Titan guy?
No, not really.
Speedy's
the cat.
I like Titans.
Speedy's very upset right now about the whole running back situation, and signing, and with the Ravens, and now this.
Well, I forgot what kind of year he had last year with the Jaguars. Yeah. So I guess so. But $92 million.
Considering he missed a whole year because of gambling.
All right. Is this a misprint? It says Calvin Ridley.
Calvin.
Isn't his name Calvin?
It's Calvin.
How about Mail Online?
L in the headline.
Spelled Calvin.
Is his brother still in the league?
Slap him.
Riley.
Isn't that his name? His brother?
I don't know. Go ahead and sit up. There we go.
I'm
Calvin
gonna
Ridley.
see. I'm gonna pull it up and see.
Calvin Ridley has agreed to a huge 4-year, $92 million deal with the Tennessee Titans.
How about that? They need some wide receivers that can create some separation, and maybe he's the answer.
He was a great receiver, no doubt. But I didn't see him play in Jacksonville that much, so I don't know what kind of year he had last year. Apparently, it was enough to get a big price tag.
Back to Helms, who says he's a closet Jaguar fan. Do you hate your losing him?
I don't keep. I'm
not into it that
I'm
much.
not into it that much. I just wish they were a little better, and I think they're probably getting there. But mine is more about I love that city. I love the Jaguar logo, colors.
Yeah,
It's just a team that I like.
Apparently, I do this week as well. Speedy, let me ask you a question.
Oh, here we go.
Pardon my dumbness. I don't want to get the look that Bubba gave our space friends over there. Who is the quarterback of Tennessee?
Tannehill. He was.
You got
off
anybody
and
can
on.
get the ball to him?
He got benched. Then the kid from Kentucky. Was the starter for half the season or the remainder of the half.
I
the
think
season.
that's probably.
Are they okay? Are they settling with him and we're good?
Got anybody can get Ridley the ball?
Yeah, that kid was.
I'm just
pretty
asking.
good.
Don't get mad.
I'm
just
not
asked.
hollering.
I just asked. I don't know. I'm ignorant
like Greg, but
I'm ignorant to this.
Yeah.
So when is the new stadium for the Titans going to be ready?
It's going to be a minute.
Yeah,
that's years away. But
where are they building that?
Right there in the parking lot.
Oh, where are they doing the parking lot?
Yeah, swap over.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Ridley.
Parking's going to be fun.
Ridley to the Titans. Las Vegas Raiders have released, as Greg predicted, Jimmy Garoppolo.
And he was there for what, 1 year?
Yep.
And signed a $73 million contract.
Wow.
Okay, we'll say that didn't work
fall
out.
from the penthouse to the outhouse. Huh?
I keep forgetting about his PED suspension.
Yeah.
I did too. I didn't even remember when that happened.
He's got to serve that.
No one else did either, unfortunately.
He's got 2 games left, so whoever inherits him will have that.
Here's the thing:
are they going to inherit some of the $73 million?
I think in there it said he had 30-something million guaranteed, so maybe that was it.
Rick, how about? I
can't remember.
He suspended for PEDs and it didn't work. His performance was not enhanced. No, he didn't play that.
Why did he make that
case? Did he say
case?
he used them to come back from an injury?
I think so.
Don't you think, to your point, Greg, couldn't he look and said, "Y'all really think this helped me? Did y'all see me play?"
alluding
look at
back
the record.
by the another Alabama former receiver, Jerry Jeudy, going to the Browns.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, from Denver. Yeah.
By the way,
He wanted to be big
Garoppolo,
then.
the PED suspension cost him $11 million.
Okay. That hurt.
He had a 33.75 in guaranteed money. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good. So
he can absorb that $11 million.
I think he'll be okay.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens to him in the free agent market.
Any talk about where he may go or end up?
I believe he's going to roll into the old backup role.
I heard he was going here. It says Vikings are his number.
Perfect.
Yes,
I heard that too.
Perfect. So I know the Bears was wanting to shop
Bears
Justin Fields. Did anything ever happen with that?
That's a good question.
I saw today someone. I think it was just somebody's opinion. Him go to the Eagles as a backup to Jalen Hurts.
Hmm.
Now
Really?
That was just like a headline. I don't think it was somebody's opinion. Maybe they need to.
Bears.
I made it all up, to be honest.
Whatever happened to the guy that won the Super Bowl for the Eagles and they get rid of him?
Foles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is he out of the league? You know,
he bounced around at quarterback several places, right? Wasn't he at the Jaguars for a while too?
I don't know.
By the way, can you do anything
quite
else?
the nickname.
Here we go again, covering sports. We have no answer.
Well, Greg, that's
you're the one that brought it up.
It's Rick and Bubba Sports 690.
He played
we
for the
do
Colts.
sports like we do everything else.
Played for the Colts in 2022.
Okay.
Have you ever seen, though, honestly, that falls under, seriously, that has to fall under the headline, what else can I do for you?
Yeah.
Okay, we're done with you. I just won the Super Bowl. I know. We don't like you.
Didn't he start the next year and then maybe after that?
Maybe.
Here we
Bears.
Mm-hmm.
So is Justin Fields, again, I don't watch enough of it, but I still do Sports Talk 690. Did he not do well or something? Has he been
Well, the Bears didn't have a good year. They were
inconsistent back there.
They were actually worse than the Vikings.
Okay.
I don't think he's a complete bust, but they would like him to be better.
Yeah, he's not living up to the hype for sure.
Well, I don't know because, like I said,
and they kept talking about he was on the trade block, but all these other moves were made and nothing ever happened with him. So
right,
the
Bears. So I don't know, but we'll see how all this pans out because there's a lot of moving and shaking going on right now.
Yeah,
and so we'll see how it all pans out, where he lands, where Garoppolo lands. like you say, I guess he takes $33 million of guaranteed money and says, "I'm going to sit here if y'all don't mind."
Yeah, whatever y'all want me to do.
I think I'll fish today, and maybe somebody will call.
I think I'll fish.
Right. I mean, let's take a lot of pressure off of you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it
Hey,
does.
I heard you. They got rid of. They did. Yeah. Are you going to be okay? I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sure. I'm planning what I'm going to do on my off time.
Do you hope to play for somebody else? Yeah.
We'll see.
A lot of big, strong people chase you out there.
Yeah.
You know? So right now, I know who I am. So and I got $33 million. We'll come back. We'll jump in some other stories. You seen this West Point story? Oh, Bubba.
Yeah, why are they changing the motto?
Oh, Bubba.
Cause they
Bubba. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Ann here, he says his wife is on the drug and she's tested negative, even after having positive symptoms before they had a test. And
that's very encouraging, I would say.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Question. So if that's the case, if this has already been in our society, is this whole shutdown unnecessary, or was that just a first wave and now we're experiencing a second wave and then we're in fear of a third wave? Where are we at on all that?
Yeah, Adler, I think that's a great question, because I was thinking the same thing. If it's already been here, did it actually come from China? I don't know. Or was it a version or a cousin of it? I mean, when we talk about viruses, there's a million of them out there. So some of them make you sick. Some of them are good for you to have, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, there's been, I'm sorry, Adler, go ahead.
I know so many people that have a story exactly like the caller that just called in. In fact, I've got a story just like that caller that just called in. Aaron has never taken off sick days at all. But back at the end of last year, she had to take off an entire week because she got sidelined. And Greg, I don't know if you remember this, Greg, but I came into work one morning and I was like, dude, Aaron woke up last night and she was just coughing and could not breathe. We almost had to go to the emergency room last night because my wife couldn't breathe. And you were like, she couldn't breathe. That's weird. But she got over it and she just kind of slept it off. But like, I know so many people that have a story exactly like this. And like I said, my wife is never sick ever. She thinks it was because she was pregnant. Her immune system was compromised and she picked up something. Was it COVID? Was it coronavirus? Novel coronavirus? We don't know.
Yeah. My story is with Reese and JC. I had to check out Reese twice because he said he couldn't breathe. He couldn't catch his breath in class. And he had to have 2 rounds of antibiotics, both him and JC, and it was kind of like an upper respiratory infection of some kind. They tested negative for the flu, but you just wonder, heck, did they have? That's why I think we need to have this test as quickly as possible to find out if you've had it or not.
Yeah, well, that's what we got to know, because people are asking the question that Adler's asking, and others, and it's okay to ask it. By the way, I'm not saying anybody knows yet, but is it possible that we have already been dealing with this as a society, and we know that at one time, some people say, and it looks like maybe, who knows, maybe they just didn't know. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, that they knew there was going to be a rush on masks, so they told us that we didn't need them. It might even make the situation worse to try to discourage wearing masks. And then, so they let us out there with no mask on for quite a while. And then came back and said, "Oh, put the mask back on." Either after supplies caught up, or maybe they found out something new about it. I don't know. I don't assume to know. But anyway, and we do know they're still saying, "Well, now you can go to the drugstore and the grocery store, if you need to." And you start thinking to yourself, okay, is the shutdown necessary? I mean, is this? Could we push through this? Protect those that have health issues, and that's that decision that's going to show up on May 1st. And I think they're gathering all the information they can so they can use it when they pitch on May 1st what we're going to do, because this can't continue. We know that, or we won't have a country. I mean, it can't continue, and so you got to start figuring out what do you do next. And I think all of this you have to kind of think, okay. There's definitely, we got a task force working on nothing but the implementation of our economy during this pandemic and what does that look like. But all this has to be taken into consideration. Have we been living our regular lives with COVID long before now?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. We continue the social distancing format, so we've kind of updated you on the some of the latest. There's some things we may have forgotten. We'll get to a little bit later on. But I know, Bubba, we've been wanting to play a little bit with with some of the various options available to us from those of you that are social distancing from homemade studios in various locations. And Adler, I know toward the end yesterday, I think he's got it where he can get outside and we can look at his backyard pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that fence he's been working on.
Yeah. Adler, can
y'all want the update?
Yeah, can we see your fence, what you've been working on?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want a test run. I want the dog to go down the path and take a dump.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I want all that.
Awesome. Hey, Armstrong, jump.
Minutes past the hour. How about you? The Rick and Bubba Show, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out again this weekend. The latest installment of an ongoing series, Letters from the Audience. The next installment this weekend. Does your email make it? Maybe. We'll see. Bubba and I'll run through them, and you can catch it this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Bubba, we got a Year America. America. Promised Land, West Point. I mean, you hear the term West Point. Bubba, we got a problem. West Point's mission statement has been changed, and it has sparked fury.
I'm trying to see here what they actually changed it to.
I got it right here for you.
Build, educate, train,
That's
and
the one.
inspire the Corps of Cadets.
It's long. It's really long.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, they at one time it was pretty straightforward. Duty, honor, country is foundational to the United States Military Academy's culture and will always remain our motto. This is, of course, from some of the veterans that are not thrilled. They refer to these words as hallowed. And now they're being replaced by what you just read, Bubba, which seems a little wordy, honestly.
Let me ask you this: why did it need to be changed? That's what I'm not following.
That's what they're all wondering.
What's the big problem here with the motto? What is
complained?
wrong with duty, honor, and country?
Well, I'm sorry. Nope.
You got to have a reason, right?
Duty, honor, country, sir.
Right. So
I don't get this.
This new statement that you just read: to build, educate, train, and inspire the Corps of Cadets to be commissioned leaders of character, committed to the Army values, and ready for a lifetime of service to the Army and nation. These values include loyalty, duty, respect. I see duty made it back in. Selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage.
Why? I mean, what difference does it make? Now? Why mess with it? I don't get it.
I'd be real careful with their use of the term personal courage.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought.
I'd hang on.
What
to that
about
one.
duty, honor, country? Doesn't that cover it?
What is that? We have some people are saying on social media that West Point has gone full globalist. What do you think that is? Because they took country out? Is that why?
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. Because you notice even in when they revamp it, they take country out. So we don't want our military to be loyal to the very country in which it protects. I'd like to know that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So the veterans are not happy. They're very, very upset. It's angered people. They say this is a step in a woke direction. And I think
again, I don't see enough change in it to matter. You know what I'm saying? They're not even making a big change of direction, so why change it? Right? I mean, what am I missing something?
Well, I think what we're
Personal.
missing is that you're right. What these veterans are saying is what they've done is they want you to feel the way we're feeling when we read it. They're hoping you won't notice that country was taken out.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're saying they don't have any commitment to be loyal to the country. It says loyalty, but it doesn't say to what. Duty, it doesn't say duty to what. respect of what, selfless service, I think we can understand. Honor, integrity,
personal courage.
Watch personal courage.
We all know what that means.
That means I'm courageous to be who I am,
Is that what it is?
and live it out to the fullest.
Yep.
So hang on to that one.
That's right.
I tell you,
Hold that one close to you.
But to the
just
big,
got to tamper with everything, don't we?
I don't want anyone to mishear what Bubba is saying. What he's saying is duty, honor, and country are fine. There's no need to change it. Why did we go into
I mean,
the,
why? I don't see.
What's better now because they're changing it.
Right.
Yeah, after this is implemented, how are we better the next day? I don't really see it worth. I mean, think about all the printing you're gonna have to do to fix it.
Right.
Yeah, is it worth that?
What's the big deal?
Well, I think we should all be
And who
concerned
cared?
that something as
Jamie?
prestigious as West Point feels this kind of pressure.
Yeah.
Why would anybody at West Point, to all of your points, how can this conversation ever get out of the first office when somebody said, I think we need to take a look at duty, honor, and country?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, shouldn't we be?
Why was that not just dead on arrival?
Yeah,
Shouldn't we be sending bullets somewhere or something? Why are we fooling?
Well,
with
we got to change it up, y'all, to include more.
Right.
It just
still
duty, honor, and country
just
includes
doesn't-
everything
Doesn't that
we
apply
need.
to everybody?
But what about my personal feelings and all that?
I thought it was deny self for country.
I thought it was too, but
that's how I look at it.
Well,
we got to change that.
But they really what they've done. If you think about grammar, they've come back and they've given you all kinds of descriptive words and all kinds of things that are being descriptive,
right?
And all these characteristics, but they don't really assign where these characteristics are focused to.
Yeah.
Other than self.
Well, again, it's even if you're going woke, it's not a big enough change to fool with.
Right.
If that's your goal.
If I'm a woke person, I don't think it's enough.
It's almost like
where's my pronouns?
Yeah, the commander got
That's
in there and
personal
said,
courage,
I need to
George.
put my stamp on this somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You see that a lot.
Yeah.
in
But
different things.
but we just think about it's just the way our mind works. I know that y'all think sometimes we oversimplify things. I just don't understand at West Point how anybody got away with saying let's change duty, honor, country, and that anybody just said, you know what, maybe we need to look at that.
Yeah,
I just don't even know how that even happened. It just seems it seems like that would be a dead on arrival there. And see, now here's where you really got to this where you got to really have concern straight up. This is where the concern should be. Okay, we have West Point because this is how the world works, whether we want to live in the real world or not.
Right.
But this show's all about the real world. Okay.
It is
not the reality series that MTV launched, but we
started it all.
Yeah, we live in the real world. What West Point and our military just said to everybody listening to this show, check 1, 2.
Hello.
We know that veterans will be furious about this, but we're not as worried about that as how furious the woke movement is if we don't change it.
Yeah.
Right.
They had a decision on where they wanted to feel pressure from, and the veterans were not picked.
Do you think the woke people even feel like that's enough of a change to matter?
Probably inside doors, because I don't know if have you checked on our military lately and some of the social experiments they're doing.
Yeah.
Well, now we all know this, don't we, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey? What do we know about people whose whole worldview is based on the foundation of feelings and my heart? Do you think when it's emotional that you can ever do enough for them?
No.
Okay,
Heck no.
It's never enough.
No.
Hey, we let y'all
We
come
know
in.
that.
Hey, we got taxpayers paying for gender surgery.
Oh yeah.
We are letting people come in the military that have any lifestyle, anywhere, anyhow, and you can live it out in the military. We're letting males and females bunk together. We got all this going on. We're lowering standards for females to be elevated. And you know what the people that you're catering to just said to you? Not enough.
Not enough.
It's never enough.
No.
And so we may not have heard the story, to your point, because I certainly didn't. But you can bet if this pressure to change, it came from somewhere.
Oh yeah.
They just didn't grab it out of the air. And now, don't you know this? When you walk in this office, let's just get in the real world. We're going to change the motto. We're going to do away with duty, honor, country, or whatever order it's in. And somebody said, the veterans are going to lose their ever-loving mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know what somebody said? Nothing compared to what else is going to happen to us if we don't.
Mm-hmm.
So there was pressure from somewhere.
Yeah.
They had to pick a side to fall on.
And guess which one they picked?
Yep.
If you're a veteran out there, they did not pick you.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And that's the fact, Jack. So
there it is.
I know. Look, I don't like the way that feels either.
No.
But that's obviously what happened.
Oh, there's no doubt.
So, because
ain't that something?
And what I have learned in my own journey with this, and what we've learned as a show in our journey with this, you're missing it. The only way that you ever shut bullies down is for them to determine that no matter how mad they get and how much they push you around, it doesn't change anything. And eventually they grow weary of it.
Yeah.
Does the military get an ESG score too?
Probably part of that. Back to that same theme. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. Hello, America. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In here, buddy. Armstrong, I need you to switch, okay? I'm not going to be at my computer anymore. You got me? Is he saying yeah?
He's got you.
Yeah, he's got you.
Awesome.
He's got it.
And for some
Awesome.
reason, there's
Okay.
two Greg Burgesses on here. I think he might be about to do something too.
Yeah, Greg looks like he's working. He didn't spell his last name right for some reason. On that.
I know. I'm trying to get out of that. I have to do that. I don't know.
You want me to end
I'm in
it
it.
for you?
I can take that.
Greg,
yeah, end me on that, and I'll try later.
Okay.
All right.
All right. There goes Adler.
Look at him walking.
Yeah, he's. Adler, don't.
I'm putting on my shoes, guys. Putting on my shoes here.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So I got to. Can y'all hear me still? Y'all got me?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Okay. So my place is kind of a mess, y'all. I got to clean up all my tools and stuff. I got my motorcycle. I got all my tools everywhere here. It's a train wreck out here. But let me show you all the fence. Y'all ready?
Yes.
Adler, can you go horizontal? There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, y'all got me still?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Much better.
Okay. Awesome. So this is the fence area here. So I put up this whole back fence up.
Oh, wow.
And
That's
then
nice.
That's a lot of fence.
Yeah,
we need you
these
down on the
fence
border,
panels.
man.
Yeah. Well, let's face it, Bubba. You know what happens at the end of work every day? We got a lot of time.
Yeah. Look at you.
So this is that brick path, y'all. I'm gonna have to relay. Hopefully I keep signal. I'm gonna have to relay this brick path here, y'all. It's just not
great.
Going over there, let's have a close look at it, Adler.
Yeah.
If you fade out, we'll let you know.
Yeah, you're fine right now. It's just really good.
Okay, cool. I put my
Give us
router.
a close up of it.
Outdoor lighting's better than all this indoor stuff.
Oh yeah, it is.
The beginning, I tried to do that bread basket where I go 3 and 3 and 3 and 3, and it works when you're going straight, but it does not work when you're doing a curve. So what I think I'm gonna do is just do like parallel, straight, and then right around here go with the bread basket.
Okay.
I like it, Adler, like it is. It looks good.
Yeah, it does look good.
They're not supposed to be perfect. That's the whole.
Looks a little messy for me. Little messy for me. Looks like people threw down a bunch of bricks and walked off.
Yeah. This angle looks like you have little arms.
So here's the dog poop zone, right?
Oh.
And you can see I've got.
You put all that up?
Look at him.
Yeah, buddy.
Look at Adler.
I put this whole fence up here.
Oh, so you're obnoxious neighbors that are.
Do you want us to go full screen on Adler so we can see it better?
If y'all can.
Yes,
yeah. All right. Speedy said he can. There it is.
How about that?
We got it. Bubba did it.
Boom.
Oh, Adler, that's
Okay.
really good. Now, of course, the rest of everybody else is right in the middle of the screen now. Our on deck circle's now in the middle of the screen. Speedy's going to try to move that. I'm just talking about my view. Well, no, it's that way on YouTube too. Okay.
Is it normal for someone to build
There we
a
go.
fence around an area for dogs to poop in?
Yes.
Well,
I'm legitimately asking. I didn't know that.
Well, I think it's a good idea because I remember when at one point our peak at our house one time, Helms, you worked so hard to get all this backyard put together, and we had 3 dogs and a cat, and you know what you didn't think about? You now don't have a backyard anymore. Because it is nothing but a backyard.
No, you have an obstacle course.
It's just minefields everywhere. You can't even enjoy it.
Right.
And so it's a good idea.
So Adler, did you buy? Here come the dogs. Did you buy? Did you buy the fence in sections or something, and then put it together, or did you buy the whole piece?
Who put it up for you?
I put it up, Bubba. I put it up. I pulled a muscle in my back, y'all. I pulled a muscle so hard in my back on Sunday. But yeah, so these are fence panels.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So the fence panels are like 6 feet tall by 8 feet long. And so I just did the math as far as what I needed to do to get this done here.
Yeah.
And yes, Speedy, it is because of my neighbors. It is because of my obnoxious neighbors. That's why don't tell anybody.
Adler, the digging the holes for the post, that had to be the hardest. Did you use post hole or an auger or what?
I just used well, I'm not going to go into the specifics of it. I'm not going to go into the specifics of it.
Why?
Here, let's see if
how did you put it up? We're trying. It's about the.
We got HGTV going here. How are we supposed to know what to do?
Did you mix your concrete and all that?
Well, I did a kind of a cheap, quick, and easy way of doing this. So
it's not going to last.
Oh,
you didn't put up posts, did you?
Oh no! Did you lean it on something?
I used U-bolts and just attached it to the chain link fence that was already there. I got to be honest, guys. That's what I did.
All right. Well, yeah, there it is. A little shame there. A little shame.
Okay.
Hey, come here, Kevin. Come here.
So
come
you
here.
didn't put up a fence. You covered one.
I covered up a fence. Yes.
There you go.
That's exactly right.
It does look better.
Fence.
It does look
I mean,
better.
you already had everybody hemmed up. Why do you need that?
Well, Bubba, back to the other.
Potty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go potty, buddy.
If Kevin hunkers
There you
down,
go.
He,
There you go. There you go.
What are we watching? Oh my God! That's awful. Oh man! Oh, he's about to hunker.
Oh my gosh!
He's about to hunker.
What happened to your fence back there?
"35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us on another one today. Phone calls 866 We Be Big. Helmsy on the phones, and let's chat with you, America. Lines are available. You can get in right now. 866 We Be Big. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Love this product. Love this product. Okay. Many of you are like us, and I just watch Greg, no stranger to snack cravings. You want something sweet. I just watch Top 2 go hit another cookie.
That's a big old cookie.
Let me tell you, I have really good news for you on that. HelloFresh.com/Bubba has your back because they're giving away one free dessert item with every single delivery for the life of the subscription. Yes. While you're a subscriber, not only will you enjoy your pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, and they are really good, you can also cap off a great meal with dessert for free. We call this the Speedy. And this service actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, side snacks, appetizers, breakfast, and more you can easily add to every single order. So turn to HelloFresh's quick and easy recipes, too, on those busy weeknights. Get dinner on the table a little bit quicker than it takes to even get a delivery. And let's face it, sometimes these delivery services, it's 45 minutes, you're sitting there waiting. So make mealtime easy with America's #1 meal kit. Go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and you get one free dessert item per box while your subscription is active. Easy for me to say. HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, to the phones we go. You can join us too, 866 We Be Big. Here is someone who wants to remain anonymous, and they said they can give us an inside look into West Point. Anonymous, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say that, first of all, the only way I'm affiliated with the Academy is being a graduate. But I've known, this superintendent for a while, and I just want to explain a couple of things. The first thing is, Bubba, you were on the right track when you say a lot of commanders, a lot of leaders will come into an organization and want to put their stamp on something. Right. I think this is more that case than anything else. If you look at the superintendent's background, he's got a vast special operations background, and oftentimes what these officers will do is they come into the academy from quote unquote the real Army. And when they come in from the real Army, they want to shape West Point to reflect the Army closer because they know better because they've been in the real Army. Mm-hmm. And so all he did in this case was align the academy with the Army values directly. And the Army values have been the Army values for decades. When I was, I'm retired now, but when I was in a few years ago, those had been the Army values for at least 10 to 15 years. So all he did was bring the academy mission more in line with the established Army values. Now, about the Army values. Personal courage was mentioned. Look, when you have the Army values that spell out an acronym, and the Army values have spelled out leadership since they were introduced 15 years ago, whenever they spell out an acronym, you have to assume the word choices were not the optimal word choices.
Sure.
You're trying to make it fit to an
You're
acronym.
trying to make the acronym work.
Yeah, right. So when you look at personal courage, which has been around a long time in the Army values, it says, inclusive of that definition, it says both personal and moral courage. Physical and moral courage is encapsulated in personal courage. So it's nothing new to the Army. These have been the Army values. It is odd that he took out duty, honor, country. But in a letter to the graduates, he said, hey, everyone needs to know the motto of the Academy is still duty, honor, country. But when you take duty, honor, country out of the mission, you have to understand that's going to affect a lot of opinion as to why you did that.
Yeah, let me ask you.
They seem to lack wisdom.
Yeah. Why do it though? Why take this hill? Why battle this now when you have so much woke and Dylan Mulvaney backlash and everything else? Where you go in, you think stability would be an asset, not change.
Well, let's take one example of sexual assault. It's not a I wouldn't consider it a huge problem at any service academy. It's probably, that issue is probably a lot better at academies than regular universities. However, let's just assume it's a big problem at the academy, right? And one sexual assault is too many. So if that were going to be something that you want to improve as the new superintendent, you would look at the mission statement and say, okay, well, the mission statement says our values are duty, honor, country. But those aren't the Army values. So to tackle sexual assault or sexual harassment as a problem, I want to make sure everyone's always aligned to the value of honor and integrity and personal courage and sacrifice. And you want to give them more of a base of values to aspire to, so that you're going to be able to hopefully eradicate a problem that's affecting the university. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just a guess, right?
I'm sitting here drafting with Bubba on this, so it just seems like if I'm going to be the new leader, somebody I love would look me in the eye and say, not a good idea.
Why tackle that hill now?
Yeah, let sleeping dogs lie. What you're trying to do is going to accomplish nothing but controvery. So why even do it?
And again, it goes back to something that generals in the Army are known for, and that's ego, right?
Yeah.
I'm the new person. I'm going to change the direction, change the mission of the academy. That was done by me. Anything that results from this point forward, I can say was due to my stamp. So I think there's a lot to be said about that.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the insight. Appreciate that. And that does make a lot of sense, what you're saying. And I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Yeah.
Good
stuff.
866 We Be Big Cody in Birmingham listening on ZZK.
Cody.
Cody.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, Cody.
So I was wondering if it might be possible for me to discuss with Bubba maybe after the show today, or if today's not convenient, at another time, about what I need to do and how I need to go about getting into ham radio.
Yeah, drop me an email.
Yeah, I that's got email written all over it. Probably hear from Bubba sometime next week.
As a matter of fact, the big Birmingham Ham Fest is this weekend.
Oh, baby!
Up at Trust.
Will you participate?
I am going to go by. Yes.
Wow! Are you sure?
Yeah. In the middle of all the house stuff. That's
the
awesome.
I got 2 days I got to get through.
I know.
Well, you need to go enjoy yourself, though.
Right. You take a little break, reset.
Last few weeks been a little busy.
Yeah. Get to Waffle House, have some breakfast, and go. Huh?
Talk around it. Yeah, go do it. Let's go to
Just do it, Bubba.
Gina in Steele, Alabama. Gina, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good.
We're good.
Good. I was just calling to tell you, my sister just got back from a cruise a few weeks ago, and she was seated with people from Canada and the United Kingdom, and they are all like, they don't understand our politics. They think we've all lost our mind with Biden being in office.
Mm-hmm.
But then they get to the Dominican Republic, and their cab driver is saying the same thing, like, guys, you know what's going on. everything that we do affects them, and their gas over there now is 5 something a gallon, or however they do gas in the Dominican Republic. I don't know. But anyway, so just so y'all know, we are being made fun of. We've always thought it, but all over the world they're making fun of us. So.
Oh, we're a laughingstock right now. I mean, they look at the state of our president. They can't believe that we're
laughing at it. Why wouldn't they?
Right. I think they're like, are y'all just pretending? What are y'all doing?
I wonder how they feel about Trump.
No, won't we ask him? You want to ask him?
Vote Trump.
We continue.
They probably are somewhat amazed at the whole process.
Yeah, I imagine all of us got their attention.
I have a feeling they're looking. Brian in North Georgia. Brian, go ahead.
Orange Man back.
Thank you, Rick. I want to see the last couple of days of the show. Y'all go on location and find Willie and Wanda and do a last update. They were probably the most famous show y'all did, and I'd like to see a last update on them.
Brian, don't you want us to enjoy the last few days of the show?
Yeah, Brian. Speaking of Pandora's box.
Oh, my goodness.
Greg said he's in charge of the trip. He's planning it now.
I go back to the mummy scenario again. You don't go down there. And you don't mess with the mummy's tomb.
Yeah, when you're running through town from zombies, you go, who told us to open that door?
Right.
You know?
Come on, guys. I saw that's one of the emails today for the RBU. I'm like, guys, y'all got to stop asking for this. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll wrap up this hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We'll look at this Elon Musk, Don Lemon thing.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was on it.
I didn't either. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is my other neighbor, and I like them. They're 2 deaf ladies.
Right. They're not obnoxious. Please don't come off, Kevin.
They don't.
If he doesn't hunker,
they don't make any noise.
Nobody wants to watch that.
He's about to arch his back.
Nobody wants to see that.
We don't want to see him bow up.
Nobody wants to see that.
Hey, y'all want to see my climbing wall while I'm out here? Y'all
hurry up. We got 30 seconds.
Hurry, Adler, hurry.
Okay, here we go.
I wish you'd fall.
Y'all count my pull-ups. Count my pull-ups.
What did he just say?
Okay, he's gonna go. He's going up. It's above.
He's got a pull-up bar.
There he is. Yeah.
1,
2.
He can do some
3.
Oh, I know.
4.
He's like a
5.
He's like a little monkey.
6.
Yes, look at him.
7.
Look at him.
8. 9.
Wow.
10. 11.
Don't stop.
12. 13. 14. 15.
Come on, keep it.
16. 17.
Get to 20.
18. 19. 20. He lost his hat. Did we count 21? I don't know. 20. I don't know about 21. I don't know about 21. Disappeared. He's gone.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Speedy and I are here at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. That's right. Rick and Bubba intern Stretch Armstrong also here, earning his degree in common sense. That now has become a superpower. You talk about trial by fire. Hey, my internship happened during the pandemic. How about that? And then out all across our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama, we've got Helmsley, the real Greg Burgess, Adler. We just watched Adler tell us about his project in the backyard. You can imagine people are commenting on that. And also, we welcome back for a brand new hour, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey. Hey, Bubs.
Hey, Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're whispering. I know that means that, this is a new thing every day. Speedy and I are always intrigued about what you guys are doing wherever you're coming to the show from. And you're now setting up.
Check.
Are you showing us? I got you. Are you showing us the
check? No, check 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I got you so loud and so clear.
Yep.
So you are perfectly fine, Bubba. What in the world is this you're showing us? Is this your broadcast?
I'm showing you what the I'm talking in the phone now.
Yeah.
I'm showing you what the broadcast closet looks like. I mean, it literally is a closet. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was a part-time ham room before it became a broadcast closet. There's my TV while I keep looking up.
Now tell us what that doctor's name is again.
Fauci.
No, just keep on plugging at it, buddy. Keep on plugging.
Fauci, isn't that it?
There you go. Yeah.
And then,
there's those fingers.
You see my new lights I got up here, so that's helping to brighten things up a little bit. There's my paper towel over my other light.
Yeah, I see that.
I have my UTC clock up here.
Right. Yeah. If everybody could get on that, we'd be fine.
My broadcast microphone and laptop, and then I've got some ham gear here, and I've got my my drinking glass. Got the Comrex here ready to go at a moment's notice. See, all I have to do is push connect, and then I'm hooked up with you guys there. So I got that ready.
Right. Okay.
Okay. I like it.
Well, how about that?
I'm literally in a closet. I mean, I have some soundproofing.
Do you have a vent in there, or does it get real hot?
I do have a vent. It's
okay.
right.
There it is.
Okay, good.
Ooh, we got to have that.
Boy, do we.
You got to have that.
Do y'all remember when we were with that one radio station and they put us in a closet?
Yes, Bubba and I did the show from a closet.
I'm used to it.
I think you had to stand in the hall.
I did.
Yeah.
At times.
So the closet is off of the mechanical room, which is like a storage room.
Don't you stop.
Is that a washer and dryer right there?
Don't you stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So, and here's my pandemic office I set up.
This is your pandemic office? This is where you operate from?
Yeah, that's where I keep all my paper and junk at now.
Okay, right. So I noticed you keep it very similar to the one up here.
Yeah, same format.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I have an air conditioning unit, so it'll kick on. That's why I'm not out here broadcasting.
Okay, so it make a little noise.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it'll make a little noise.
Always thinking. Well, I wish I could have seen your dirty underwear sitting there on the laundry room.
Yeah, I just saw there's an apple out there in the hall. You got an apple laying there on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had to get the computer to operate a little quicker. Now this is my workshop area.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at you.
Yeah. What? There's you got your tools right there. All right, we've lost audio. We've lost audio, Bubba.
Yeah. DeWalt City.
I'm not talking.
Oh, you're not? Okay, you're just letting us enjoy.
Yeah,
it.
I'm just showing you.
Okay, yeah,
okay. Yes, we're left to tell everybody.
I got my cabinets here with all the junk in it and everything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, you
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, guys, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba show, and we'll walk through a couple of things that we missed today that we ain't got to. And this is this Elon Musk, Don Lemon thing. So from what I have gathered, and we have stories that we've looked at, that Don Lemon was going to kind of get a Tucker Carlson kind of deal and be, a liberal on X. And then Elon Musk fired him, and people are trying to figure out what happened. And then then Don Lemon goes on CNN to complain about it or talk about how he was treated or whatever's happening here. I didn't even know that Don Lemon and Elon Musk had any kind of talk at all.
No, I didn't either.
About being on X. So anyway, I guess we can start with Don Lemon talking to Elon Musk about meeting Trump, and this is our first one. So this is him interviewing Elon. So here we go.
You recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
What did you discuss?
I don't. Let's just say he did most of the talking.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his legal bills?
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No.
You're not leaning towards anyone because you've been.
Let me say I'm leaning away from Biden.
You're leaning.
So I'm leaning away from Biden. So then he returns back to CNN. And at this time, he still may have a chance to work with Elon Musk.
So what was that on right there we saw? Was that
on X?
That's Don Lemon's show on X.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then he goes back on CNN and does what we're about to see.
I didn't think any of those questions were unfair. Did y'all?
But then
I don't defend Don Lemon much, but those were legitimate questions based on the headlines.
Yeah. But many people think it's this that got him fired when he went back on CNN to talk about Elon Musk and his rhetoric. So here we go.
Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? That you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Democrats?
I don't have to answer these questions.
The Great Replacement Theory as it relates to Jewish people. Do you think that?
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think? Do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble, or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm
or
criticized
that
constantly. I could care less.
Couldn't care less.
Illuminating in so many ways. All right, I have two things I want to ask you about that, Don. First, the great replacement theory. Right. As you bring it up, he has tweeted a tweet he shared. Increasing illegals boost Dem voting power, causing them to recruit more. If Dems win President, House, and Senate, they'll grant citizenship to all illegals, and America will become a permanent one-party deep socialist state. Right? He has gone there directly. How much does he stand by these ideas?
Well, he didn't quite seem to understand that he did. Originally, he did that with Jewish people, sort of a great replacement theory thing that he did with Jewish people, and he got in trouble and he had to go to Auschwitz and answer questions and apologize and go with Ben Shapiro. But he doesn't understand that sort of rhetoric that he talks about, the great replacement theory and a migrant invasion, that's what radicalized shooters use in their manifestos, those exact words. The people who go and shoot up people, whether they be Latino people who live in Texas or black people who are in a supermarket in Buffalo or Jewish people who are worshiping, those people use the same rhetoric, that they are tropes, that they're either racist for Latinos or black people or for Jewish people. And I wanted to know if he felt any responsibility as someone who has one of the largest social media and information platforms in the world.
250 million people.
A 250 million people. I think it's 455 or 500 million users a week. And it doesn't seem that he feels that he has any responsibility with that, because he seemed really averse to facts. That facts did not matter to him. It didn't matter that he retweeted things that were offensive to people. And this the whole idea of what I was asking him about, was it offensive, and did he feel that his platform should have better moderation?
So, see, Don Lemon doesn't get it. He doesn't understand. Right. He disagrees with what Elon's saying, so he's saying Elon's wrong. He don't believe in the facts. He don't believe in the facts. See, I think that's where he must have run aground, because he's painting him in a way that I don't think is fair. Elon has an opinion, like many of us do, that there is an invasion underway. And it doesn't mean that you are a shooter or motivate a shooter. Shooters shoot people because they're crazy, mad, whatever. He's not responsible for that.
No.
No more than the left is when one of their crazy people go off. That's crazy people shooting people. That's all that is.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Now, they can grab whatever they want to as motivation. But you can't tell me that I can't have an opinion on something just because some madman uses that every now and then as motivation.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I noticed Elon Musk left out, as all of you did, how sometimes the left has convinced people of color that white people are evil, so much so that there have been people of color kill white people just because they think white people are evil. Now, are we supposed to hold them accountable for that? No,
when Scalise was getting shot at baseball practice,
we don't blame
the left. There's a crazy guy that acted out.
You know why? To Bubba's point, because they have the right to their opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
And now, do we have some responsibility with our free speech? Of course we do. But some of the lines they draw are bizarre, and here it is in 7C. Now, this is a flashback. Keep in mind what Bubba just said. Don Lemon is painting Elon Musk as radicalizing killers because he has a point of view. Now listen to Don Lemon talking about his point of view concerning Joe Biden.
And he's going to prop up Biden. This just shows how biased Don Lemon is. And I do want to mention that Don Lemon is still free to put his show on X. He's still able to do that. So Elon is not silencing him. He's just not an official X partner, like hired and paid by the company.
Not employee by
X. Here's Don Lemon propping up Joe Biden.
You got the vaccination?
Yeah.
Are you okay? I mean, you seem, no, it works. Or or the mom and dad, or the neighbor, or when you go to church, or when you're. No, I really mean it. There are trusted interlocutors. Think of the people. If your kid wanted to find out whether or not there's a man on the moon or whatever, something. Or, whether those aliens are here or not. Who are the people they talk to beyond the kids who love talking about it?
Don Lemon was like, all right, we got to go to a break. I know what you're saying. But time and time again, that's happened, in which Biden's struggling and a CNN anchor bails him out. And it's just, For Don Lemon to call Elon Musk out on being biased or spreading misinformation is just absolutely laughable.
That's in Don Lemon's opinion.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Yeah. Don Lemon has an opinion that we should continue to vote for Joe Biden, and he has a right to that.
I thought the questions in the interview were fair. I see where they would be a rub after the CNN interview because the way he's framing all this. It's just crazy.
Elon Musk is not going to keep Don Lemon for having an opinion on the platform. He has removed him as an employee of X because, you know what? The guy who writes your check, if you're going to get on the platform which he provides for you and trash him, he has the right to say.
It's probably not going to go good.
No,
I mean, your common sense should tell you that.
Well, but look, guys, we know why he's all upset. I'm talking about Don Lemon because Elon committed the ultimate sin, and that is disagreeing with the left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now they must try to destroy him in every way.
So there you go. There's your updates today. Some of you are ending your time with us, and doggone it, we'll catch you, Lord willing, tomorrow. Some of you have more Rick and Bubba. Enjoy that, and some of you are going to go catch some of the Rick and Bubba that you missed on our archive platforms. Whatever the case may be, we thank you for being here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.